The Queen's face changed several times, from white to red, from red to black, from black to green. Yi Yang looked at her with a half-smile. Mr. Yi is really a master of foresight, the Queen said awkwardly. It's not hard to guess. Yi Yang shrugged. I have dealt with them many times. Although they have some problems internally, the communication speed and execution efficiency of their various contact points are very terrifying. According to the conventional arrest efforts, no one can be caught. This is also the reason why you haven't made any great gains in hundreds of years. The Queen of England nodded. Then what should we do in your opinion? Yi Yang spread his hands. Of course, leave the matter to professionals. Professionals? The Queen of England looked at Yi Yang suspiciously. Mr. Yi, don't you want to solve the source of corruption yourself? Yi Yang shrugged. Undeniably, there are too many people in your internal source of corruption, and the information is transparent to them, so I came to you directly. As the royal family of England, at least I will not get involved with such an organization. The Queen of England nodded. Surprisingly, she did not refute Yi Yang. Obviously she also knew that Yi Yang was telling the truth. But I still won't let the armed forces of other countries enter our territory. The Queen of England shook her head and refused. Did I say that I would solve the problem this way? Yi Yang smiled. That is? The Queen of England looked at Yi Yang deeply and asked in confusion. Of course they are mercenaries. Yi Yang spread his hands. In order to solve the source of corruption, you signed a contract with an international mercenary organization. This is not against the rules, right? The Queen of England looked at the sign presented by Yi Yang. As a queen of the ancient royal family, she naturally recognized the sign in Yi Yang's hand. That is hurricane security. She looked at Yi Yang. In surprise, hurricane also. Yi Yang nodded with a smile. No wonder, no wonder. The Queen of England figured out a lot. She looked at Yi Yang. Mr. Yi is really unpredictable. Yi Yang stretched out his hand. So, can we cooperate? Happy cooperation. The Queen of England was silent for a while, and then shook hands with Yi Yang. Directly. The demands of both sides are to destroy the source of corruption. Asking for help and taking action only require the other party to give an excuse. Soon, hurricane members entered England from various channels one after another. Many hurricane members hidden in the takeaway brothers and taxi drivers in England were also awakened, responsible for surveillance and basic intelligence exchange tasks. Yi Yang had enough information this time, enough to destroy many bases of the source of depravity. In an instant. He planned to start with England, and now it was his turn to persuade the Queen of England. When he destroyed the headquarters of the source of depravity in England, other European countries would come to him and hire him to do the eradication work. Maybe he could get a lot of money from them at that time. Yi Yang smiled slightly. The power of the hurricane methodically deployed forces and hunting nets in various cities in England. Yi Yang would also give all instructions to the Queen of England, so that the forces of England would also cooperate. However, there was no detailed plan, just the outermost security task. These British policemen didn't even know why they had to stand there to check, so there was naturally no possibility of leaking intelligence. A few days later, a message came from the intercom in Yi Yang's hand. The hunting circle in London has been completed, waiting for orders at any time. The hunting circle in Birmingham has been completed, waiting for orders at any time. Leeds. Yi Yang sat on the top balcony of the newly bought top-level villa in London and moved the intercom to his mouth. Action, start. An order was given. Countless forces in countless places throughout England acted together to carry out this eradication mission. The power of the source of depravity in England was completely unprepared. They were caught off guard. Their actions were secretive and swift, and they had been walking in the shadows for hundreds and thousands of years without any problems. They didn't expect to encounter a disaster today. While wailing, they were hit by a club and directly crashed into a sack. Hurricane security is not a policeman who will give you reason. When fighting on the international battlefield, these guys are more fierce than bandits. Now they are executing tasks cleanly and neatly. They hit the club and put the sack on the ground. Arrest warrant? Verbal warning? What the hell are those? The set of actions was smooth and flowing, and catching people was easier and more enjoyable than catching ducks. Some live broadcasts made Yang sigh with emotion. Fortunately, these guys have been put into a formal security group. If they were allowed to grow up alone outside, it would definitely be a disaster. It was a mess. However, the chaos soon passed. The British citizens only saw a group of originally friendly and harmless couriers, takeout boys, and taxi drivers suddenly rushed into various companies and buildings with sticks and sacks. Not long after, these people came out with some magical sacks that twisted and twitched by themselves, and then threw the sacks into the black trucks that had been prepared long ago. These black trucks drove out aggressively. These trucks gathered into a line. Soon a magnificent landscape was formed. Citizens of various British cities were stunned. What is going on? Acting? Super $0 shopping event? It doesn't look like it. Should we call the police? It seems that the police are in cahoots with them. This. Many people were confused. What is going on? For a while, there was a heated discussion on the internet, and many people were discussing this matter. And those members of the fallen source who were packed in sacks. At this moment, they have all been thrown into the large centralized prison that has been prepared long ago. More than 10,000 people. The weird scene of more than 10,000 sacks twisting and turning in front of them made the Queen of England and a group of top British bosses look a little ugly. Although I know that Yang, an extraordinary person, will definitely do extraordinary things. But this is a bit too inhuman. Is this something that civilized people can do? Yang clapped his hands. One hand pays the money, the other hand delivers the goods. The head of British finance said with a smile, £50 billion has been transferred to your group. Yang nodded with satisfaction. You are very sensible, and it is worth my trouble. Second update. Yang thought in his heart. The British government gave him $50 billion in assistance. He wiped out these black source organizations and seized and took over nearly $50 billion in wealth. It was equivalent to making a crazy profit of £100 billion. This was also good news for him. How is it? Yang turned his head and looked at the Queen of England with a smile. The Queen of England nodded with a smile, as expected. Of a professional, he is indeed extraordinary at the first move. The source of corruption in England has been rooted for hundreds and thousands of years. As early as the Roman period, this organization was active. For so many years, countless sages and ancient emperors have wanted to kill the source of corruption. But the results have always been minimal. Often, it is a huge victory to be able to destroy a small nest of the other party in a few decades. After all, it is an organization older than the country, and its internal rules and enforcement rules are very powerful, far beyond the current fist holders. Especially in modern society, human internal problems are getting bigger and bigger. There are too many problems between human countries, and they check and balance each other. How can they have the energy to study and deal with the source of corruption? They can only let them go. The Queen of England never thought that one day, the source of corruption would be completely destroyed. But Jiangjing showed this result in front of them. It was really too shocking. She looked at the tens of thousands of squirming sacks in front of her and was also full of emotion. Although Jiangjing was arrogant, he really had the capital to be arrogant. Just his hand against the source organization was not comparable to anyone in the world. At this time, the European headquarters of the source of corruption. The headquarter looked at the report in his hand. Suddenly lost all the news of the British branch? He frowned. Combined with the previous intelligence, he thought of a possibility. Is it because of that Jiangjing? Jiangjing destroyed the black source and had long been on the must-kill list of all source organizations, and they were most concerned about his movements. As soon as Jiangjing arrived in England, they knew the news. It's been less than 2 days. All branches and headquarters of England have lost contact. And almost at the same time, he instantly locked on the target, this Jiangjing. He gritted his teeth. Report to the higher-ups. Jiangjing should have discovered their deal with the Nine Giants Alliance. The problem with England's fall this time should be this. This is his blatant act of revenge. It is not ruled out that he also wants to take this opportunity to destroy us and replenish his capital chain. The news was immediately sent to the monarchs of European countries. Everyone looked at Jiangjing's battle report in surprise. One action completely eradicated all members of the source of depravity in England from top to bottom. They all opened their mouths wide and couldn't believe it at all. However, the certification of the British royal family was attached at the end. They had to believe it. Although the British royal family has no real power now, it at least represents the dignity and face of England. They will never lie about such things. This Jiangjing is simply amazing. He can kill it just by saying it. All the kings were shocked and speechless for a while. They turned the letter over and saw the message. At the back. I am Jiangjing, specializing in cleaning various sources. If there are countries that want to place orders, please contact me as soon as possible. The charging standards will be determined according to the strength of the sources of each country. This invitation is valid within 3 days and will not be accepted after the expiration. When these kings saw this, they were all laughing and crying. However, the fallen source has really troubled them for too long. Now Jiangjing has done such a shocking thing in England. How can I not believe it? They all contacted Jiangjing again and again. The contact number of the person in charge of Hurricane left by Jiangjing was blown up. Although Hurricane has been international, such large international orders are not available every day. Not to mention the frequency of not being able to receive them within a day. First come first served. Large quantities are preferred. The person in charge was laughing and crying, so he had to say, although our volume is small, we have a lot of money. Pay more. Give it to us first. Your money is nothing. I'll double it. I'll give you 1.5 times. All countries are scrambling for it. After all, intelligence is time-sensitive. What if the intelligence in Yi Yang's hand is no longer useful in a few days, and the source of corruption cannot be killed? Wouldn't they lose a lot? They didn't think that Yi Yang had any need to deal with the source of corruption. He was just helping them to eradicate this organization. After all, in the eyes of the world, these sources are independent of each other. There is no connection. These days, Yi Yang's capital chain has been crazy. Although other European consortiums, giants, and leaders did not agree to fight the 9 giants with Yi Yang. But through this incident, they helped Yi Yang participate in this economic war in disguise. The commissions received from European countries exceeded 1 trillion euros. This is an extremely considerable flow of funds. The decline of Yi Yang Group in the economic war was stopped immediately. The 9 Giants Alliance. Everyone was confused. But Yi Yang was playing an open strategy. Helping others fight against the source of corruption, European countries give money. They have no reason to stop it. Damn Yi Yang, he always comes up with some tricks that normal people would never think of. He's lucky, he survived. But he still can't escape the fate of defeat. That's right. Several giants are full of confidence. After all, according to the Tongji envoys, they will receive a steady stream of financial support. Enough for them to burn. In the next half-month, countless kind-looking couriers, takeaway boys, and taxi drivers traveled in various European countries and cities in an organized manner. The magical sack that can wriggle by itself in the past half-month, it has swept the whole of Europe and has become a hot spot in the World Forum. Everyone is guessing what it is. This large-scale action has obviously been supported by various countries. Then, various news came out. It seems that Yi Yang is helping various countries to eliminate a superorganization. Almost. Yi Yang nodded. After the British war was wiped out, the sources of corruption in other countries reacted. Some fled and changed positions, some threw smoke bombs, and some caused sabotage. But in general, with Yi Yang's powerful intelligence network and the advantage of taking the lead, these were just desperate resistance. The hard work was done by the police of various countries. When the general attack was launched on the headquarters of the sources of corruption in various places, the regular armed forces of various countries were also ordered. They did not know the destination and only knew their attack targets before arriving at the headquarters. After they were defeated, they were asked to withdraw. Hurricane was responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. Therefore, although countless conflicts and battles broke out, the overall loss of Hurricane was not much, probably only a few hundred people. The number of people lost by European countries in clearing out the sources of corruption, all aspects added up, has reached tens of thousands. Of course, the results are also extremely fruitful. In half a month, the source of corruption was basically lifted up from the ground in Europe, and it was beaten to collapse with one punch. First update. Members of the fallen source organization arrested more than 100,000 people. Because it was too expensive to feed them all, the countries decided to shoot them quickly. After all, a capital country does not support idlers. It is not appropriate for such a vicious person to be handed over to a private prison. These days, gunfire is everywhere. I don't know how many fallen source members fell down in a row. However, few people who join such an anti-human organization have no blood debt on their hands. All of them are extremely vicious, and most of them die without complaint. Except for those who are newly added. Yi Yang didn't bother to care about how these countries dealt with these members, he was only responsible for arresting them. The funds and wealth obtained from various branches and headquarters of fallen source have also been sorted out. The hurricane manager reported with a smile on his face. Total together, the scale is close to 500 billion euros. And their largest headquarters is hidden too deep. It will probably take some time to find it. However, some time ago they made money for the Big Nine alliance on a large scale, leaving some clues. It is estimated that the location of the opponent's headquarters will be uncovered soon. Yi Yang nodded. With the entry of 1.5 trillion euros, he has gained a firm foothold in this unprecedented economic battle and has even gradually begun to organize a counterattack. Somewhere in the world. Kiwanis Hall. Wearing Masonic robes and medals on their chests, they were dressed in an extremely retro style. I didn't know they thought they were black-robed people who had traveled back in time from the Middle Ages, sitting at a round table. Directly north of the round table, there is a gap. There is a black bench there, symbolizing the unique status of those who are qualified to sit there. But at this time, the bench was empty. Beside the round table, the people in black robes, with medals, all looked gloomy. This Yi Yang is really difficult to deal with. As long as he mobilizes funds, he will find clues and destroy our source of power. Yu Qingkue, a sickly middle-aged man, frowned. The old man dressed as Gandalf also nodded, it is indeed difficult to deal with. He is indeed a person who can destroy a big source. Perhaps in a few days, we will be the ruthless person who destroys the two major sources. An old woman laughed sinisterly. Let the source of corruption hide there. As long as the headquarters is not lost, we can still develop back in a few years. Aid to the 9 giant alliances has also been stopped. Although I want to kill Yi Yang, there is no need to kill us for this dangerous place. Gandalf said calmly, there are only 3 or 4 years left before the time of destruction predicted in the Dark Bible. That's when we can really accumulate more resources, and there is no need to waste too much elite power now. Good. All the black-robed counselors nodded silently. Soon. The 9 Giant Alliance has received news that the Tongji Association will directly cut off their aid. The 9 giants were stunned. What the hell? Why was the promised assistance withdrawn from me? Only half a month later? You said it was so good at the beginning, but now you just want to stop? Are you just running away because I'm going to lose? But it is clear that there are still checks and balances on the whole now, and both sides have winners and losers. Maybe I don't love you anymore? They all frowned. They don't know the relationship between the source of fall and the Kiwanis Club. From their perspective, this is the Kiwanis Club going back on their word and playing tricks on them. After inserting many people into the 9 giants, giving up many shares, and getting these advantages, they withdrew their capital and ran away. The Big 9 were so angry that they directly issued a proclamation condemning the Kiwanis Club. Damn it, it turns out that the 9 Giant Alliance was able to counterattack before because of the secret help of the Kiwanis Club. The truth is out. It's not relying on the Big 9 themselves at all. Mr. Yi is awesome. Even if the 9 giants and this mysterious organization jointly care about him, he is not afraid. He even fights back. This is the skill of a peerless strongman. Don't accept it. Ha ha ha, those who mocked me, Yi Shenhao, came out and committed seppuku to apologize. Baga baga. How can this be true? This must not be true. Netizens were suddenly enlightened. It turns out that the Kiwanis Club is so powerful. I always thought it was just an honorary society. How can it hide so much energy? It can even get involved in the war between super consortiums and influence the outcome. That's right. We didn't pay attention to it before, and even if we noticed it, we didn't understand it deeply. Looking at it now, it's really shocking. All countries woke up and realized the extraordinary nature of this organization. They all increased their attention and began to investigate this organization. Bagaya dear. A group of pig teammates. A Japanese Kiwanis Association member slammed the table angrily. How could this happen? Why is the Nine Giant Alliance so stupid? Suddenly, they were pushed to the forefront. The hidden organization that had been hidden for so many years suddenly attracted the attention of the whole world. They hate it. Damn Yi Yang, nothing good happens with him. They all complained with great anger. I really want to kill him directly. Some of the city's most powerful congressmen couldn't help but gnashed their teeth and shouted. However, they also know that that is impossible. Along the way, the Dark World tried to kill Yi Yang countless times. Even that wave of killers, which was rare in history, eventually became a stepping stone to his fame. After the launch of Liang No. 1, the assassination of Yi Yang became even less likely to succeed. It's not that there is no chance, but it hasn't reached that stage yet. A black-robed congressman with medals all over his body sneered, Tongji society has been in this world for thousands of years, and the power it controls is beyond his imagination. Well, thinking of those trump cards, the congressman also breathed a sigh of relief. They have a belief in the final outcome. It seems that Tongji society knows the pain and has stopped the aid. Yi Yang sneered, the supreme headquarters of the source of corruption has also been completely hidden. However, since the fish has already exposed its head, even if it wants to dive again, it will leave some ripples on the water surface. He issued an order to increase the intensity. Do everything to find the European headquarters of the source of corruption. I must complete the task in one battle this time and completely destroy the source of corruption. Directly cut off one arm of Tongji society. Let them know what pain is. One order, one continent moves, all countries cooperate to search for the headquarters of the source of corruption. Second update. Since the previous remittances to the 9 giant alliances had to go through the capital chain of the headquarters, the European headquarters also left many traces. Today, the hurricane is following these trajectories, pursuing the location of the European headquarters of the fallen source. Like the Black Source headquarters, the headquarters of each major source are extremely secretive and super fortresses with many layouts. It's not easy to find him, and it's also extremely difficult to kill him after you find him. While tracing the location of the headquarters of the fallen source, the war with the 9 giant alliances is also in full swing. Without the financial support of the Kiwanis Club, the 9 giant alliances would not be as vigorous as they were when the war first began. And Yi Yang has now swallowed up most of the funds from the fallen source, and also received commissions from various countries, and the flow of funds has grown a lot. This match was originally evenly matched, but now the situation has completely reversed. Even with the same capital scale, few can beat Yi Yang, not to mention that now, Yi Yang has a complete financial advantage. The 9 major financial groups that fought retreated one after another. Markets everywhere are almost unsustainable. This Yang is so ruthless. Once he gains power, he will show no mercy at all. Yeah, he doesn't really think that we can only do this, right? Isn't he afraid of really touching our bottom line and forcing us to use our foundation? I think he is ignorant and fearless. Among the 9 giants, the top bosses all frowned. I think Yang is too arrogant. The remaining giants ranked lower are all worried. After all, there is a gap in strength among the giants. The United States is known as the top 10 shadow emperors, but there are only 4 companies that can truly rank among the top 10 in the world. The one ranked last may be more than double the size of the one ranked first, but they will be compared. The same goes for the world's top giants. There is a huge gap in strength between those at the top and those at the bottom. The Gossett family, a hidden family that has been inherited for 600 to 700 years, is a top giant. This kind of family has a very strong foundation. Among Yi Yang's previous opponents, only the Baylor Consortium could barely compare with them. Even the SARS Consortium, which was weaker than the Baylor Consortium, was extremely difficult to deal with no matter how hard it worked. And it took so much effort to finally kill it completely. If existences like the Gossett family really fight to the end, the power they will unleash at the moment of life and death will be unparalleled. The world is looking at you. Everyone believed that the failure of the Baylor Consortium was entirely due to fighting Yi Yang for too long. We have experienced several rounds of failed bets and lost a lot of cash flow. Even after being weakened so many times, in the end, Yi Yang only incorporated the Baylor Consortium and could not completely eliminate it. Therefore, these top giants have absolute confidence and cannot fall into the worst situation no matter what. But these new giants who have emerged in the past 100 years do not have such confidence. Although their capital chain and asset scale have ranked among the giants, their background is far inferior. If they really have to fight hard, they can't afford it. Therefore, for the remaining giants, you look at me and I look at you, and they are ready to retreat bravely. They are not mortal enemies with Yi Yang. As long as they agree to spend $1 trillion to support the Star Umbrella project, they can avoid defeat. For them, it is in their absolute interests. Compared with losing $1 trillion in assets, they now don't want to offend Yi Yang even more. What do you mean? Why don't you express your opinion? The head of the Gossett family frowned and looked at the other giants with a bad feeling in his heart. Now I just lost the support of the Kiwanis Club. If these families run away again, then he will really be beaten by Yi Yang. Although they have the so-called foundation, the foundation is gone once it is used up, and no one wants to use it. Even if he uses his secrets, it is just to ensure that he will not be killed by Yi Yang. And according to Yi Yang's madman attributes, they have no confidence that they can really withstand Yi Yang's economic offensive regardless of cost and time. Ahem, Mr. Gossett, we have re-evaluated this matter. Perhaps we really need to change our thinking. Now, Yi Yang's rise is unstoppable, and the opponent still has absolute force. There will be no good end if we continue to fight or vote. A giant thought about it again and made up his mind. Vote? The giant of humanity will never surrender. Lulon Gossett slapped the table, his eyes full of anger. What did you say when the 9 Giants Alliance was formed? Everyone was full of confidence, boasted to the sky, and now they regret it? Mr. Gossett, this economic war is a rational judgment after we evaluate the benefits and losses. Today is different from the past. Times have changed and the situation has changed. We have changed our decision now. I think it is reasonable. Yes, and saving mankind is also a great cause. Several giants reversed their rhetoric and began to defend their choices. Anyway, if you want to hold on, then please do it yourself. Some giants stood up directly, said no more, and exited the video conference. What a familiar scene. The head of the Gossett family glanced over. Every time a person is scanned, a giant will withdraw directly, and he doesn't even bother to explain. A bunch of cowards, cowards. The head of the Gossett family said in a low voice. In the entire live broadcast room, counting him, there are only 2 people left. What do you mean? The head of the Gossett family asked the other 2. I think we may be able to negotiate with Jiangjing and ask him to reduce the support costs. Well, although the other 2 are also among the top giants, their attitudes are not strong. The reason why economic giants can develop to the scale of economic giants is naturally that most of them only care about interests. Now, they just want to try their best to reduce their losses and stop losses in time. The head of the Gossett family looked gloomy. These guys, if they really unite together and fight this economic war desperately, they will definitely win. But unfortunately, when there are too many people, it is impossible for them to really fight for each other. Especially for interest groups like them. This is the nature of capital. After developing to a certain scale, it must be lonely and cold-blooded. Even if such a group of people form an alliance, they are doomed to fall apart. If their interests, demands, and goals are not completely consistent. This is also the iron law of the world that more than 3 super consortiums can never form an alliance. As long as there are more than 3, there must be conflicts between their interests. A bunch of cowards, shame to be associated with them. After the head of the Gossett family rejected the proposals of the 2 top giants, the remaining 2 giants also left the group chat one after another. In the live broadcast room, only Lulong *Gossett was left, a lonely avatar, which looked funny and absurd. First update. Pung. The head of the Gossett family slammed the table several times before angrily exiting the video conference. In fact, he was the only one in the video conference room, so there was no point in retreating or not. Somewhere in the world, the Gossett family estate. The head of the Gossett family looked gloomy. Currently, 6 of the 9 major consortiums have decided to withdraw, and the other 2 are probably looking for Jiangjing to discuss reducing support fees. Now he is the only one left. He is an extremely proud man, similar to Milosar's character. Inheriting one of the strongest economic forces in the world, he was born with a spirit of arrogance and arrogance. If you don't meet Jiangjing, there is nothing wrong with this character. But unfortunately, he met Jiangjing. The harsh words have already been released. The Gossett family has always valued family honor, so let them give away $1 trillion US for nothing? They have never suffered such a big loss in 700 years. But at this moment, where will the Gossett family go? He also had some concerns. After all, Jiangjing's terrifying power is now known to the world and has exceeded the cognitive limit. It does not seem to be too embarrassing to lose to such a force. He fell into extreme confusion. His arrogance and the balance of interests made him fall into a contradiction. At this time, the news that the 6 major super consortiums announced their surrender had already spread. As soon as the news came out, It immediately became popular in international forums. I'll go. I'll be defeated too quickly. I thought it would take a year and a half for the war between Yishinhao and the 9 super consortiums to come out. This is too fast. It doesn't even take a month together, right? It directly destroyed the 9 giant alliances. Most people don't know the inside story. From their perspective, Yang directly went to war against the 9 top giants, and the 4 major consortiums followed. It hasn't even been a month, and 6 of the 9 giants have all announced their surrender. Blitz. It takes more than a month to build a toilet in the village, right? Before the toilet here was built, Yishinhao over there had already destroyed the 9 major financial groups. Those are the giants with the largest economies in the world. They are all numbered. How many are there in total? 9 of them joined forces and couldn't stop Yang for a month. This result made everyone stunned and exclaimed that it was unimaginable. The other super consortiums were also sweating profusely. Fortunately, he agreed to Yang at the beginning and helped build the $1 trillion Star Umbrella project. Otherwise, the consequences are really hard to predict. So fierce. They also know that this may be related to the internal conflicts of the 9 families. But the reality is often that they don't talk about the process, but only look at the results. Originally, the alliance of 4 giants was unthinkable, let alone the alliance of 9 giants now. After this incident, it is impossible for a larger-scale showdown to break out. Yi Yang once again proved that he was powerful and transcendent in the world. During a video conference, the 2 top consortiums started negotiations with Yi Yang. $1 trillion, absolutely no less. Yi Yang frowned. If you lower the standards and spread the word, who will be willing to contribute to this matter? This is your original responsibility, not to mention, you are a top giant. Logically, you should pay more. It's so much. He really couldn't understand the thinking of these giants. The world is really doomed, and money is just pieces of paper, meaningless. They would rather let their property turn into meaningless numbers by then. Don't you want to use money to reverse this matter before it happens? But the truth is often so absurd. If it weren't for his existence, according to these people's previous plan, they planned to take a super rocket to the moon base to take refuge, and would not care about the end of the world at all. The expressions of the 2 giants changed, but after looking at each other, they both nodded. They are just here to negotiate. If you continue to fight Yi Yang, the loss will definitely exceed $1 trillion. Since the loss cannot be reduced, then set the loss at $1 trillion. They are totally acceptable too. Then it's settled. The 2 giants nodded. Soon, the 2 top giants also announced their complete agreement with Yi Yang's previous conditions, acknowledging their surrender in disguise. The world is completely boiling. It's only been a day. One day after the 6 giants announced their surrender, the 2 top giants announced their surrender? It seems that the 2 top giants are negotiating with Yi Yang. As soon as the negotiations ended, they immediately announced their surrender. And looking at the content of this announcement, I completely agree with the conditions proposed by Yishinhao before. That's right. Even the 2 top financial groups did not get any benefits from Yishinhao. This is too cruel. It's just unbelievable. The heat is soaring to the sky. How many years did it take for a super consortium to lose in the past years? Since Yi Yang's rise, over the years, They have seen that more than a dozen super consortiums have been defeated by him. This is simply a living legend. Now, there is only one top consortium left, and it is also the strongest one among the 9 giants. The Gossett family. This family has been in existence for 600 or 700 years. It can be called an international family with a deep foundation. Are they also negotiating with Jiangjing in secret? How long can they last? Under Yishenhao? Everyone was discussing. Obviously, now among the 9 giants, 8 have voted 50%, and the only remaining Gossett family, no matter how strong it is, should see the situation clearly, right? However, soon, the Gossett family came out with news. We have never negotiated with Jiangjing. This economic war will continue. As long as Gossett has not fallen, this war will not be over. This bold statement made everyone amazed. As expected of a hidden family that has existed for 700 years, they are so arrogant. Yishenhao united 4 giants and defeated the 9 giants. Alliance. Could it be that the Gossett family thinks that they can compete with Jiangjing with their own strength? No one knows why the Gossett family made such a choice. The Gossett family did not explain. This war, under this decision, will inevitably continue for a long time. However, 3 days later, Jiangjing received another good news. There are new clues about the headquarters of the source of corruption. Second update. Oh? Jiangjing looked at the report in his hand. News from the fallen source headquarters was revealed. Although it cannot be confirmed yet, according to the analysis of the Hurricane Intelligence Agency, the probability that it is the hurricane headquarters is more than 60%. The top ace bodyguards have already gone to investigate the situation. Jiangjing has been busy negotiating surrender terms with the 8 top giants these days. My body was sitting so sluggishly. Now only the Gossett family is left, even if they are the strongest single opponent he has ever encountered. But after all, it can't make any waves. Even if he comes up with those informants that he is not sure how troublesome they are now, it will only consume more time and energy. To reach this point, he has reached the deepest level of human society. The only difference between the opponents you encounter is whether they are difficult or not, and there will no longer be dimensional crushing events. As human giants, the Gossett family, even if they have the so-called background, use all their strength to explode, which is equivalent to a death struggle. Even if it causes him to lose some, it will not change the final outcome. Since the outcome was already decided, he no longer worried. It's been a long time since I came to Europe, so it's time to do some exercise. Jiangjing stretched. These days, these things have all been handled by the hurricane and the economic power of his subordinates. Now that the situation has been decided, he no longer has to sit on the Diaoyutai and prepare to go out for a walk. Many of the 8 gold medal bodyguards have gone to the headquarters of the suspected source of corruption. He was also ready to leave. The F-1000 roared and soon arrived at the location reported in the intelligence. I have to say that Europe is really not a big place. After flying for a while, I had already crossed several countries. Luxembourg, an ordinary European country. Jiangjing is quite destined to be here. I had met Bethany, the royal princess of this country, before. When they met by chance at the Jadestone Tower, he didn't know that the other party was the Princess of Luxembourg. By chance, Jiangjing and Bethany had a wonderful relationship. The Luxembourg royal family did not agree before and tried their best to obstruct it. However, during this period of time as Jiangjing Yang emerged internationally. He successively defeated many top giants. The Senleberg royal family had long since changed its attitude. In fact, the original opposition turned into respect. After all, although Yi Yang had sufficient strength at that time, the Great World War had not yet shown its trend. Many super consortiums in Europe and the United States are eyeing Yi Yang, and no one knows where this newly rising tycoon will end up. Naturally, no one would put their treasure on him. But now, even one of the four major economic leaders in Europe, the Baylor Consortium, has become a vassal of Yi Yang. More than a dozen giants were defeated by him, and the outcome and trend could no longer be obvious. Their attitude has naturally undergone a 180-degree reversal. A few days ago, Vesini's father called her back because of some conflicts within the Senleberg royal family. Now, she is not only the princess of Senleberg but also a good friend of Yi Yang, the top international giant, and has a great say. Whatever matters that Father Vesini can't deal with, she has to rely on her to solve the problem. After we wipe out the headquarters of the source of corruption, we can drop by to see her. Yi Yang thought in his heart. It seems that destroying the source of corruption is not that difficult. Hearing these words in the ears of other European countries, they will definitely think that he is extremely Versailles. After all, they have been dealing with this for hundreds of years and have yet to find any trace of its existence. Moreover, according to the force ratio of Black Source's headquarters, ordinary countries really cannot defeat it. Only a strong country can defeat it by paying the price. Black Source has its headquarters on the high seas. This fallen source is interesting. It directly sets its headquarters in a country? Yi Yang was a little strange. When he saw this information, he didn't quite believe it. If it weren't for the fact that the intelligence analysis was well-founded and that he could come to see Vesini by the way, he might not even come here. Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian followed him. As soon as he arrived, hundreds of heavily armed hurricane security teams came over, clearing the way in front and behind. The pomp was astonishing. With Yi Yang's current status, he is an absolute big shot no matter where he goes. Hurricane security obtained armed access rights to almost all European countries during this time. Once the location of Senleberg's headquarters is determined, it must be captured as soon as possible. Cunning Rabbit 3 Cave, these members of the Source organization are 100 times more cunning than rabbits. Once there is any trouble, it will start running immediately. Therefore, he did not tell these countries about the mission of the general offensive, and it would only cause chaos. Finally, you have to give them money. The gain outweighs the loss. We have contacted Big Brother and the others, and it is basically certain that the headquarters of the fallen source is in Senleberg. They are still interrogating the captured prisoners, and it is estimated that it will take 2 or 3 days to truly know the location of the fallen source. Xiao Qingxian said. Yi Yang nodded. Since there are still 2 days left, let's spend 2 days in Senla Castle first. With Liang No. 1, he was not worried that the battle against the headquarters would fail. His visit this time was a secret operation. In order to prevent the source of corruption from being aware of the news at the headquarters in Senleberg, he ran away. Therefore, except for these armed hurricane members, the airport was surrounded by security and no one else was present. Originally, I wanted to destroy the source of corruption before looking for Vesini. Looking at it now, I think we can move ahead. Yi Yang took out his cell phone and called Vesni. Hello. Yi Yang Bessani's voice came. Compared to a few months ago, her voice was a little calmer. It was obvious that she had gained a lot of experience after returning to China. I'm coming to Semmelberg. Don't tell anyone about this yet. I will buy a manor. Later. Let's meet at the manor in the evening. Yi Yang said with a smile. Great. Destiny has now become the core of Semmelberg. Although Semmelberg is small, it is a country after all. She also knows what Yi Yang is doing recently. As soon as Yi Yang opened her mouth, she understood something inside. Soon, Yi Yang sent her the address. He himself also came to the property that Momo bought for him. It was a manor-style villa. But it was not a real manor. Compared with his Yandingshan manor, there is no comparison in size. After all, Semmelberg is a grand principality with a total land area of more than 2,000 square kilometers. You know, the magic city alone covers an area of more than 6,000 square kilometers. The entire country is only more than one-third, less than half the size of the Demon City. Naturally, there can be no real manor. You know, the largest family estate in the world has been built to a scale of 300 square kilometers. If manors were really allowed to be built, the entire country of Semmelberg would only be the size of 7 or 8 top-level manors. First update. Yi Yang shook his head. Although this villa is a bit small, it is still suitable. After all, it was bought with 5.6 billion Chinese coins. I just can't change my habit of buying a property when I arrive in a new place. After all, this is how you feel like you are at home in one place. Having your own property gives you a sense of belonging to a place. He walked around and found that although it was a bit small, with the entire area of just over 2,000 square meters, the decoration was still very high-end. Since we can't take advantage of the area, we pile up furniture like crazy, and basically use the highest grade furniture. He sat on the sofa, waiting for Vasani to come over. Although he was in a foreign country, he would still check Douyin in his free time and watch the live broadcast of Yi Jiuyang, the #1 screenwriter in China. Dad's TV series House God's Restaurant is still being serialized. Yi Jiuyang has also taken the world by storm with this TV series. He has become a huge hit. He has certified a Douyin account, and his name is Yi Jiuyang. He hosts live broadcasts every day to discuss with fans from all over the world. Plot. As a friendly star and a major investor, he would naturally go over and take a look if nothing happened. After watching for a while, Destiny arrived at the manor. Not ostentatious, but not deliberately concealed either. After all, she is now a central figure in Semmelberg. If she travels simply, she will attract attention. Yi Yang, I miss you so much. As soon as they met, Destiny gave Yi Yang a wild bear charge and hugged Yi Yang fiercely. Did you think of me? Destiny said coquettishly. After she came back, she immediately became a core figure in the royal family. She needed to maintain her majesty and rarely had the opportunity to show this little daughter attitude. Isn't this the last time I felt that you didn't understand a lot of knowledge in the last biology class, so I came here to make up for you? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Stinky Yi Yang. You told me this kind of thing when we first met. Destiny pouted, but she felt quite happy in her heart. Hey. Yi Yang pinched Destiny's face. How's it going? It's been so long since you've been back to China. Do you feel like you've grown up a lot? The Sunni blushed. How did you see it? Although I eat papaya every day, it's not that obvious, right? Yi Yang shook his head in confusion. Where did you hear that? I said you have matured a lot. Then it's still the same. Vasuni was as white as Yi Yang in a charming way. Yi Yang scratched his head, still unable to explain clearly. I mean, you have become more stable and mature. Yi Yang emphasized. Oh. Vasuni then stuck out her tongue and said with a mixture of laughter and tears. There is no way. I am also being forced to grow up. What's wrong? Yi Yang asked. He had long heard that some changes had taken place in the Senleberg royal family recently. Looking at Vasuni's situation, something had indeed happened. Many members of Congress have died or disappeared inexplicably, and the official circles have blamed the incident on the Senleberg royal family. Now the royal family is in a state of disarray, and several of my uncles are still booing, saying that this is my father's conspiracy, and they want to force him to abdicate. Vasuni said, I was ordered to do so in a critical situation and had to come back. Otherwise, I would have wanted to spend more time with you, Yi Yang, in the Magic City. Yi Yang nodded. Since he said goodbye to Vasuni, he has basically not been idle and traveled around the world every day. His reputation skyrocketed in just a few months. Before, he was just an unknown Chinese star with little ability in the world, but now he has become the world's top giant. Interesting. Yi Yang touched his chin and fell into thinking. What fun. It's harmful. You don't know how tiring it is to deal with these powerful people. They are all wolves that can eat people without spitting out their bones. Their words are full of pitfalls. If you are not careful, you will fall into the trap. Vasuni sighed. I'm not like you. I have huge financial power and everyone is afraid of you. But thanks to you, if it weren't for our previous scandal, which made these guys jealous, they wouldn't dare to do anything to me. I can't imagine what it will be like now. Yi Yang smiled. Do we still call it a scandal? Vasuni's face turned red. Oh. Why do you always make fun of me? Do you understand my hardships? Yi Yang patted Vasuni's little head. Don't worry, now that I'm here, these difficulties are no longer difficulties. Vasuni blinked. Huh? Isn't this bad? Although Fort Senlu is not big, it is another country after all, and it involves the royal family, your identity. Yi Yang held Wei Sani's waist and said teasingly, why, as a royal princess, a man can't get involved in the internal affairs of the royal family? Vasuni looked at Yi Yang, who was very close, curled her lips, but her face turned even redder. But I am relieved that Yi Yang has such a status to intervene. At least he will not worry about causing any international disputes. Okay, the night is coming, it's time to start making up lessons. Yi Yang took advantage of the situation and picked up Vasuni. Then, please trouble teacher Yi. Vasuni smiled, jumped down, and asked the girl in the manner to get a JK outfit. Teacher Yi, your outfit doesn't look like a teacher. Yi Yang laughed, not seeing her for a few days. Vasuni's knowledge level has indeed improved. They all cosplay. In the last biology class, Yi Yang did not explain many key points clearly. This time, Yi Yang cleared up a lot of knowledge frameworks that Vasuni did not understand, filled in the gaps she missed, and fundamentally satisfied her desire to study. The next day dawned. The specific location of the source of corruption still needs 2 days to be explored. He plans to solve the problem of Vasine's royal family as soon as possible. Let's go. Yi Yang packed his clothes and took Vasine to the car. The source of corruption is very important. And the news of his arrival will be blocked all the way. He decided to go to the Senlub royal family and naturally made preparations. Because you have to go across the country to buy luxury cars here, so in order not to trouble the owner, the manor-style villa he bought has a top luxury car in the garage. Of course, it is a top luxury car in the eyes of the seller. In Yi Yang's opinion, it is more ordinary. It is a Ferrari LaFerrari worth about 30 million. Sisters Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu have already arranged the confidentiality of the route in advance. He took the scene directly into the car and drove all the way to the Senlub Palace. Senlub City, Senlub Palace. Although the principality is a little small, the palace is very grand and has a historical atmosphere. It was built in the 17th century and the entire building was built in the Tuscan style of Florence, Italy. In front of a landmark fountain in front of the door, the Ferrari LaFerrari stopped. The entire Senlub Palace will be shaken by its arrival. Second update. Princess Vicine. The royal guards at the door saluted Vicine. These small European countries, the whole country combined, don't have many people, let alone armed forces. After entering the new era, these countries even began to consider completely abolishing the national armed forces. Some countries have passed this vote, and some countries now have no armed forces, only some police forces. Senlub is already on the edge of this situation. The entire country is directly under the royal palace, and it still retains a palace guard of several hundred people. Yi Yang has always sneered at this situation. The West is getting more and more outrageous now. How many years has it been since the end of the last world war? In just a few decades, humans have evolved into another species? No need for the army, no need for violence, no need for the death penalty? It's a joke. But these are the choices of small European countries themselves. And he won't really say anything. They looked at Yi Yang beside the scene with awe. The scene was originally a popular princess in Senlub, so naturally everyone was very concerned about her affairs. Not to mention that Yi Yang had become famous internationally in recent months. The scandal between him and Princess Vicine was enough to make all the residents of Senlub take the initiative to get to know him. Seeing their eyes, Yi Yang also smiled and nodded to them. The future prince consort seems very easygoing. After Yi Yang and Vicine walked into the palace arm in arm, a guard said with a smile, "What a talented man and beautiful woman. A perfect match." The guards all said with a smile, "It is said that our princess is marrying above her station if she is dating him." Oh? Although Senlubberg is a small country, the royal princess is still a royal princess after all. Even if the juniors of those top consortiums are madly pursuing this Mr. Yi. Super consortium? Mr. Yi has swept a lot of them alone these days. In front of him, those juniors of super consortiums, what are they? The guards who have been paying attention to Yi Yang have starry eyes, just like a fanboy. Do you know the super air mecha that is very popular on the internet recently? It belongs to Mr. Yi. Real-life version of Iron Man? When this was mentioned, the guards were all excited, and all their eyes were filled with admiration. Money can be spent, but being handsome is a lifelong thing. Tut-tut. The scene took Yi Yang through the palace, introducing everything in the Senlubberg Palace along the way. Many oil paintings and antiques, with historical sedimentation, hundreds of years ago, are displayed in the palace. Many are priceless. This is the royal family's appearance and heritage. Although it seems that the power is gone, the energy that can be released when it comes to the moment of life and death is still considerable. Just these antique paintings, once sold, are an extremely considerable fortune. But these wealth cannot be revealed on weekdays. After all, who would have nothing to do to sell furniture unless it is a matter of life and death? Royal Meeting Room. Weiseney's father, King Senleberg, or Grand Duke of Senleberg, Berville * Senleberg, was sitting at the end of the long table, listening to the report with a gloomy face. The royal family members were sitting on both sides of the long table, arguing with each other. Can you confirm that this matter is not the conspiracy of our current King Senleberg? He wants to restore the glory and power of the royal family, and secretly assassinates or kidnaps all the powerful members. That's right. We have evidence. This matter is definitely related to your royal family. The royal family members and representatives of the Positive World members shouted loudly, each with their own thoughts. Nonsense. We are already a royal family, and we don't have to worry too much. We have enough funds every year. With such a carefree life, why should we cause trouble for ourselves? That's right. The so-called evidence you said is nonsense. It's all imagination. Prince Henry's, anyone in the royal family knows your little thoughts, but you are a little too confused to distinguish between inside and outside. You actually mixed with these outsiders with ulterior motives and harmed your own family. That's right, shameless. The royal family members, standing on the side of the scene's father, shouted angrily. You can't say that. Everything depends on evidence. Since the Parliament has some evidence, I still want my brother to cooperate with them. Henry's curled his lips. Times have changed. Could it be that, brother, do you really want the royal power to override the law again? Berville * Senleberg has always had a gloomy face and did not say anything, just watching all this happen with cold eyes. What? Isn't the eldest brother usually very active in giving orders? Now he has become deaf and dumb? Henry's pressed on. Burwell looked at Henry's coldly. This third brother was not honest on weekdays, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so reckless that he would collude with the Parliament to get rid of him. The king is the dignity of a country. If he is easily arrested without sufficient evidence, the king's prestige will be seriously damaged. You don't think that? If the eldest brother loses some prestige, a third-rate prince like you can succeed to the throne of the king. A prince sneered. I am the most fair, second brother. What you said is just throwing dirty water on me. Henry's shrugged disdainfully. The scene started to get noisy again. Stop making noise. Destiny's voice came. Everyone present looked over and frowned when they saw it was Destiny. It turns out to be the princess, but your uncles are talking. Here. You are shouting, but you have lost the etiquette that a royal princess should have, Henry said in a sinister tone. Haha, third uncle, I think you have lost the principles you should have as a member of the royal family, right? Destiny didn't flinch at all. Now his father couldn't speak freely, she had to say everything. Haha. Don't think that you can talk to me like this, just because you are next to a rich man from China. We are the royal family after all. Please learn some rules. Henry's gritted his teeth. Who is teaching my woman the rules? A cold voice came, making everyone present stunned. Everyone looked over. Several people were immediately frightened and stood up, their eyes shaking. It's you. When Henry's went to pick up Bethany that time, he met Yi Yang and was almost beaten up by Yi Yang, which left a shadow in his heart. Yi Yang walked in calmly. He glanced around. Who is he? He is Yi Yang. Hiss, that newly rising top boss in China who recently defeated more than a dozen super consortiums, someone asked. That's right. Someone who knew Yi Yang's appearance nodded and confirmed. Their names are like thunder, but you may not know them when you meet them. At this time it was confirmed that the person coming was Yi Yang, which shocked most of the people to stand up and open their mouths, not knowing what to say. Why did this top boss suddenly end up in a small place like Fort Senlu? Could it be that Vesny invited her to the town? First update. After all, Senleberg is just a grand duchy with a total land area of only 2,000 to 3,000 square kilometers. In addition to its status, it is very respectable. But if it really compares to the hard power in all aspects, if they all work together, it won't be enough for Yi Yang to beat him with one finger. Therefore, when they saw Yi Yang's sudden appearance at this moment, they were all startled. Those who had a ghost in their hearts even dodged their eyes, not knowing what they were thinking. Why is he here? Could it be? Some congressmen had evasive eyes and frowned, feeling something bad in their hearts. The representative among the congressmen winked at the person behind him. The person behind him immediately understood, nodded repeatedly, and wanted to sneak out. Yi Yang naturally paid attention to the other party's small actions, but naturally it was not his turn to deal with such trivial matters. I'm talking about Yi Yang. You, a Chinese, broke into our Senleberg royal family's meeting. What on earth do you want to do? Henry's frowned. Although Yi Yang left some psychological shadows on him, this is the Senleberg palace. After all, and it is a home battle. No matter how high Yi Yang's status is, he can't mess around in other people's palaces. He persuaded himself, which made some confidence rise in his heart. Don't you know that the whole of Europe has recently been swept away by the fallen source? Your Senleberg royal family also signed an agreement. Yi Yang said lightly. So what? Although the agreement gives you the power, it does not give you the power to do whatever you want. This is an internal meeting of our royal family, please get out. Henry's puffed up his chest, confident that he was standing on the moral high ground. Yi Yang sneered, from the discussion at the royal meeting, Vesny is now my woman, and my relationship with King Senleberg is closer than yours. I advise you to be sensible and keep your mouth shut. Don't force it. I told you to shut up. Prince Henry was completely bewildered. He would never have imagined that Yi Yang would dare to be so crazy in a palace of another country. Yi Yang glanced around coldly. I have this kind of personality as a human being. You must have heard that I am not afraid of trouble, but you don't want to cause trouble for me. Senlu bows. Cleanup of the source of depravity is very important. I am very interested in recent events in your principality. Just after it was traced that the headquarters of the source of corruption may be established in Senleberg, many members of Senleberg have gone missing. Of course, these are still in the speculation stage. By the way, Yi Yang is now using it as an excuse to officially intervene in the royal family dispute and help Vesny solve the trouble first. Among the congressmen, the first few who stood up in shock had even uglier expressions, and they all looked at Yi Yang with twinkling eyes. Yi Yang pulled up a chair and sat down, sitting opposite King Senleberg, and said calmly, Go on, I want to know why you suspect that King Senleberg did these things. These congressmen are hemming and hawing. It can only prove that it is related to the royal family. Isn't the person in Charge of the royal family, the king? Of course the king must be arrested and interrogated. A member of parliament took the lead and said confidently. Oh? Yi Yang sneered and pointed at Henry's, then why didn't he do it? Henry's face turned red and he stood up immediately. You are spitting blood. Yi Yang smiled. Why are you so angry? I am just making reasonable assumptions. Now you can only prove that you have a relationship with the royal family. You can conduct further investigations in the palace, take away the king directly, or even imprison the king. I have reason to doubt that the purpose is not pure. What do you mean? Several guilty councillors shouted angrily. I've cleared out so many branches of fallen source. Almost every country has high-level officials they've infiltrated. Yi Yang smiled, looked at the message sent on the phone, and already made some judgments in his heart. Then he stared into the eyes of the congressman who questioned him and said, now that the words have come to this, I will not hide anything from you, Sun Lubao. Within the territory, there is the headquarters of the source of corruption. As their headquarters, the parliament should be penetrated more thoroughly. Once this matter is confirmed, you will not be able to escape suspicion. The congressman who was being questioned turned pale in an instant. He had a bad premonition when he saw Yi Yang appearing. Unexpectedly, they actually found out where the headquarters was. You are making baseless accusations. I have a very good relationship with Congressman Moore, and I know exactly who he is. Henry said with great confidence. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Before he could speak, a figure was thrown in. It was the congressman's henchman who tried to escape secretly just now. When the MPs present saw this scene, their faces turned pale. Tell me, why are you running away? Yi Yang smiled lightly and questioned the follower who was thrown in. The bones of the follower were shaken by the impact. He struggled to stand up and said angrily, I just went out to have a cigarette. Who are you? What is your purpose? How dare you use violence against me, a dignified member of the principality? You are not afraid of attracting international attention? Dispute. Yi Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and waved his hand casually. At the door of the conference room, Sister Shou Qingxian walked in. A recording was played directly. Hello. Is it a civet cat? Yi Yang has appeared. Please prepare the headquarters for countermeasures. When the recording came out, everyone present looked extremely excited. How is this possible? How could you have my recording? I clearly have an anti-eavesdropping device on me. I also use an encrypted call channel. You will never be able to intercept my call records. The follower widened his eyes. All the communication channels in the entire Senlab are being renovated, and the first area to be renovated is the royal palace. Xiao Xiaozhu smiled harmlessly. Our boss has long anticipated your methods. Today's plan to lure the snake out of the hole is still very successful. The follower gritted his teeth and wanted to commit suicide immediately. However, he immediately realized that his whole body was paralyzed and he couldn't move at all. Xiao Xiaozhu put away the sleeve arrow and smiled, suicide in front of me, you look down on me, the little poison king, right? Catch them all. Yi Yang waved his hand and said lightly. The hurricane security guards all rushed in and immediately controlled the parliamentarians present and Prince Henry's and other royal family members who helped the parliamentarians to make trouble. You are seeking revenge for your personal gain. Henry screamed, I am not a member of the fallen source at all. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. With your IQ, I don't think the fallen source will accept you. Second update. You. Henry's fat face trembled at Yi Yang's words. He was obviously angry, but then he frowned and said, You. No, I was wronged. Why don't you let me go quickly? Yi Yang sneered and said, First, you have a lot to do with this corrupted source counselor, and the information he handed over must be verified from you. Second, even if you are not a direct member, you are still suspected of helping corrupted source. Henry's jumped angrily. It's his grandma's. This is a slander. You are simply framed. Yi Yang sneered, looking at your IQ, you probably don't even know you're being taken advantage of. I'm here to help you. Didn't you just say that the royal family has something to do with the disappearance of the congressman? Just go and be examined, by the way. Prince Henry wanted to say something else, but was immediately blocked and groaned. Destroying the source of corruption is the biggest thing in Europe today. It is just a prince of a principality, and not many people will care. Soon, people in the field were either taken away or trembling with fear. Destiny looked at Yi Yang, with admiration shining in her eyes. She was just pretending to be relaxed last night, but in fact, only she knew how difficult it was for her these days. Senleberg is just a small principality, many of its members are the source of corruption, and many people within the royal family are up to no good. Torn apart by various forces, they had a very difficult time. But the appearance of Yi Yang completely reversed everything. From the moment he appeared until now, everything was settled in just a few minutes. Whatever makes this possible? She only knows that the man who solves this super dilemma in front of her is called Yi Yang. Bervelsen Luborg finally stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. He walked towards Yi Yang with a smile and shook hands. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for taking action. If it weren't for you, I would probably be in jail today. He sighed. As a king, he never thought that he would face such a dilemma one day. It doesn't matter, it's just a little effort. Yi Yang smiled and said. Also, I would like to thank Vesni. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have had this opportunity to find some members of the parliament who were the source of corruption so easily. No la. Vasani's face turned red. It was obvious that she had been helped a lot by Yi Yang, but Yi Yang actually thanked her in turn, which made her feel warm inside. It's just that what Mr. Yi said just now, that the headquarters of the fallen sources in Senleberg is really sensational. I was not aware of it at all. Burwell Senleberg looked worried. If this is the case, then Senleberg would be in danger. He has read the report of Black Source. The headquarters of Black Source is an underground castle. And how big is Senleberg in total? In such a big place. If the other party is really lurking here, wouldn't it be full of the other party's people? Has the entire Senleberg underground been hollowed out? Even the most terrifying thing is that the source of corruption has been living under the palace? Thinking of this, he broke into a cold sweat. Yi Yang smiled. It can be confirmed that the headquarters is here, but the specific situation needs to be interrogated clearly. Burwell Senleborg nodded repeatedly, then turned to Destiny and said, Daughter, you will stay with Mr. Yi these days, study hard and further your education. Being with such a person will also improve your vision and ability. Know it? Destiny chuckled. Although Burwell's words were relatively obscure, the underlying meaning couldn't be clearer. He has fully agreed to her relationship with Yi Yang, and is even taking the initiative to match them. Then I won't disturb the royal family's internal meetings too much. Yi Yang said with a smile. Good. Burwell and all the princes are talking about it. He personally delivered the two of them to the gate of the palace. If you need any help in Semleburg, just let us know, and we will do our best to help you. Burwell continued. Yi Yang smiled. Now that the hurricane has come in, the power he has in Senla Castle is many times stronger than this king. The other party also understands this and is just talking official nonsense. In order not to expose too much of his whereabouts, Yi Yang took Wiseni directly back to the villa, and Huan was responsible for gathering information. He and Vesini were also warming up by being alone for the past 2 days. Like glue and paint, many new ways of playing have been developed. It was not until 2 days later that the torture on the hurricane side ended, and the rhythm of the general attack had begun. Yi Yang looked at the report on the hurricane side and raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect it to be here. Vesini also came over. It's impossible. Senleburg Grand Canyon. This is the only internationally renowned attraction in the Principality of Semleburg. I don't know how many tourists come here every year for sightseeing. The headquarters of the fallen source is actually located in a place like this. It's really arrogant to the extreme. I gonna go see. Yi Yang stood up. The headquarters of major sources are definitely extremely dangerous places. If you attack rashly, you will definitely suffer great losses. The last time we attacked the Black Source, if he hadn't been wearing Liang number 1, the losses will be huge. Senleburg Grand Canyon. It is called the Grand Canyon, but the whole scenic area only looks like it. In fact, it is very lively with people coming and going. It is basically the canyon feeling created by artificial buildings. The members of Hurricane are already preparing for war nearby. However, although they have found out some information about the headquarters, the disappearance of the congressman a few days ago has also alerted the headquarters of the source of depravity. Although the royal family took the responsibility, the source of depravity must not believe it. It is estimated that the other party has made full preparations for the war. As soon as he arrived, a member of Hurricane came to greet him. The entrance is in the bridge, with a secret door. The buildings nearby should have been transformed by them. Under the ground fortress, there is an underground fortress. If you want to escape, they have been frightened these days. I am not sure if their leaders have all run away. The head of Hurricane frowned. Yi Yang sneered, if they run away, it doesn't matter. It was originally for the wealth storage of their headquarters. Boss is wise. The head of Hurricane nodded. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. Europe was not his territory. He was just commissioned to clean up and eradicate the source of corruption and seize their funds. There was no need to do it so cleanly. After destroying the other party's foundation, even if the main characters escaped, it would take at least decades or hundreds of years to rebuild the scale. By that time, the end of mankind would have been determined. First update. Now that the location has been determined, there is no need to hide the intention. Yi Yang's eyes suddenly turned cold. Start the attack directly. Yes. Boss. The person in charge of Hurricane is not a weak person. Being able to thrive in an international group like Hurricane, he is naturally ruthless. He made a prompt decision and began to contact various departments to prepare for an attack. Evacuate the people. Hurricane directly notified the local police to seal the Sedleburg Grand Canyon and prohibit tourists from entering. When there were no more people at the site, Hurricane's missile department was ready. Just when the attack was about to begin, some armed men poured out of the buildings in the Grand Canyon. In front of each of them, there was an ordinary person pushing. The men looked miserable and had obviously been tortured. All departments were stunned and contacted Yi Yang. Yi Yang looked at the scene in front of him. Obviously, these people placed in front were all hostages. Could it be that placing the headquarters in a tourist attraction like this is just to make it easier to capture some hostages when they are about to be exposed? Mr. Yi. There are more than 100 hostages here, including some members of parliament and citizens of various countries. I think you'd better not act rashly. As long as you agree to our conditions, we will not harm your people. The person who shouted was obviously a high-ranking member of the fallen source. At this time, he looked proud. I feel that Yi Yang can't do anything to them. After all, they have more than 100 hostages in their hands, and some of them are of high status. Oh? What do you want in exchange for these hostages? Yi Yang asked with a chuckle. The executive holding the hostages sneered. As expected, these people were all concerned about their face and did not dare to take action against them who had hostages. Those guys at Black Source are really stupid. Why didn't you even think of this? Or is the master of the source of corruption smarter? Our chief rudder said that as long as you don't interfere with our retreat, we will naturally release these hostages after we are sure that we are safe, the executive shouted. Yi Yang smiled. Does this kind of joke mean anything to you? You don't have much leverage. The executive shouted angrily. We control the hostages, and we control everything. You must listen to me. Yi Yang shrugged. If that's what you thought, I'm really sorry. It seems that something caused you to misunderstand. What? The executive stared, completely unable to believe what Yi Yang said. Is this still a decent person? Facing the villain who took hostages, he actually said such things. First, these people are not my citizens, so don't blame me. Second, how do you prove that the hostages in your hands are hostages and not pretended to be by your members? Yi Yang said coldly, from the beginning, you have no so-called bargaining chips. Does living in your own fantasy make you happy? The senior executive of Fallen Source turned pale and was immediately confused by Yi Yang. I didn't know how to refute for a while. These 100 hostages, in exchange for the life of one of you, the source of corruption. If you agree, I will agree. If you don't agree, I will start a general attack. Yi Yang said coldly. Kindness should not become a bargaining chip for evil people to threaten good people. What must be done, must be done. What needs to be done, must be done. He will try his best to rescue the hostages, but he cannot be restrained by evil people and become a bargaining chip in negotiations because of them. There is no negotiation on this principled issue. We absolutely cannot agree to this. Mr. Yi, I advise you to be sensible. We are going to start a global live broadcast and let the whole world criticize your inhumane behavior. Your cruelty will spread around the world. You will be reviled by the whole world. The Fallen Source executive cursed angrily. It is anti-human organizations like you that deserve to be reviled. Right and wrong have their own justice. Yi Yang stopped talking nonsense. He exchanged glances with Shou Qingxian and Shou Shou then stepped on his feet, and 3 mechas flew from a distance and attached themselves to the 3 of them. During this period of time, another piece of fierce sun armor was produced and assigned to Shou. Shou and Shou Qingxian are his closest ace bodyguards who have been with him for the longest time. If they have high-tech weapons, they must be handed over to them first. Yiyang already has Liang 2, which was formed after Liang 1 was fully upgraded. He pressed directly on his chest, and then rushed forward with the bodyguard sisters. Damn. Crazy. Crazy. The senior executives were frightened to death by Yi Yang's decisiveness. You call this decency? This is completely different from the good old guy in movies and TV shows. You bitch, kill all these useless hostages. He said angrily, their deaths are all your fault. The whole world is watching your behavior. The live broadcast of the fallen source has just started. Then he saw a curtain wall of light descending from the sky. The light from the blue sky falls 90,000 miles away. This scene is like a miracle manifesting itself. Light falls between the hostage captives and the members of the fallen source, forming a barrier of light. All bullets and bombs that want to pass through this barrier are instantly annihilated into particles by the light particles in the light curtain. Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths wide open in disbelief. All of them were stunned. Especially the executives of the fallen source, who were so frightened that they sat on the ground. Is this a god? Yi Yang and the Shou sisters turned into 3 streams of light, and the speed set off a terrifying sonic boom on the field. All these hostages were snatched back by the streams of light that the 3 of them turned into. However, Yi Yang did not completely trust these hostages, and asked the Hurricane members to strictly control them. It was hard to guarantee that there were no senior executives of the fallen source who sneaked in and wanted to take the opportunity to escape. The light curtain appeared very quickly and dissipated very quickly. It took only a dozen seconds in total. But it caused absolute shock to the people who came in the live broadcast room. As soon as I clicked in, I saw a light curtain that penetrated the sky and the earth falling down. Anyone would feel that this was a miracle. This light curtain was naturally launched by the photon space-based weapon. It was one of Yi Yang's biggest trump cards. In order to save lives, he was willing to take the risk of exposing his biggest trump card and was willing to use his full strength to save them. But he would never accept hostages becoming bargaining chips in the hands of evil people, but instead making profits for them. This is putting the cart before the horse, and the nature of the matter has completely changed. What kind of existence are we fighting against? These members of the fallen source were all weak in the knees, and some of them simply lost the will to fight. After all, the source organization was derived from the Tongji society, and it has something to do with religion. Seeing such a miraculous existence, they all knelt down directly. Second update. After rescuing all the hostages, Yi Yang directly removed the light curtain of the photon weapon. Photon weapons are one of his trump cards, and there is no need to expose them now. The aerospace aircraft carrier and the Liang No. 1 mecha are enough in terms of military deterrence. At any time, you must keep a killer for yourself. Satellites of many countries have noticed this scene, but before they can figure out what is going on, the light curtain disappeared. Hiss. What's going on? The 7-star general of the United States frowned, completely confused. Is this light curtain some kind of super-air weapon? People from all countries who saw this scene were restless. After all, this matter was beyond their understanding, and it was related to Yi Yang. The power that Yi Yang has shown recently has made them very afraid. If this kind of technology that can summon an inexplicable light curtain comes out again, it will be a bit too scary. However, whether the source of corruption can be completely attacked is the most concerned thing for all countries now. Once successful, Yi Yang will have another ancient source in his hands. This was unthinkable a few months ago. Any ancient source is an ancient source of trouble that has plagued a continent for hundreds or even thousands of years. No matter which dynasty, national monarch, or parliament is in power, they will try their best to deal with these source organizations. But they can't do it. Only the highest people in each country know how difficult it is to clean up these ancient sources, and how difficult it is to deal with them. But now, 2 ancient source organizations have been destroyed by Yi Yang. You know, it has only been a few months since the last black source was destroyed. This speed and efficiency. It's terrible. They all know that. There is basically no suspense about the ending. The reason why these ancient source organizations are difficult is because they are hidden in the dark. Once exposed, it is only a matter of time before they are destroyed. Especially in front of Yi Yang, who controls the 3 major mechas, they are even more vulnerable. When the Liang mecha was first released, it caused a huge shock. All countries have estimated that its strategic significance may be greater than that of an aircraft carrier, and the difficulty of construction should be extremely high. China may not be able to build a few in a year. However, how long has it been since Yi Yang destroyed the Black Source fleet on the high seas? Today, 3 mechas appeared together. This is faster than building an aircraft carrier, and much faster. Alas, this is simply too terrible. Yes. All countries are trembling. Senlub Grand Canyon. After the 3 mechas rescued all the hostages, they rushed to the firepower point of the fallen source. Because the fallen source opened a live broadcast for this battle, people from all countries are pouring in. What's going on? Yi Shenhao is filming a movie. Again? This is a real battlefield. What's filming? Fuck. Which country is fighting? Looking at the surrounding environment, it should be the Senlub Grand Canyon. It should be the source of corruption. Oh? What is that? I just read some gossip. No country has ever directly acknowledged the existence of these source organizations. Let me give you some popular science. The popular science emperor in the live broadcast room popularized the situation in the live broadcast room. Damn. So hateful. Come on, Yi Shenhao. Destroy them all. It's a bit scary. Is this a real battlefield? Too brutal. Many people felt the horror and cruelty. Bombs and bullets were flying at the scene. All kinds of explosions and blood were flying. The live broadcast prepared by the source of corruption had countless interfaces. Even if some live broadcast rooms were blocked, there were others to connect. But after all the hostages were rescued, they stopped connecting. After all, the live broadcast was only to increase some public pressure on Yi Yang. In this situation, the live broadcast has no meaning at all. However, this short live broadcast has set off waves of enthusiasm internationally, and many people have participated in this discussion. Some people say that Yi Yang is too arbitrary and cruel, and some people say that Yi Yang has a trump card, so what's wrong with choosing this method? Some people say that the Virgin Mary should be Killed first in the end of the world. Various voices are arguing together. But no matter how many public opinions there are, they cannot change the cruelty of the battlefield. Boom boom boom. Countless missiles dragged their tails and smashed into the San Lubeo Grand Canyon. Soon, the entire San Lubeo Grand Canyon was flattened by bombs. I don't know how many members of the fallen source were destroyed in rounds of explosions. The fallen source castle also has various firepower points and many counterattack methods, with missiles and machine guns roaring. It is impossible to attack at all. Although tanks and armored vehicles can resist most of the firepower, they cannot go down to the underground castle. It is completely impossible to kill its living forces. Only the mechas of Yang and the Shou sisters, which are small in size and high in defense, directly killed into the underground castle and began to kill. Where are the fleet and flying units of the fallen source? Someone shouted. The black source has its own 3-army force. The fallen source can't possibly not have them. And, in this big environment in Europe, the armed forces in the hands of the fallen source will only become stronger, not weaker. We have been fighting for such a long time, but the enemy's armed forces haven't arrived yet. Perhaps, seeing that we have 3 mechas, they dare not send armed forces? Someone asked. It is very likely. Military power is half of the lifeblood of a force. If the main armed forces are not destroyed, the difficulty of reorganizing will be greatly reduced. But the boss said, don't worry about it, dig out everything hidden in their nest first. Hurricane was not a savior organization. It just followed the boss's orders to come here to rob money. Okay. Ahem, I received the news. It seems that the enemy's air force wants to support and has crossed over some countries, and then was besieged by the armed forces of various countries. Now it is in a fierce battle. Oh my. This is too good. Haha, it just saves our energy. Let them fight their armed forces. Why not do it without doing hard work and get the most money? The members of Hurricane all laughed. The other party was smart enough to set up their headquarters in Senlab, thinking that the most dangerous place was the safest, but in fact it also blocked the speed of their air force and navy to support the headquarters. Perhaps they didn't expect that the Hurricane group, rather than the neighboring countries, would attack their headquarters in the end? Haha. Well, they themselves regard the whole of Europe as their enemy target, so there is nothing unreasonable about this setting. Good news. Several major European countries have discovered the naval power of the source of corruption at sea, and are now fighting. First update. Yi Yang and the Shou sisters drove the 3 mechas towards the headquarters of the fallen source. The underground fortress of the fallen source is even more powerful than that of the black source. After all, the European economy is more active, and the arms trade is more relaxed. It is easier to make money in arms than in Asia, and you can get more. Yi Yang slashed down all the way. The properties of the Liang too are much stronger than those of the Liang I. Nanotechnology has also been added to the mecha attachment, which greatly reduces the weight and flexibility of the armor. He rushed down all the way and didn't care about the surrounding soldiers. After all, most weapons could not cause any harm to him. The Shou sisters helped him to deal with the members of the fallen source who he didn't have time to kill. He had to find the other party's general meeting room as soon as possible. Yi Yang looked at all this indifferently. Along the way, he didn't know how many people were chopped into blood mist by his energy light blade. But none of this could stir up any waves in his heart. Finally, he stood in front of the general meeting room on the 7th floor underground. It was beyond his expectations. All the members of the fallen source sat calmly in their seats, and did not flee in panic as he thought. At least in this regard, the fallen source is much stronger than the black source. Do you think you can't escape, or do you think you have a trump card to compete with me? Yi Yang got straight to the point and asked directly. Mr. Yi, although you have fought in front of us, I suggest you don't be too confident. A golden-faced member sneered. Sure enough, you have a trump card. Yi Yang smiled. You are indeed more difficult to deal with than the black source, but unfortunately, you are just some clever tricks. Oh? Mr. Yi, why don't you listen to our trump cards, and then evaluate whether we are clever tricks? These top members of the fallen source obviously thought of many ways to save their lives. Yi Yang looked at the other party indifferently and did not say anything else. When we first built this underground castle, we had already thought of today's situation. The fallen source headquarters sneered, so, at that time, we buried a nuclear bomb under the underground fortress. If Mr. Yi wants to die with us, we don't mind. After all, it's not a loss to drag so many people to die together. The fallen source headquarters looked at Yi Yang coldly, especially to let Mr. Yi, a rare legendary figure in the world, die with us. It is really a supreme honor. Yi Yang frowned. If this is true, then the situation is really tricky. Nuclear bombs are super killers. There are only a few countries in the world that have mastered their power. All major powers are strictly prohibiting nuclear power from being mastered by other forces. Unexpectedly, this fallen source can get one. Although it is at least a few decades old, it is estimated that the equivalent is small. It is still atomic energy, and it cannot be launched, but it still cannot be underestimated. After all, even the earliest and most useless nuclear bombs can flatten a city and illuminate the entire sun. Country. If it really exploded in Semleberg, the consequences would be unimaginable. He frowned and felt the pressure for the first time. It must be said that the fallen source's move is indeed very deterrent. What do you think, Mr. Yi? After a moment of silence, the fallen source counselors all asked with a sneer. Yi Yang smiled faintly. Do you think I will believe you if you say it? The chief rudder snorted coldly. You have no choice. You can choose not to believe us, and the price is that you will die here too. Really? Yi Yang looked at the trigger box in front of the chief rudder, and the other party had already placed his hand on it, ready to start at any time. I have to admit that you have really put a lot of thought into protecting yourself. Yi Yang said lightly. Oh? Mr. Yi, are you ready to have a good talk with us? The voice of the fallen source's chief rudder was steady and not panicked at all. After all, he knew that this big killer was basically unsolvable. The theory of nuclear bomb deterrence has been verified in the human world for decades. As long as you have a nuclear bomb in your hand, even if it can only be used to perish together, you can ensure your own safety. Well, if it is under normal circumstances, I do need to make some compromises with you. Yi Yang nodded and sneered. What do you want to do? The head of the fallen source frowned, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. But before he made up his mind to perish together, a beam of light fell from the sky, directly penetrating the 7 bunkers above, and accurately cut on his arm. Then, the beam of light slashed backwards. The fallen source was directly cut in half by The beam of light, and then the two halves of the body fell to the sides powerlessly. You don't have the courage and courage to perish together, and you want to take the initiative again with this weapon that can only perish together. Yi Yang looked at the frightened congressman and sneered, "Is this what you think you are smart? It's ridiculous." He walked forward indifferently. The counselor with the source of corruption gritted his teeth, his eyes reddened, and rushed forward directly. He wanted to get the box, before Yi Yang. Yi Yang flicked his hand, and the beam moved sideways. All the counselors who rushed forward were cut in half by the beam. He walked slowly between the counselors, who were still rushing forward, and after he passed, those figures were split into two halves. Click. Yi Yang flipped the nuclear bomb launch box and closed it directly. He turned to look at the counselors of the fallen source in different postures and sneered, "I'm waiting for the light. What are you waiting for?" Every time the photon weapon is used, the chance of being exposed is greater. Especially today, it has been used once. If it is exposed again, he estimates that some people with ulterior motives should have found out some tricks. However, the trump card held by the fallen source is indeed big enough, forcing him to use photon weapons in succession. Fortunately, now there are aerospace aircraft carriers and scorching sun armor. Even if the photon weapon silo is discovered, it is not so easy for the other party to attack it successfully. If he had dared to use the photon weapon as recklessly as he did when he just got it, there will definitely be endless disasters coming to him. But now, there is nothing to be afraid of. Are you a human being? You are the legendary devil. The devil who came to destroy our Tongji society. You will push humanity into the abyss of destruction. You think you are righteous. Humanity will be destroyed in your hands. All the members of the source of depravity shouted angrily. Second update. I know what you think and everything you know. Yi Yang sat on the main seat of the source of depravity, looking down at many counselors. Since you know this, do you still foolishly think that you can escape the curse of this fate? The counselors roared. Yi Yang looked at these counselors, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Do you know what the so-called Great Filter is? It's the end of the world. It's the curse of civilization. As long as we continue to develop, it will eventually come. Humanity will be destroyed by itself." A counselor frowned. Yi Yang shook his head. "Then do you know what the specific form of the Great Filter is? Don't you know?" A group of counselors frowned. Yi Yang sneered, "After a period of time, the Earth's magnetic field will flip, and there will be a period of time when the Earth's magnetic field disappears. If there is no protection, mankind will be on the verge of destruction in this storm." Some of the counselors were silent. These belonged to the brainwashed faction, thinking that what they were doing was a great cause. Other members looked at Yi Yang coldly. They were from another faction of the fallen source. Their ultimate goal in joining the fallen source was to destroy the human beings they hated. It made no difference to them whether they destroyed the human beings or the solar storm. Or, they were sincerely happy to hear the news. Most of those who could join such an organization with extreme theories as its core had experienced some unimaginable experiences in their previous lives. Their hearts were filled with extreme violence. The only purpose of living was to see the destruction of human beings. Some other absolute core members frowned. They were the core management sent by Tongji society. They knew the ultimate goal of Tongji society. the so-called four principles of the source given to the major sources were just brainwashing to deceive extreme idealists like Yi Wenjie. Yi Yang glanced at them. Do you still think that if you dissolve human countries and abolish civilization, the Earth's magnetic field will not disappear? Can human beings survive forever? Those who believed in the theory of no civilization bowed their heads at this time. Indeed, if there is no civilized organization facing such a catastrophe, humans will not even have the power to resist. I still firmly believe this. In the world we envision, every human will spontaneously do what he wants to do, and those who like to study science will choose to continue their research. Everyone lives as an independent and equal individual and freely chooses what they want to do. Against this background, complete this racial self-rescue that belongs to everyone. A man walked out of the crowd of congressmen. He raised his head with a light in his eyes. In this way, the ethnic dilemma problem will be transformed into the survival problem of independent individuals. I think that can burst out the greatest power, at least much better than now. Is the world so good now? Is it so advanced? I believe that you are not the only one who knows the news of the geomagnetic reversal. But this news is firmly controlled by you cutting-edge people in the hands of big men. We don't even deserve the basic right to know. What have you done for this impending disaster? What have those capital crocodiles who manipulate everything done for this matter? They are probably preparing to build a spaceship and run away. Right? Will they sacrifice their own financial interests to fight for the survival of all mankind? In the absence of civilization, we can even save ourselves. But in the current situation, facing this kind of disaster, each of us can only help these capital crocodiles build spaceships to escape the Earth without knowing it. In the end, we die inexplicably. Don't we? Yi Yang nodded approvingly. Among these fools, you are one of the smarter ones. If he didn't exist, those capital crocodiles would indeed do what this person said. But everything has to return to reality. The reality is that he has solved the problem of assistance from those capital crocodiles. You see through it, but you see too much. Yi Yang shook his head. There is an insurmountable gap between facts and ideals. Do you think that, with the current moral level of mankind as a whole, once the constraints of civilization are lost, things will really change to the situation you predicted? What do you use to guarantee this? The man closed his mouth. He couldn't answer this question. Almost every human individual knows the problems of the human group, but the saddest thing is, every human individual does not have enough ability to change the behavior of the human group. Pure idealization will lead to absolute hell. Yi Yang shook his head. Only by combining reality can we make the best choice. But this cannot cover up the uniqueness of your views. If you don't go astray, you may become a figure. The man smiled bitterly. There is nothing to say. If you lose, you lose. I won't defend myself. You can kill me or cut me up, whatever you want. Yi Yang nodded. Everyone has to pay the price for their choices. Being smart is never a reason to be exempted from punishment. Your crimes will naturally be counted by someone, and those who deserve to be killed will be killed, and those who deserve to be sentenced will be sentenced. Yi Yang stood up and put away the inspiration box. At this time, all the people from Hurricane rushed in, tied up the fallen source counselors present, and carried them away directly. After counting all the assets and capital chains of the base headquarters, Yi Yang followed the people from Hurricane Security to the bottom floor. Opening the heavy iron door that had been Sealed for decades, a gray and decayed atmosphere rushed up to the sky. An ancient nuclear bomb was lying there. The rust on the surface made people doubt whether it could still perform the task of detonation, but no one doubted that the terrifying energy hidden inside was enough to wipe out a city. "This is too terrible," someone muttered. "There is actually a nuclear bomb here." Someone was sweating. The name of the source of human fear has been deeply rooted in people's hearts for many years. It is hard for people not to be shocked when seeing the real thing. Sent professionals to deal with it. When confirming that there was indeed an ancient nuclear bomb sleeping underground. In the other party's base, Yang shook his head and asked someone to cover the iron door again. "What do they want to do?" Yang muttered. He collected a lot of core files in the fallen source, spliced and integrated them with the black source, and Yang smelled a huge conspiracy. It seems that the four principles of the source are not the core of the Tongji society. Above that, there is a deeper purpose hidden. But this purpose is extremely secretive. Even these source organizations are completely unaware of its existence. Only when Yang compares the core files of the two sources together can he taste some unique flavors. It's not as simple as I thought. Yang sneered. "However, no matter what you are thinking, your good days are officially over." First update. The next day. The news of the destruction of the fallen source headquarters went viral internationally. The live broadcast of the battlefield yesterday was hotly discussed and has aroused widespread discussion. Many people have already known what the source organization is. They also know how difficult the source organization is. At this time, I heard that Yang had wiped out two major source organizations, one after another. This is too cruel. Even ordinary people who just heard about it were shocked, not to mention the reactions of various countries. Hiss, really succeeded. How long has he been in Europe? And he has already killed the source of depravity. I can't imagine, I really can't imagine. This efficiency, this ability, is amazing. The main military force of the source of depravity should be stronger than the black source, right? It was wiped out so quickly. How is this possible? Well, it seems that their main military force is not dealt with by Yang. Instead, they encountered the power of the European mainland. That's too unlucky, but even if Yang is here to deal with it, it doesn't feel like it will take long. After all, a fiery sun mecha destroyed the entire Black Source fleet. Now he has 3 mechas in his hands, and the combat power is simply unimaginable. That's right. Even if the source of depravity really creates an aircraft carrier formation, it will probably be sunk in one day. Haha. Various discussions came one after another. However, soon, Yang announced the reason why he was able to wipe out the source of depravity so quickly. Everyone quickly paid full attention. After all, the major source organizations are basically the biggest hidden dangers of various countries. They don't know how much they want to get rid of them. Yang eliminated 2 major source organizations in a few months. Who doesn't want to learn and who doesn't want to know how he did it? Then, Yang released some information. It was all the flow of funds in the company accounts, and provided some accompanying documents. Oh my God. I said before that the 9 Giants Business War Alliance suddenly reversed because of the support of Tongji society, but these companies are actually controlled by the fallen source. This is too amazing. There seems to be a conspiracy behind this. Yi Shenhao seems to have said nothing, but he seems to have said everything. This is a slander against Tongji society. Why are you jumping up and down? What did they say? You are too obvious as an online water army. They just released some objective data, and you started to jump up and down. That's right, the countries were also shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Tongji Club has always been mysterious and powerful in the international community. Generally, no one wants to delve into them, and no one wants to provoke them. It was not until the 9 financial groups were furious and accused Tongji Club of deserting that this organization reappeared in the vision of various countries. Now that Yang has released this news again, countries have to reconsider what kind of existence this mysterious and long-standing organization is. But the status of Tongji Club itself is too transcendent and special. Even so, they are still unwilling to provoke too much. This is malicious guidance. We have nothing to do with the source of corruption. We, Tongji Club, are completely unaware that these companies are actually controlled by the source of corruption. Tongji Club quickly issued a statement, this is just a coincidence. Yang released several more videos. In the video, several members of the source of corruption were sitting, and their identity information was merged and sent out. They all admitted that they were members of Tongji Club. It caused an uproar again. Before Tongji Club could react, Yang threw out many evidences related to the black source and Tongji Club. It set off waves after waves. Everyone couldn't believe it. Faced with so much evidence, even if Tongji Club argued again, everyone had a scale in their hearts and would judge for themselves. These source organizations are really evil. Our Tongji Club has been infiltrated. Tongji Club argued. Or, this is all Mr. Ye's malicious guidance. Haha. I really don't know what Mr. Ye's purpose is to frame him here. Many Tongji Club supporters and believers are protecting Tongji Club. But Yang didn't care. Now is not the time to launch a general attack. On the other side, he has to constantly guide and form a big trend before he can take action. There are still 3 of the 5 major source organizations. Cut off their arms first, then take their lives. The storm slowly subsided, and Yang's eyes turned to the Gossett family again. After this period of time, the Gossett family has collapsed completely. After all, only the 9 giants joined forces to barely contend with Yang's power. Now it is the only one left. Even though it has a deep foundation, it was still beaten and retreated everywhere. It was directly beaten to the current location of its family, Australia. Heh. It's quite boastful, but it seems to be strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. It was beaten to pieces in just a few days. Yang shook his head, feeling a little bored. What world-class giants, with a foundation of 600 or 700 years, can't be beaten at all? If the Gossett family heard this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. Are we weak? It's obvious that you are too strong. There is no economic power stronger than Yang in human history. If the hidden Tongji society is not counted, there is none. The core area of Tongji society. A group of people in black robes gathered. Didn't they tell the person in charge there to press the detonator the moment Yang arrived at the Grand Canyon, so that they and Yang would die together? Why didn't it explode in the end? An old lady counselor was so angry that her veins jumped. Who would give away their life for nothing? They must have used this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Yang. But the talks failed. A counselor sneered and guessed. Well, Yang is becoming more and more unfathomable. Maybe he Got that thing? It's impossible. That thing is said to have the power to change everything. If Yi Yang gets it, he probably won't bother to talk to us anymore and will just kill us. Well, we have been searching for thousands of years, isn't it just for that thing? Haha, I don't believe that Yi Yang is so lucky. Then how do you explain everything about him now? His growth trajectory completely exceeds the limit that humans can achieve. Speaking of this, the scene fell into a strange silence. Second update. This possibility cannot be ruled out. After some congressmen pondered, they said deeply, if that's the case, then we have to do our best to find out. But now that the opponent has mastered the super mecha, we have no way to deal with him. Even if we send the most elite shadow warriors, we will never be able to assassinate or kidnap him. The old lady counselor frowned. The other council members nodded, feeling desperate for the first time. They had absolute confidence before, after all, they held many trump cards, but if Yi Yang really mastered that thing, their trump cards would be of no use at all. I don't think so. Everyone was refreshed and looked towards the place where they were speaking. In the middle of the round table, on the empty black bench, there was a blurry shadow sitting on it. At this moment, all the members subconsciously stood up and bowed to the phantom without hesitation. Master Prophet. The prophet nodded and looked at the many members present. Although it was just a shadow, the people present stood solemnly and did not dare to breathe, which shows the majesty of his status. I am aware of your demands, and I have an understanding of everything that has happened, he said in an old voice. All this is not unsolvable. The road to the ultimate mystery is up to you to explore, and I will provide you with a crutch for finding the way. After saying this, the shadow disappeared. On the bench, a key was left. After many members bowed to the bench for a long time, a man in black robe stepped forward and picked up the key in his hand. It's the key to the secret room door. I wonder what the prophet has given us this time. Maybe it's a magical weapon that's enough to kill Yi Yang. All the members of the House of Representatives stood up and urged, go to the secret room quickly and see what the prophet has given you. The speaker nodded and led a group of members of the House of Representatives through many secret passages to the secret room. This is the heart of the Kiwanis Club and is extremely secretive. And the level is very high. Normally even the top congressmen do not have the right to come here. From the beginning of the establishment of the Kiwanis Club, only prophets had the right to come and go freely. Now that they have the key, it is equivalent to the prophet giving them temporary permission. Room 101. They stood here and inserted the key. Rumble. The metal door, which had been sleeping for countless years, slowly opened at this moment. The metal gate was made of an unknown material, and there were blood-colored lines climbing on it. Countless years had passed, and there seemed to be blood still flowing on it. After the door is completely opened, all the members were stunned outside the door. The light of the lights illuminated the black room, and a human-shaped shadow slowly appeared in front of them. Yi Yang didn't know about the Tongji Club. A general attack on the gossip family has been launched, and many gossip businesses in Australia have been violently liquidated. Now Yi Yang is the servant of 3 top consortiums, plus several top giants as assistants. It can be called a sideways push all the way. There is absolutely nothing that can stop them from advancing. Ahem, I say, head of the family, let's vote. If we don't surrender, we will really be dead. Yes, The other party's financial resources are so strong that we can't resist it at all. Many family elders were anxious at this time. All of them had retired and enjoyed a comfortable life, but now they all rushed back from all over the world and put pressure on him. There is a strong intention to take him down directly if Lulong Jesset doesn't agree. Why are you so anxious, elders? Our Gosset family has never surrendered to anyone in the past 700 years. After all, we still have some foundation. I don't believe Yi Yang really dares to take the last step. Lulong Jesset frowned. Stupid. The foundation is the foundation, and it will die when exposed to the light. If we do that, the Gosset family will exist in name only, and disappear into the dust of history. It is only a matter of time. Many elders were furious. It was an extremely wrong decision to hand over the family to you. A problem that can be solved with $1 trillion US dollars must be escalated into a genocide-level disaster. You don't know how to evaluate your enemies. Being born into the Gosset family makes your character too arrogant. These old people have all experienced the horrific war that brought the world to the brink of destruction decades ago. I know the cruelty and horror of this world. Was Hitler with the mustache strong? Was he powerful? Even the most powerful Unua consortium is nothing in front of him and can be wiped off as soon as he says it. The army of will is rampaging across the world, making the entire human race tremble in its dark clouds. But even the ultimate demon who almost dominated the entire world will decline and die. Will also perish. Is there any immortal person in this world? How can there be any lasting power? All development is inherently moving forward amid fluctuations. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be invincible? If you don't know how to assess the situation and expand too much, you will inevitably perish. Yi Yang is now the general trend of this era, and going against the trend is the way to death. Ha 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 ha. It's too late if you say this again now. Lulong Jesset stood up and said angrily, do you think that madman will stop if we stop now? No. There will be a life and death battle. In that case, we are ready to sacrifice you first instead of our foundation. The elders were even. Lulong was going to do it to the end. They must show the decisiveness and courage of the elders of the family for hundreds of years. What do you mean? Lulong Jesset shouted, you retired old dangs, do you still want to take my position as the head of the family? The elders sneered. Unanimously raised their hands to vote. You can't do this. You don't have the right. Lulong Jesset shouted. But his own guards had betrayed him. He was taken down directly. Now the situation has come to a life or death moment. The Gosset family cannot lose and must strive for surrender. We must show our sincerity, whether it is to be a vassal of Yi Yang or something else. We must give enough face. These elders directly took over the power of the Gosset family and issued orders. British Manor. This was built by the former royal family of England. It is the top manor in England. However, in order to make friends with Yi Yang, this manor was directly given to him. At this time, the long-legged blonde maids of England were giving him a spa. A report was presented to him. The Gosset family has a big reversal of attitude. Yi Yang became interested, waved his hand, and sat up. As soon as he opened the page, he saw a news that surprised him. The current head of the family, Lulong Gosset, was shot that afternoon for violating the core regulations against humanity and family. First update. You are really sincere. Yi Yang was a little surprised. Originally, the Gossett family had such a tough attitude, but it didn't take long for them to directly take off their own head to negotiate peace. This is too good. He looked at the terms at the back. The Gossett family was ready to follow the example of the Baylor Consortium and become his vassal, and also provide a huge amount of funds to fully support the Star Umbrella project. Yi Yang nodded. There is a huge gap between destroying a force and conquering a force. If he really wants to forcibly pacify the Gossett family, his losses will be great. It is not good for the Doomsday Rescue Plan. After pondering, he also signed the agreement. Later, the news of the death of Lulong * Gossett, the head of the Gossett family, spread all over the world. Oh my God, this Gossett family is really going to be pushed to a dead end. Even the head of the family was sacrificed by themselves. The alliance of the 9 giants has completely failed. Total destruction. Who could have guessed this result? Looking at the world today, no one can do better than Yi Shenhao. I am an old fan who has been here since Yi Shenhao's first broadcast. I am so sad to see him all the way. Hee, I am also a super old fan who followed Yi Shenhao on the day he gave Lin Shuai a reward in his live broadcast room. It's so legendary. Yi Shenhao YYDS. That's right. Many old fans felt their blood boiling and were very excited. They witnessed this legendary rich man all the way from suddenly appearing in the live broadcast room, swiping the carnival crazily, to now competing for the world, and the 9 top financial groups could not stop his pace, and he already has the capital to be invincible in the world. They were all very emotional. Although I have always believed that Yi Shenhao will win, I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Well, the 9 top consortiums combined didn't do anything to him, but ended up losing one after another. These top consortiums are completely beyond the concept of the country. Each of them should have its own military force, right? I wonder if Yi Shenhao can withstand these 9 families turning against each other and gathering their military forces together? A consortium is a consortium after all. Even if it monopolizes the world's financial resources, the armed forces that can be truly commanded are probably not as many as the Black Source when added together. Yi Shenhao, with a fiery sun mecha, can directly chop up all 9 of them. That's right, these top consortiums are cunning. If using force can really solve the war and win, can they not do it? The only reason they don't make this choice is that even if they add up, they have no chance of defeating Yi Shenhao at all. Indeed. The various discussions on the internet are extremely fierce. However, this time, the negative voices are much smaller. Even if there are some, they are purely sour on Yi Yang, or conspiracy theories. No one dared to confront Yi Yang head-on or belittle his incompetence anymore. The 9 financial groups collapsed in a head-on confrontation with Yi Yang. So they were nothing. As for ability, there was basically no chance to surpass Yi Yang in any aspect. In just a few days, the source of corruption was destroyed, the alliance of the 9 financial groups completely collapsed, and the head of the Gossett family was personally sacrificed by them. Wave after wave of shocks made everyone somewhat numb. By shock, they all thought that perhaps there would be more shocking news tomorrow. After all, Yi Shenhao was a guy who would never stop unless he made some big noise. Unfortunately, their expectations were not met. Since Yi Yang conquered the Gossett family, he started to travel around Europe with his sister. After the source of corruption was destroyed, the activities of the Tongji society were obviously restrained a lot, and even with his intelligence, it was difficult to catch the other party's clues. As for the other major source organizations, there is absolutely no clue. The Star Umbrella project is running perfectly. Now all the top giants in the world are working overtime to prepare for the Star Umbrella project. This is a grand cause for all mankind. Unprecedented. Before this, there has never been a plan that can affect the whole world and mobilize all aspects of human society. For the first time in history, the entire human race has achieved a certain sense of unity. According to this progress, it is estimated that the Star Umbrella project will be completed within half a year. Yi Yang's worries were finally completely put down. The threats that can be posed to him within human society are already very small, and only the last enemy is left, Tongji society, which will be a big enemy. What he has been most worried about is the geomagnetic reversal. In his expectation, if he wants to survive the geomagnetic reversal, at least the implementation of the three major plans must be guaranteed. If it depends only on China, then the Star Umbrella project alone will not be able to be done in 8 or 9 years. Preventing the geomagnetic reversal disaster will become a joke. Now that he has coordinated with other giants in the world and mobilized tens of trillions of dollars in assets to do this, the efficiency, speed and quality will far exceed his initial expectations. The heaviness in his heart finally dissipated a lot, and he began to travel around Europe with his girlfriend. Europe and Asia are completely two different cultural environments. Many things look very fresh. The medieval king's castle on the top of the mountain, the unique ice spear fishery in northern Europe, the fragmented port branches, and the small and weird principalities. Every time he went to a place, he could see some fun things he had never seen before. He had also tasted the unique food and delicacies of various places. Some were very suitable for his taste, while some made him wonder if they were food for humans. Of course, he had also experienced the beauties from various places, and he had seen all kinds of styles. After all, a successful, handsome and perfect man like him would inevitably cause a stir wherever he went. He saw the lazy but sunny Rome. He passed the quiet and exotic Barcelona. Before he knew it, more than a month had passed. It was already more than July, and it was almost August. The weather was very hot. For more than a month, the entire international community was surprisingly calm. China's new weapons and aerospace aircraft carriers shocked all countries to be cautious, fearing that a small move would cause a big change in the world pattern. Yi Yang alone suppressed the 9 giants, and the economic market was stable. No one dared to make trouble, and everyone was afraid of jumping too much. Yi Yang was unhappy with him and gave him a punch. That's not something that everyone can bear. Yi Yang, you are really amazing. The world has changed a lot because of you. After more than a year, Yi Yang met the mayor of Paris, Ms. Elaine Dargo again. This graceful, beautiful and young woman has now become one of the senior members of the French Parliament. She is one of the star guests of France. Second update. Although they only spent one dinner together, Yi Yang still had a good impression of Ailian. Mr. Yi just came to France after sweeping the world. I wonder what he is going to do, Ailian asked. In fact, it has been more than a month since the Gossett family admitted defeat. Yi Yang smiled. Looking at the world, a month is a very short time. The last time I saw Mr. Yi, your heroic and handsome appearance is still vivid. In Ailian's mind, Ailian *Dargo smiled. Oh? Yi Yang had heard too many flattery and was used to it. He just smiled and waved his hand. I am just here to see the scenery and feel the culture of various countries. Oh. Ellen Dalgo nodded. Mr. Yi was indeed tired some time ago. It is also good to give yourself a vacation. In this case, I am relieved. Ellen Dalgo smiled and said, oh, by the way, Mr. Yi. There will be an auction in Paris recently. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Oh? Yi Yang looked at the auction information sent by the other party, his eyes condensed, indicating that he knew. After the dinner, many dignitaries in France also sent Yi Yang out of the winery. This banquet was mainly to welcome Yi Yang's arrival. After all, Yi Yang's international status is no longer the same as before. Don't talk about respect or disrespect. Even if it is to curry favor with him, these dignitaries are extremely willing to hold this banquet. Taking the first-class cabin on land, Yi Yang brought his sister and beautiful bodyguard to the Louis XIV castle he had bought in France before. Boss, you seem to be very interested in this auction? Shou Qingxian asked. Well. Yi Yang nodded, I have a reason to go. Shou Qingxian blinked, but did not ask more questions. The boss always has his reasons. The maids in the castle were all excited to see Yi Yang coming. After all, the boss has too many properties, castles, manors, and villas. It is unknown how long it will take for him to come here again. They all cherish the opportunity to serve Yi Yang this time. Otherwise, I don't know when I can see him again next time. The most famous chef in France was sent by the French Parliament to cook this dinner for Yi Yang. What expensive table wine, luxury red wine, top foie gras, golden baked snails, Provence fish soup, Burgundy beef. No matter the cost, no effort. Let Yi Yang eat very satisfied. Although his cooking skills are at the limit of human ability, he is still very happy to have a chef cook the meal for him. It is better to be lazy. This night, the food is delicious and makes people linger. Whether it is the fragrance of the wine or the tenderness of the abalone, it can make people feel relaxed and happy. This meal, including the table and the Kong, was eaten all night. The next day, Yi Yang got up and scratched his head at the mess left over, but he didn't have to clean up these messes himself. Boss, the auction has started warming up for admission. Should we go after lunch? Yumomo asked with a smile. Let's go now, just bring some snacks for lunch. Yi Yang stretched. It seems that you, the boss, really attach great importance to this auction. Yumomo nodded, took some snacks worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and sat in the first-class cabin with Yi Yang, and started driving towards Sotheby's auction house. Sotheby's is one of the largest auction houses in the world. It has a good reputation. These are also the two most important points for an auction house. This is a non-public auction, and only people with high enough information channels can know about this auction. So, those who come here are at least the richest and most powerful people in a country. The level is very high. Having such a channel has proved one's qualifications, and naturally, there is no need for any asset verification. Twisting and turning, driving through many small roads whose names are completely unknown. Finally stopped in front of an abandoned church. The church has no parking lot, and many top luxury cars are parked in the temporary parking spaces around it. Some of them are top classic cars from decades ago. If they are put now, they can be directly auctioned, and the price is difficult to estimate. Some of the rich man's followers couldn't help but secretly shake their heads when they saw that Yi Yang only drove a land first-class cabin worth 50 or 60 million Chinese yuan. Driving such a modern luxury car, it's obvious that he has no background. In Europe, aristocratic style is very particular. Aristocratic style is retro. The more medieval the dress and the more old-fashioned the things you use, the more you have background. Because many aristocrats have been passed down for hundreds of years. No matter how expensive a smartphone is, it is not as expensive as a phonograph from 100 years ago. No matter how expensive an electronic song is, it is not as expensive as a collector's edition of a vinyl record. So, when Yi Yang just parked the car here, with the background of the ancient church, looking at those people wearing black suits, top hats, and parking retro vintage cars, there was an illusion that he had come to the Middle Ages. Those old aristocrats and old gentlemen who were talking outside were all looking for their own small circle. No one cared about the arrival of this land first-class cabin. After all, in their circle, driving such a car means being at the bottom of the circle, without any background. How can one have any aristocratic temperament? However, when the car door opened, the scene suddenly became quiet. More and more people looked over, and when the young figure appeared, everyone looked over. They kept on winning over. It's Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, you are too low-key, actually driving such a low-key car. Haha, your presence at this auction really makes this place glorious. I am honored. A group of nobles came up one after another. Background is indeed a strong guarantee for judging whether a person has strength, but that is the normal situation. And Yi Yang is the biggest exception in the world. What background? What noble? In the face of defeating the Nine Giants Alliance and destroying the two ancient sources, they are all ashes. Can these old nobles tied together be worth one hand of the Nine Giants Alliance? Yi Yang smiled faintly and nodded to the nobles present. Over the past few years, he has developed a unique temperament and prestige, and has a majestic demeanor that does not show his emotions. Under the pursuit of many nobles, he walked into this dilapidated church. From the outside, this church seems to have been abandoned for a long time. But as soon as you step into it, you will find that there is a different world here, magnificent and luxurious. Many treasures that are hard to find outside are just objects displayed everywhere here. First update. As expected of the world's top auction house, this top auction venue is really well organized. Yi Yang looked at the precious ornamental fish in the fish tanks on both sides. Any old one would cost 1 or 2 million Chinese yuan, and there were many such fish in the ocean tanks on both sides, just for people to watch. Most of the furnishings inside the church are antiques or extremely expensive luxury goods. Just from this decoration, you can see the heritage and style of Sotheby's auction house. Yi Yang followed the nobles into the auction hall in the center. This kind of non-public auction pays attention to protecting the information of the bidder. Everyone has his own separate compartment. Fine fruit plates and drinks were served. Yi Yang sat in it, eating the snacks he brought and the fruits and drinks provided here. It was also very comfortable. Yumomo was waiting beside him. The surrounding compartments were also full of whispers. Many other nobles also arrived one after another. This is a global-level private auction held by Sotheby's. It is almost the most top-level auction it can hold. Top figures from all over the world will be present, and even the giant forces that are interested in this auction will be present. One of the purposes Of Ilian Dalgo attending the dinner with him last night was to reveal the information of this auction to him. This is one of the top-level events in the world of old nobles. And there are reasons why Yi Yang has to come to this event. He believes that Ilian did not tell him about the auction on a whim, and there should be some connection between this auction and him. After a while, the top bosses, nobles, and giant representatives from all over the world were present. However, each of them sat in their own compartments, and they did not know each other's identities when bidding for a while. This kind of top auction attaches great importance to the information protection of both buyers and sellers. After all, those present are people of status, and the world situation is complicated. If the big guys with hatred on both sides collide with each other, something might happen. No matter how powerful Sotheby's is, it is just an auction house after all, and the big tree behind it is also a giant. But there are many giants coming to this top international auction, and Sotheby's may not be able to mediate all emergencies. Another thing is that once a top figure like Yi Yang makes a bid, other second-level bidders will not bid to buy Yi Yang's face and connections. This situation is also what the auction house does not want to see. Ding ding ding, the golden bell rang on the auction table. The beautiful auctioneer came up, with a graceful figure and a soft face, both of which are rare. It is worthy of being a top global auction, and the auctioneer found is also the world's top. As Yi Yang's secretary, Yu Momo naturally learns a lot of information she can learn every day. Therefore, she also has her own information about Sotheby's global auction. It is said that this auctioneer is actually an invisible auction item. Yi Yang was a little surprised. But then he understood the meaning of Yu Momo's words, and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling. These so-called old nobles and old gentlemen really know how to have fun. They look well-dressed, but in fact, many of them are old perverts. Yi Yang held the chair and looked at it calmly. The rules of the auction are generally to have a blast at the beginning, but the rest are small things, which are given to those with the lowest strength in the whole venue to compete for. If the top-level things are presented at the beginning, it is actually meaningless. It also makes the ordinary participants in the venue feel uninvolved. And what he wants will inevitably appear at a very later stage. Sure enough, at the beginning, it was a blast to warm up the venue. The red cloth was lifted. Auctioneer Wire introduced. This crystal classical piano was created by a European king more than 200 years ago for his beloved. He spent all his luxury to create an ultimate work of art. It is made of crystal and inlaid with real gems and diamonds. Owning this piano means owning the most expensive, luxurious, and romantic musical instrument in the world. Even for this industry, it took countless hardships to obtain the auction rights of this item. The starting price is $100 million, and each bid must not be less than $5 million. $150 million. $180 million. Various sounds came out from each compartment one after another. These sounds have been specially processed so that people can't hear the original sound. This crystal piano is very attractive to bigwigs who have daughters learning piano at home. Of course, there are also many top bosses who just think it looks good, or think it's good to collect it to fill the family collection library. The price was quickly hyped up to $200 million. Afterwards, it declined. After all, no matter how good the expensive things are, they still have a price. Everyone has a valuation in their hearts. Having reached this point, they are rarely emotionally affected by external things, and the auction atmosphere is very rational. In the end, this crystal piano was sold at a price of $275 million US. Yi Yang didn't feel anything about the crystal piano, and watched it quietly. He was waiting for those things to appear. The subsequent items were all, as Yi Yang guessed, relatively common, and the transaction price was generally less than $100 million US, generally around the level of tens of millions of US dollars. However, there were also some interesting gadgets. He would occasionally make a move, and with his current financial resources, there was no one who could compete with him. As long as he made a bid, it was basically suffocating for others. No one could rob him. In the process, many antiques and national treasures of China that were lost overseas appeared. Yi Yang also took them in. He would not let go of any of the treasures of China that were lost abroad. This was his rule. Soon, everyone realized that there was a giant sitting in this box, and he had a special liking for Chinese things. Many people had already vaguely guessed Yi Yang's identity. Therefore, when Yi Yang made a bid to buy back the Chinese treasures, he basically did not encounter any bidding. Even the Chinese treasures were not willing to bid at the end. What good would it be to compete with Yi Yang? Not only could they not compete on financial resources, but they also hurt the relationship for nothing. However, many bidders were not aware of the inside story and were ruthlessly crushed by Yi Yang. Soon, it was over. Yi Yang spent a total of about $500 million US in this process. Most antiques, even the top ones, are only worth 100 or 200 million Chinese yuan, and there are very few superstandard rare treasures. In addition, there were not many people bidding with Yi Yang at the end. $500 million US, and he won dozens or hundreds of Chinese treasures. Second update. Dear viewers, there are only the last 3 items left in the auction. Wire knocked on the sign and said, with a smile, I haven't taken the photo I want yet, but I have to seize this last chance. This sentence attracted the attention of everyone in the room. After all, this kind of international level top price auction will always produce some items that shock the world, become a topic of conversation for some time to come. The higher the level that can be obtained, the stronger the auction house holding the auction is. The last few grand prizes are basically a display of the strength of the major auction houses. Therefore, everyone present looked at it with all their concentration. I wonder what will happen to the last 3 lots this time. It stands to reason that they will be more precious than the first lot. The specifications of this first auction are already high enough. Well, it's really exciting. Various discussions came from the box. The crystal piano, the first auction item this time, has already exceeded 200 million US, and has reached the scope of superstandard auction items. I don't know how precious these 3 final pieces will be. I wonder if it will exceed 300 million US. In auction houses, most items, no matter how precious they are generally worth less than 100 million US. As long as it exceeds 100 million US, it is considered to be beyond the standard. After all, there are very few antique treasures worth more than 600 to 700 million Chinese coins. At public auctions, most top national treasures are far from reaching this price. As for antiques worth more than 300 million US, they are recognized as rare treasures. It is very rare in the history of auctions. As for those worth more than 1 billion US, they basically exist in legends and rarely appear. Once every few years. At that Crescent Hotel auction, Yi Yang spent hundreds of billions of Chinese coins, and finally purchased the Fujian Mountain residence picture, which is such a legendary existence. It itself does not have such horrific value. Generally, it is possible to be promoted to such a value only if there is enough additional meaning attached to it. The value of antique treasures in the world reaches the top level, which is only $1 billion. Under the spotlight. 4 trays covered with red cloth were brought up. After it was revealed, everyone gasped. The penultimate round of auctions is a group auction. It is part of a set of legendary treasures. I believe everyone can see their origin. After all, their fame has spread far and wide. After Wire opened the red cloth, he introduced them one by one. Yes, they are the 4 that have not yet been completed among the 12 bronze heads of China. They are snake head, chicken head, dog head, and sheep head. Before, these 4 pieces of copper heads were lost overseas and there was no news. However, this time, this mysterious seller gathered these 4 mysterious copper heads that had never been discovered before and entrusted them to our auction house for auction. There is no need to elaborate on their value and significance. The starting price is $100 million, and each increase in price will be no less than $5 million. Let the auction begin. Wall started shooting directly. In previous top price auctions, treasures more valuable than the items in the first round would only be released at the end. This is only the third to last round, and items of equal value have already appeared. It's really shocking. The tycoons and nobles present had a premonition that this auction was unusual. They all had a keen premonition that the final round of auctions would definitely exceed $300 million, or even $1 billion. Finally appeared. Yi Yang became serious. It has always been Huaxia's wish that the 12 bronze heads reunite. Now that he has this opportunity, of course he will do his best. $200 million. He was too lazy to increase the price bit by bit, so he just raised the price by $100 million. Really? It seems that the identities of the people in this box have been confirmed. He must be that man to be so generous and care so much about China's wandering treasures. These nobles and giants are all connected. There was silence for a moment, and most people felt that no one would be stupid enough to bid with Mr. Yi. After all, it is difficult to find anyone in the world who can surpass him financially. Moreover, this is something Yi Yang is determined to get. There is no chance at all to get it. $250 million. To everyone's surprise, someone actually started bidding. I guess there is some rift with Mr. Yi, right? Taking advantage of Sotheby's protection of auctioneer information, they started to openly raise prices here. However, Sotheby's rules can only guarantee that in the previous world, no one can get information from him. But Mr. Yi has obviously exceeded this limit, a whole level beyond all other energies. It's really annoying. Mr. Yi, I'm afraid he may not be able to escape intact. Good. Yi Yang's fame and madness are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even those who had some grudges with Yi Yang in the past, most of them chose to keep their necks down at this time. Unexpectedly, there are some people who are not afraid of death and confront Mr. Yi in this auction. $300 million. Yi Yang glanced at the bidding booth and increased the price nonchalantly. There was a new offer there soon. $350 million. The whole audience was silent. This is a fight. With Yi Yang? Who is it? Even if there are grievances, it is already risky to raise the price by 100 million. Now it has been raised by 200 million. It really annoyed Mr. Yi. He just stopped bidding and investigated who has the 4 bronze heads afterwards. They were all shocked and doubtful. They didn't believe that there were still people who wanted to cheat Yi Yang so blatantly in this world. Yi Yang frowned. It was a pity that there was no sky lantern here, otherwise he would have lit the lantern directly. 500 million US dollars. He said lightly, next, no matter what price you offer, I will pay 100 million more than you. Whether there is a cap or not, I will not repeat what I said. The whole audience was shocked by this sentence and was surprisingly quiet. Yi Shenhao's domineering attitude was fully displayed at this moment. No matter what price is offered, it will be increased by 100 million US dollars, no cap. Everyone knew that this also meant that Yi Yang was angry. The voice that raised the price, after that, no more bids were made. 500 million US dollars. Once, 500 million US dollars twice, 500 million US dollars 3 times. The bronze head belongs to box 9. We're hammered repeatedly, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Given Mr. Ye's style, Sotheby's was really afraid that Yi Yang would overturn the auction in anger. Yi Yang took a deep look at box 16, who was bidding with him. There were not many people in the world who dared to play with him like this. It was basically certain that the other party had some relationship with Tongji Club. He raised the corner of his mouth. So soon? You can't hide your foxtail? First update. He frowned. He began to think in his heart. The Tongji Club has always been cautious. After knowing that the remittance of the fallen source would expose information, it immediately stopped supporting the 9 Giants alliance. And the other sources have also been low-key recently, at least in recent times, they have not exposed any flaws. Why did they suddenly openly sing against me at the auction? This is too easy to figure out. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Is he really just a guy with a bad brain? The second to last round is a legendary treasure from the European mythological era. It is said to be a sapling of the world tree, but everyone knows that this should be a sapling of a plant species that has become extinct in ancient times. It is unique in the world. After speculation, it should look very similar to the legendary world tree. This kind of thing that is related to mythology is most sought after by the top noble giants in Europe. The extinct plant was successfully cultivated into a sapling, and it was linked to mythology. The value soared sharply. This opportunity is rare for many European nobles and several giants, enough to make them fight for it at all costs. Soon, fierce competition caused the sapling to soar to the level of 300 million US dollars. However, there was no sign of stopping. It is still rising until it broke through the 400 million US dollar mark. Wire continued to tell the origin of the ancient tree sapling, raising its value, describing it as magical. At least, if cultivated into a complete form, it can be at least 300 meters high, and the tree age is extremely long, which is the tallest tree species in the world today. This alone is more valuable to these giants who value the foundation. In the end, the divine sapling known as the World Tree Revival sapling. It was hyped up to a sky-high price of 800 million US dollars on the spot. It is destined to be a mad rumor among future giants and top upper circles for a long time. Looking at the world auctions, whether public or private, items that can reach $800 million are rare in several years. Everyone is amazed. Everyone is sighing. But some people are looking forward to what the final lot will be. These lots alone are enough to make this auction record an auction and make Sotheby's famous again in the world celebrity circle for a long time. But according to convention, the final big lot, it must be worth more than all the previous lots. The anticipation on the scene has never been so strong. All those who often attend auctions and mix in this industry know that this may be a long-lost legendary auction. It will create the biggest legend in the auction industry in the past few years. The shock of $800 million has just passed. Wire took advantage of the heat and directly asked someone to bring up the last lot. Many people looked at it in confusion. The lot under the brocade red cloth is square in shape. It seems that there is no treasure that is just so square. What is it? It is considered to be a treasure with higher value than the legendary World Tree Resurrection sapling. Everyone present was staring closely, afraid of missing a single thing. Only giants were qualified to know the specific contents of the auction in advance, but there were only less than 50 giants in history. Most people present had only heard some rumors and had no idea what was being auctioned today. Weir let out a long breath. She knew that today's auction would definitely shake up the international auction industry. Moreover, it would shock people for many years. As the chief auctioneer of this auction, she was also very excited. She asked the waiters to carefully uncover the embroidered red cloth. The things hidden underneath were finally revealed to everyone. Books. Ancient book originals. So many. Could it be that these originals together constitute a certain ancient book? If so, it is priceless. What ancient book is this? It looks like it is from China. Various discussions came from the compartment. As you can see, these ancient books are originally a magnificent Chinese masterpiece, written by Emperor Yongle during the Ming Dynasty, and is known as the largest encyclopedia in the world. Yongle Encyclopedia. Oh my God. It's actually this. Even though the people present were all nobles and giants, some people couldn't help but sigh. This is one of the top treasures of mankind. The whole book has 22,877 volumes. And 11,095 volumes. A full 370 million words, and a collection of 8,000 books from ancient and modern times. This is an absolute miracle in the field of cultural books in ancient times. Only China can reach such a magnificent peak in the compilation of classics. It is not an exaggeration to call it the Great Wall of Culture. It covers everything from astronomy and geology to yin and yang, medicine and divination, and Buddhist and Taoist skills. It is a pity that after hundreds of years, this magnificent work, a miracle in human history, has been scattered and wandering. Currently, only more than 800 volumes are known, and China now only has half of them. It can be said that most of them have disappeared without a trace. But now, there are more than 100 of them. Many years ago, only 2 original copies of the Yongle Encyclopedia were sold at a high price of 10 million euros. With so many copies together, the price must be sky high. You know, this kind of collection of masterpieces is not 1 + 1 = 2. The value of 100 copies put together is much higher than the price of 100 single copies auctioned separately. Here, there are a total of 1,000 original copies of the Yongle Encyclopedia. Weir's Voice trembled slightly. Even though she was knowledgeable and had passed countless rare treasures, it was difficult for her to remain calm at this time. The waves of people sucking in cold air were also rising and falling. Just adding up the value of 2 copies worth 10 million euros, this is 5 billion euros. But, the value of a 1,000 copies auctioned together, I don't know how many times more than the single copy added together. Today, it's going to be amazing. Everyone had a premonition that this would be a world-shaking auction. Weir adjusted her mood and exhaled deeply. The reserve price is 15 billion US dollars. Each bid must not be less than 1 billion US dollars. Oh my God, it's too crazy. The reserve price of 15 billion US dollars. I don't know how many years there has been no such crazy thing in the auction industry. 15 billion US dollars. Hundreds of billions of Chinese yuan, just the starting price. Second update. This should not have appeared in the auction. After all, according to common sense, no one has the ability to collect 1,000 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia. The statistics of all countries in the world are added together, scattered all over the world, including public and private collections. Where did these 1,000 volumes come from? Many people retreated. This kind of thing is simply not affordable for ordinary people. Use it for investment? It's also stupid. There are only a few people who can afford this kind of collection. Who is cheating whom? Only the giants who want to add some foundation to their families will have some thoughts. After all, for them, it is still worthwhile to spend hundreds of billions of Chinese yuan and tens of billions of US dollars to buy something unique in the world with huge added value. But they all know who is the protagonist today. Don't want to get involved. Too much. 106 billion US dollars. 180 billion US dollars, 200 billion US dollars. There were only a few shouts, and until Yi Yang opened his mouth, there were no more bidders. Weir breathed a sigh of relief and was about to start hammering. 25 billion US dollars. The whole audience looked over, and sure enough, it was the mysterious compartment that had bid with Yi Yang before. Who is it? So confident. At least it's a giant. Top giants like the Gossip family and the Baylor Consortium have all knelt down. One after another, what other giant dares to confront Yi Yang head-on at this time? And it's 5 billion US dollars. It feels like it's just to go against Yi Yang. Well, it seems like it's raising the price. I don't know if it's a favor. It's really brave to raise Yi Yang's price. Although it's still unclear whether box number 9 is Yi Yang, everyone feels that it's almost certain. Yi Yang looked at the compartment that was bidding with him, frowned, and then said lightly, 26 billion US dollars. 28 billion US dollars. The other party immediately bid. At this time, a skinny man sat in the compartment, staring at box number 9, coldly. Isn't Yi Yang as fierce as the legend says? He didn't turn hostile even after being provoked like this. He has his own mission to accomplish, and is now approaching the limit of his authority. I hope he is really angry. When I leave the auction, it would be even better if someone can follow me. He smiled coldly. The auction is for the highest bidder. Although the other party intends to raise the price, Yi Yang will not overturn the auction on the spot. That is not in line with his temperament and his identity. 30 billion US dollars. He said lightly, if you want to raise the price, I will accompany you to the end. When it comes to bidding at this Level of funds, Sotheby's will also ask for proof of funds. If the other party can call out this price, it means that the other party has indeed prepared these funds. Mr. Yi is really generous. This is my limit. I can only give it up. In the box, the voice of the thin monkey laughed and directly pointed out Yi Yang's identity. The whole audience was silent. Yi Yang sneered and did not say anything else. He had clearly smelled something unusual. After the auction, these strange behaviors would naturally have an explanation. Weir's forehead was sweating, and he repeatedly confirmed the ownership. Then, this collection of 1,000 volumes of Yongle Encyclopedia will be successfully purchased by Mr. Box number 9 at a sky-high price of $30 billion. The last hammer fell, and the whole audience burst into applause. They were all glad that Yi Yang did not explode on the spot. After all, with his current transcendent status, he no longer had to worry about anything. If he really exploded on the spot, no one could control him. Whether the order was chaotic or not depended on his self-discipline. Many people present felt that if they reached Yi Yang's level, they would not care about any bullshit rules at all. This may be why they are not Yi Yang. After the auction, there was a dinner for world celebrities. All the people present were world-class celebrities. When they got together, they were naturally harmonious. No matter what the situation was, helping each other was the theme of harmonious development of the world. The top bosses never distinguished between enemies and friends, but only looked at fundamental interests. Yi Yang was invited to an independent chapel in the church. In the chapel, Sotheby's chief auctioneer Wire was already waiting here. Just deliver the goods to my Magic City Yanding Manor. Yi Yang said lightly, you don't have to worry about the rest. Okay, Mr. Yi. Weir blinked and looked at this Chinese man who was invincible in the world today. Such a person, no matter where he goes, must be curious and awed by everyone. Yi Yang looked at the other party's curious eyes and sat down. Someone wants to see me? Oh, yes. It's the original provider of the 4 bronze heads and the Yongle Encyclopedia. He really wants to get in touch with the buyer. Weir said with a smile. I am the only one in this world who can afford to pay such a high price for these things, and have the opportunity to be introduced to this event today. Yi Yang was very clear-headed. You can say that he wants to meet me, Yi Yang. This we have never provided the information of the buyer to the provider, Wei said repeatedly. This involves the credibility of Sotheby's. Yi Yang pressed his hand. He was not saying that Sotheby's revealed it. It was because of his special identity that all this was a deliberately guided game. Let him come out. I want to see who spent so much effort and cost to ask me to meet in this way. Seeing Yi Yang agreed to meet, Wei nodded repeatedly. I thought it would take some time to talk, but Yi Yang actually agreed. It was so cool, so fast. Soon, the door of the chapel opened again. What surprised Yi Yang was that the person who walked in was a beautiful young girl with a high nose bridge, full of youthful vitality. After the other party sat down, he came straight to the point without any delay. You are Mr. Yi Yang, right? Those collections belong to my grandfather. The reason why I attracted you to the auction is to prove to you the strength of our family, so that we can discuss the next terms. Yi Yang nodded calmly. There are countless treasures of China lost overseas. Our family has been responsible for searching for related items for the past 100 or 200 years, and has been waiting for someone who is qualified and capable of purchasing these treasures to appear. The girl said generously, through the bronze head and the ceremony, we have proved our strength. And you have also proved your sincerity and ability. In other words, do you have other national treasures in your hands? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and heard the meaning of the girl's words. Are you going to skip Sotheby's and do business with me directly? First update. Yes, you must know that the original 1,000 volumes of the Yongle canon are not the most precious thing in our clan. The girl smiled slightly and walked through the passage. Only Mr. Yi has the ability to take over those things. Yi Yang nodded and said it was absolutely fine, it's just that it seems a bit too blatant for you to say this in front of Sotheby's auction house. Mr. Yi, don't worry. If we can meet, Sotheby's will naturally agree. The girl's words had already explained everything, and Yi Yang didn't ask any more questions. After leaving her address, the girl turned and left. Interesting. Yi Yang looked at her back and said lightly. At the dinner party, there was a lot of drinking and drinking. Many big guys and giants are showing goodwill towards Yi Yang. However, seeing that Yi Yang was not interested in discussing business, he just talked about this and looked for girls or boys around him. There are many rich people in the world, and there are even more perverts who are rich. Every time there is such an international gathering of rich and powerful people, the organization that organizes the banquet will always provide some opportunities intentionally or unintentionally. But Yi Yang was not so interested. After all, he doesn't have any perverted hobbies, and there is no shortage of stunning girls around him. Most of the people present were international socialites. Compared with those around him, they were fundamentally inferior by more than one level. Therefore, he also declined the invitations from these big guys to the after-dinner activities. He was walking outside, and you silently followed him. Have you found out the whereabouts and identity of the man in the box? Yi Yang sorted out today's auction process. I always feel that the person bidding against me appears very unexpectedly. And this so-called hidden family is also worthy of doubt. After all, the power that can collect such peerless treasures must have the energy and network to spread around the world. In any case, it cannot appear out of thin air. Although the world is full of wonders, Yi Yang is confident that with his current ability and information network, he will never have heard of the existence of this level of force. The other party was drinking normally in the village, attending banquets, and didn't do anything unusual. Yumahue reports. Yi Yang frowned. I know, keep an eye on the other party. Maybe he will choose to take action late at night. He did not choose to have a night of partying like other wealthy people. Instead, he silently waited for the news. His intuition told him that there must be some shadow of the Kiwanis behind this. If this organization can be eliminated in advance, it will definitely be of great significance to survive the large-scale screening. He now looks down upon the world, and there is no longer any force or individual worth fearing. Only this Kiwanis club made him feel unfathomable and difficult to see through. There is a deep sense of threat. Regarding the traces of this force, he did not dare to take it lightly. At 2:30 in the morning, Shou jumped in directly. He really ran away. Yi Yang nodded, but some bad premonitions arose. In his heart, you put on the sun mecha and follow. Ah. Why? He's just an ordinary person. Even if the opponent is heavily ambushed, with our skills. Shou Qingxian looked at Yi Yang's serious eyes, and had no choice. but to nod and say oh. Half an hour later. In the far distance, there was a faint flash of electric arc. The blue flashing arc and the red-purple flashing arc made Yi Yang frown. Sure enough, something happened. A hint of coldness flashed in Yi Yang's eyes, and as soon as he stepped on his feet, Liang too flew directly towards him. This simple and easy-to-carry mecha will lose its original meaning if it is not carried with you. For protection. The performance of Liang 2 has been greatly upgraded compared to the previous generation. It only took him 2 or 3 minutes to hurriedly reach the arc flashing in the air. The sound of the sonic boom scared many wealthy people who were partying all night into silence. Immediately, their faces turned dark and they cursed loudly. Who doesn't sleep or have fun at night, and just shoots guns outside? Curse you to never be able to fire cannons in your room. The place where the incident occurred. Shou Xiaozhu and Shou Qingxian fell to the ground, and their armors were damaged. Especially the junior version of Liang No. 1 on Shou Qingxuan's body was seriously damaged, with faint traces of blood seeping out. Seeing this scene, Yi Yang's eyes instantly exploded with a cold light that reached the sky. Sigh. This is the first time since I became your bodyguard, the first time I have had an in-depth discussion of martial arts with you, and the first time I have seen blood. Shou Qingxian laughed at herself. Yi Yang quickly checked Shou Qingxuan's injuries. No. It's not in the way. Shou Qingxuan's face turned a little pale, and it was obvious that he had lost a lot of blood. The surrounding area had been turned into a mess during the previous confrontation, with the mountain tops blown to pieces and the earth cracked. Yi Yang himself was proficient in Chinese martial arts. He used 3 strokes, 5 divisions, and 2 strokes to stop Shou Qingxuan's bleeding through acupuncture points and techniques. What happened? He asked. Mecha, they also have mechas. Shou Xiaozhu's voice was full of surprise, but it seems to be very different from us. I see. Yi Yang's eyes were cold and sharp, and the situation he was most worried about appeared. After completely stopping Shou Qingxuan's bleeding and making sure that she was safe, he took off and chased in a certain direction. The other party also sent out 2 mechas this time. When they saw him coming to support them, they retreated without hesitation. And they were divided into 2 directions. According to the combat data of Liang No. 1, its performance level should be similar to the upgraded version of Liang No. 1. Yi Yang made his own judgment during the pursuit. He also had the trump card of photon weapons, and the combat power of the mecha must be higher than that of the other party, so he had the confidence to chase alone. You want to leave intact after hurting my people? Yi Yang started the Liang No. 2 engine with all his strength, and the speed reached an extreme. At this moment, there was only a blue silk thread left in the entire sky, connecting the north and south of the world. Soon, the purple blood-colored mecha in the distance appeared on the energy detection radar. How could this happen? Inside the purple blood mecha, the skinny monkey was sweating profusely. This is a divine weapon, given by the Prophet. How could it be less than the equipment of a thief like Yi Yang? For the first time, he began to doubt the Prophet who believed in God. Could it be that they were the fake ones? However, at this time, he could no longer sort out his inner thoughts. Damn it. He knew that it was impossible to get rid of Yi Yang with his speed. Then, I will kill you right here. He was crazy and passionate. Perhaps, he could really kill this top figure who looked down on the world. Second update. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This guy is very brave. You can't run away, but you still want to turn around and fight back? He sneered, and the micro-missiles around him flew directly up. Boom 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 boom. Micro-missiles continuously bombarded the opponent's energy shield, shaking it to the point of collapse. In the battle just now, the opponent had suffered a lot of losses and had no ammunition left. Break! Yi Yang's particle sword directly hit the opponent's crumbling energy shield. Click! Tiny cracks appeared, and the thin monkey was stunned. Isn't it a weapon given by God? Didn't the prophet say that he could be invincible? Why was he suppressed so soon after the battle? Who is the fake? There was a trace of madness in his eyes, and he directly removed the energy shield. Yi Yang, you actually caught up with me in person. You are too arrogant. So what if you know some martial arts? So what if you have defeated the world's #1 boxing champion? He's just a contestant showing off his skills in the ring. I am a killing artist honed in the life and death of blood and fire. You can't do it, he roared. It would definitely not work to resist head-on with an energy shield. After all, Yi Yang's attack power is obviously stronger than him. If the attack continues, his energy shield will be chopped into pieces in less than a minute. You can only attach the energy shield to the surface of the mecha and use the purest fighting skills to win by fighting. When technology developed to a certain point, this primitive fighting became the most cost-effective way of fighting. Ah! Yi Yang sneered, on the stage, I am only in my weakest state. Guoshu is a martial art derived from ancient battlefields. His proficiency in Guoshu represents the highest state of fighting with killing as the ultimate goal. Although he had fought in unrestricted fighting before, he couldn't kill anyone, use his killing moves, and restrain his hands. Pung! 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 Every time the sword collides, a blue-purple pulse will spread from the impact point. The entire sky was rendered by this dazzling halo. There is violence and cruelty hidden in the brilliance. Yi Yang's quantum lightsaber held a sword flower, and directly lifted the opponent's purple sword, revealing an opening. His mastery of Chinese martial arts gave him not only rigid moves, but also a mature set of fighting thinking. Not good. The thin monkey still wanted to retreat, but Yi Yang was obviously faster. In an instant, a blue blade of light streaked across the night sky. The light blade was like a one, piercing through the purple mecha in the middle. The energy shield has been cut open. The thin monkey looked down blankly. He had been cut in half. The cold feeling came over me, it was the despair of dying. He looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. He never imagined that as one of the dark warriors, with the best fighting skills in the Kiwanis Club, he would lose to such a young man. This doesn't make sense. He laughed miserably, and after feeling the internal vital signs disappear, the purple blood mecha started the self-destruction program. Yi Yang also quickly turned into a stream of light and went away. There is a fusion reactor inside the mecha. Although it is small, it completely self-destructs, and the energy it explodes must be extremely terrifying. In the distance, behind him, a round sun was rising slowly. Exploded directly in mid-air. This terrifying explosion sound wave can be heard for hundreds of miles around, and circles of energy pulses spread in all directions. At this moment, the sky and the earth were as bright as day. Even if it exploded in mid-air, the energy aftermath alone would completely destroy the jungle below, the mountain would collapse, and countless lives would die in the explosion. Fortunately, in order to prevent being tracked by European countries, the other party traveled through barren mountains and ridges with few electronic devices. Otherwise, if the explosion had occurred over a small town, it would have been enough to destroy the town, boss. Shou supported Shou Qingxian and flew over. The one who caught up has been solved, but it's a pity that one ran away. Yi Yang looked in another direction with a cold look. Sure enough, there is an extremely close connection between the Kiwanis Club, the former civilization, and the system that he has not yet figured out. The opponent has already revealed a mecha, but is there any deeper combat power? He frowned. As an ancient organization that has been hidden in human society for more than 1,000 years, the Tongji Club has cultivated different source organizations on various continents with unknown and strange purposes. It's really tricky to deal with. This horrific explosion naturally aroused fear in all countries. This is equivalent to the explosion power of a small nuclear bomb. It's just that fusion is a clean transformation, does not produce much radiation, and is almost harmless. After knowing the situation, they were all trembling. Mr. Yi, are you sure that the mecha you are fighting with comes from the Tongji Club? The monarchs of various countries asked again and again. Are you already able to produce this kind of mecha in your country? Yi Yang asked, with a sneer. This, of course it can't be done. Everyone shook their heads quickly. Who dares to admit this? They were all uneasy in their hearts. Before, they were unwilling to believe that this mysterious organization, the Kiwanis Club, had anything to do with the major sources. But now it seems that they are going to fundamentally change this idea. If what Yi Yang said was true, then the Tongji Society's danger level would be directly classified as the most terrifying level. Any country in the world that has mastered some fusion technology and made hydrogen bombs has already possessed supreme power and prestige. This Tongji Society has also mastered it, and has also made a nuclear fusion mecha. This. As soon as they thought about it, they felt panic in their hearts. But at the same time, they felt it was completely incredible. After all, nuclear research requires the whole country's efforts for the world's top countries. It is a huge project. It stands to reason that there is no way that anyone in the world can secretly make such a level of weapons without telling other countries. In fact, their suspicion is correct. The Tongji Society itself has no deterrent-level nuclear weapons at all, and the mecha is the inventory left to them by the prophet in the ancient times. If one is lost, and it is a non-renewable resource. The Tongji Society itself has no ability to build mechas. This matter has attracted the attention of all countries, but before getting solid evidence, no one is willing to publicly offend this terrorist and mysterious organization with a wide range of ties. They are all making preparations and investigations in secret, somewhere in the world. Inside the main hall of Tongji Club, the black-robed people looked at the transmitted data with ugly faces. The prophet's status in Tongji Club is extremely special and is extremely respected. They call him the demigod of the world. Because it seems that in the more than 1,000 years of Tongji Club's existence, the position of the prophet has never been heard of being handed over. If the information they saw is true, this mysterious prophet has existed for 1,000 years in a way that they cannot understand. First update. It can be said that from ancient times to the present, prophets have guided the development and growth of Kiwanis. Under his leadership, everything went on in an orderly manner. The Kiwanis Club developed into a tight-knit and powerful organization. Everyone trusted him unconditionally. Therefore, the mechas provided by the Prophet are also mechas. They completely believe that the Prophet's is much stronger than Yang's. After all, this is the orthodox armed force left over from previous civilizations. In their opinion, Yang was just a poor imitation. But the fact is that they directly lost a pre-civilized mecha. The entire battle data was transmitted, even if it was explained that the two mechas were damaged in the previous battle. It is also completely inexplicable. Because in the subsequent battle, the number 2 pre-civilized mecha was crushed in front of Yang. He couldn't run fast, his attack power was obviously much lower, and his energy shield couldn't withstand the opponent's high-energy quantum sword cut several times. Even if he is in perfect condition, he can easily foresee winning or losing. The atmosphere was so gloomy for the first time. Even when the 2 major sources were destroyed, the gathering of men in black robes did not have such a silent atmosphere. The 2 major sources are their tools. If the tools are gone, they can be remade. But the Prophet is their faith. When faith in God has collapsed, there is no way to remedy it. Maybe this is just a test? Someone asked murmuringly. I think. Maybe we didn't understand the good Prophet's meaning. Oh? What he said when he showed up that day was that he would hand us a walking stick. In other words, we may have completely used the wrong stick and failed to discover its most fundamental power. Very likely. It seems that we have taken too big a step this time. Dealing with this Yang is a long-term solution, and we need to dig more into the core secrets of the mecha given to us by the Prophet. These people are all talking in their heads. After all, prophets are infallible. If the Prophet is wrong, the entire Kiwanis Club is wrong. There must be something wrong with their understanding. Many men in black robes resumed their research on new mechas. Over in Europe, the Sotheby's auction has officially concluded. Many giants and wealthy businessmen might have had similar interests and had the same perverted hobby last night, so they went to discuss it together. Otherwise, you'll be back where you came from. Yang originally wanted to take the girls to visit the sites and cities in Europe that he had not yet visited. However, the arrival of a piece of news made him fly back to the Magic City directly. Shou Ocean, Seaside Terminal. The first phase of the marine technology chain has been completed perfectly. The submarine engineering ship has been built. Please review it. On the coast, many engineering staff stood upright and looked at Yang firmly. Yang nodded and returned a military salute. The material requirements for submarine engineering ships and the like are basically the same as those for military steel. The requirements for many new materials are stricter than those for military steel. Therefore, most of the backbone of Jiangjing Marine are also transferred from the military. Is this an undersea engineering ship? He looked at the giant thing in front of him. This engineering ship is nearly 500 meters long, which is much larger than most aircraft carriers. The overall shape is a sci-fi oval, smooth and perfect. If you have obsessive-compulsive disorder, you will feel extremely comfortable when you look at it. The silver-white metal skin reflects the bright sunlight. This is the mothership. When it comes to detailed operations, daughter ships can be sent from the bottom to complete the work. There were members of the technology team walking beside Yang, introducing the functional structure of the entire ship. This submarine engineering carrier has undergone sea trials and completed the test excellently. It is performed perfectly in terms of safety, stability, and reliability. After the introduction, Yi Yang also came to the control room. The control room also has a simple white futuristic sci-fi style. Of course, when all this is completely realized in reality, the word future will be meaningless. When I was a kid, I saw underwater spaceships in science fiction movies, and that was nothing more than that. Yi Yang nodded, at least he was very satisfied with his appearance. The bet with Japan's 6 chaebols should come to an end, Yi Yang said. In front of the Asia-Pacific Chamber of Commerce, the Palace of Tokyo negotiated a €900 billion bet, and the 6 Japanese consortiums supported the Baylor Consortium and participated in the siege against them. The original condition was to bet $300 billion on which country's manned submersible could dive deeper. Later, the other party paid the compensation in advance under the general trend. However, although the compensation has been paid, the game has not been compared after all. Now that the submarine engineering aircraft carrier has been built, let's complete this process. He has absolutely no favorable impression of Japan's 6 chaebols. Almost 80% of the crimes and bad deeds in the Kingdom of the Sun are related to the factions they support. With his support, the emerging Japanese conglomerates beat the 6 conglomerates like dogs. But he doesn't mind stabbing the other person's heart twice more. Wouldn't it be wonderful to kill people and destroy their hearts? Ah. Now that the sun is declining, the 6 chaebols, who don't know how long they can survive, were immediately confused when they heard this invitation. You still want us to compete? You won't force us to pay another $300 billion? In our current situation, it's hard to get $30 billion. Yeah. The 6 chaebols were all trembling with fear, and they no longer had the momentum they once had to dominate and poison Asia. Maybe we can make a comeback with this wave. Someone said something shocking. The others looked over with trembling eyes. Are you crazy? The female executive of Samling put out her cigarette and said repeatedly, the deep sea submarine project we developed in cooperation with the United States is now absolutely one level ahead of any deep-sea submarine in the world. If we can regain some prestige by defeating Yi Yang, maybe we can rely on this project to come back to life. There are huge benefits. Yoshi. Several heads of the consortiums nodded, indicating that they could indeed consider it. Now the 6 consortiums are extremely difficult, and they really need a reversal node to change everything. Perhaps this competition is indeed an opportunity. Although Yi Yang created many miracles, they believed that even Yi Yang could only be on par with them in terms of deep diving. If they win, they make a lot of money. And if they lose, they don't lose anything. Let's do it. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm, and they had already imagined the wonderful days when the 6 chaebols would rise again after defeating Yi Yang. Second update. Well, that's the only way. They also had no way out, so they could only take a gamble on this way out that was not a way out. This news soon spread to the whole world under the enthusiasm of Yi Yang and the recovery of the 6 chaebols. It is said that Mr. Yi is going to break the ceiling of human technology again. However, the cooperation between the 6 chaebols of Japan and the United States is said to have broken the previous technological level. It is hard to say who will win. If you said this a few months ago, I would definitely agree with you, but Mr. Yi, who can even build an aerospace carrier, I will choose him now without a second thought. That's right. Yi Shinhao is a direct and brainless choice. Do you Need to think about it. He has even built a lunar base. How can he be worse than the United States in building a submersible? Then you are wrong. Deep, shallow, and aviation are completely different things. I can't tell. You ignorant people, I'm an expert. I understand. Even if you can build a base on Mars, you may not be able to reach the deepest part of the seabed. Not to mention the moon base. Oh? So you think the outcome is not certain this time? The United States' accumulation of technology over the years is not exaggerated. They are really strong. I think they can win. All kinds of discussions have been going on the internet. However, obviously, even in foreign countries, most people have begun to choose to believe Yi Yang. His personal fame and prestige have been built too deep and thick. This would have been absolutely unimaginable even a year ago. In the past, no matter how great the achievements of China were, the discussion would not be very high. There are limitations in public opinion. But now, Yi Yang has truly gone international and become one of the spiritual giants of the entire human race. This is obviously of extremely positive significance to the upcoming world-destroying disaster. In just over 2 years, so much has changed. The venue of the competition is set in the high seas of the Pacific Ocean, the deepest part of the seabed. That is the Mariana Trench, which is more than 11,000 meters deep. The Mariana Trench is also known as the world's abyss. It is the deepest seabed that has been detected, located in the southern part of the Japan Trench, on the edge of the Phoebe Sea. It is 2,550 kilometers long, arc-shaped, and 70 kilometers wide on average. It is estimated that this trench has been formed for 60 million years. The scientific community generally believes that this area has high water pressure, complete darkness, low temperature, low oxygen content, and scarce food resources. It is one of the worst environments on Earth. This will be the first challenge for mankind to send a manned submarine to the deepest seabed. This will be a big step for human civilization. In the live broadcast room, all over the world, in various languages, this matter is being broadcast. It's really exciting. Is it my illusion? It feels like there has been another technological explosion in the past 2 years. Human technology seems to have been breaking through, and there will be news soon. Not bad, not bad, I feel the same way. Great minds think alike. Is the next technological era of mankind coming again? Haha, then we have another technological dividend to eat. We are all going to get rich. Pay attention to this wave of wind, standing on the wind, even pigs can take off. I'm going to get rich. It's just that Yi Yang's technology has broken through. A rational bystander bluntly pierced the knife. It seems to be right. Ahem. Watch the live broadcast, watch the live broadcast. At this time, in the distance, the shadows of many ships slowly emerged. Participating in the competition are 2 super submarines. The bystanders and organizers are on other ships. The color of the sea water in the Mariana Trench is different from other seas, and the sea surface is full of various strange whirlpools. So, the ships watching are all super cruise ships with large density and strong stability. Is this the super submarine jointly built by the United States and the 6 financial groups in Japan? It looks very handsome. Too strong. I suddenly feel that they can win. It feels very majestic and has a strong sense of technology. The Hayakimaru, jointly developed by Japan and the United States, is 20 Meters long, with rounded edges and corners, and looks very fluid and sci-fi. I feel that just based on this appearance, it can reach a depth of at least 8,500 meters. I think it should be 8,800 meters. Maybe it can directly break through the 9,000 meter mark. Many people have a great increase in confidence, they said excitedly. When the 6 financial groups in Japan saw the news, they also stood up straight. They haven't found the feeling of living in praise for a long time. Although manned submersibles can reach a depth of 10,000 meters. However, manned submarines that can cruise freely on the seabed have not yet broken through the 8,000 meter mark. I hope this time will give us a surprise. Many broadcasters introduced it again and again. May I ask, what is the expected diving depth this time? A reporter asked the Japanese 6 Zaibatsu. At least we can work at 8,500 meters, or even 9,000 meters. The representative of the Japanese 6 Zaibatsu raised his head with great confidence. Please wait and see. Is that so? That's really amazing. The reporter smiled and said, are you confident of winning? I am at least 60% sure. The representative of the Japanese 6 Zaibatsu shook hands with him, and his expression was also very confident. But Mr. Yes, submarine hasn't appeared yet? How come you have such a high chance of winning? The reporter asked repeatedly. Because humans have their limits. Scientific development is not achieved overnight. I think we have reached the limit of the current technological level, they said proudly and confidently. The reporter suddenly stopped talking. The 6 Chaebol representatives frowned and just wanted to question the other party, but found that there was silence around him. He followed the gaze of the crowd and was also stunned. What is that? A perfect silver-white ellipsoid floated on the sea. Even from a distance, you can see its terrifying and huge size. The 20-meter-long Hyakimaru was as small as a soup ball in front of the ellipsoid. In the dull eyes of the crowd, the terrifying submarine engineering aircraft carrier, which is more than 500 meters long, stopped. Giant and dwarf can no longer describe this visual shock. This is equivalent to the Chinese land and the Japanese land standing up. Standing on the Japanese land, looking up at the terrifying rooster thousands of kilometers tall. A sense of insignificance arises spontaneously. Fuck, what is this thing? Aircraft carrier? Most aircraft carriers are tiny in front of it, are they dwarfs? You know, many conventional aircraft carriers are only about 300 meters long, according to human proportions. If the submarine engineering aircraft carrier is a 1.8 meter long leg, then those conventional aircraft carriers are just 1.2 meter tall monks. The first appearance of Ryugu 1 shocked the world. First update. So big. This is too big. How can it be so big? Many viewers watching the live broadcast were shocked. Due to the terrifying pressure on the seabed, deep-diving submarines are generally not made too large. No one expected that Yi Yang's deep-diving submarine could reach 500 meters. Is this still a submarine? This is a giant underwater, a super aircraft carrier. This appearance is more sci-fi and incredible. Look, Yi Shenhao can always do something shocking for you. Oh my, there is no harm without comparison. What's the use of Guangda? But it's really big. What's the use of being big? But it's really, really big. Okay, I lose. Seeing this submarine that goes beyond understanding, there was another wave of barrage in the live broadcast room. Everyone is looking forward to how deep this submarine that looks like it came from the future can go. I think it can reach a depth of at least 10,000 meters. I feel it should be able to sink to the bottom. It's something Yishinhao can do. Haha. I think so too. This Hyakimura looked okay before, but when my Great China's Ryugu #1 came out, this Hyakimura looked weak in comparison. That's right. Everyone was talking. Humph, so what if it's big? So what if it looks good? It's just for show. The 6 chaebol were unwilling to admit the gap in their hearts. After all, this was their hope to become strong again. They didn't want to admit defeat before the competition. An American expert was talking at the side. It's not that the bigger the submarine is, the better. For example, the deeper it goes to the bottom of the sea, the fewer large creatures there are. The deeper it goes to the bottom of the sea, the greater the pressure. It's not suitable for large things to exist at all. As far as I know, there is no material that can maintain such a large volume and remain intact at about 10,000 meters in the deep sea. So, don't look at it when it appears, but the final winner, maybe it should be us. At the end, he didn't believe his own fabrication, and announced with some guilt. However, even if he didn't believe it, many loyal followers who were superstitious about the United States still followed him and started to lead the rhythm. Unfortunately, not many people paid attention to them. The concept that Yi Yang's move must be a divine product has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Most people in the live broadcast room believed that Yi Yang could win. Soon, the agreed time arrived, and the submarines of both sides began to enter the water. Gurgle gurgle. Ryugang #1 did not hesitate and went directly into the water. A terrifying wave was raised, and the Hyakimura was blown away to an unknown distance. This tragic scene made the audience in the live broadcast room laugh and feel very funny. When you are too weak, even falling down looks so cute. Ryugu #1 dived directly into the deep sea. The unmanned underwater depth instrument can already reach the deepest point of the seabed, and can record all the way as the most fair referee the diving speed of Ryugu #1. Everyone looked at the rapidly falling red signal point on the screen and couldn't believe it. Because the pressure on the seabed changes greatly, ordinary materials can't stand it and can only descend slowly. But in such a short time, Ryugu #1 has already reached a depth of more than 3,000 meters. And now that the Hyakimura has been overturned, it has barely stabilized itself again and started to prepare to dive. This gap is also a joke for everyone. Suddenly, I felt that there seemed to be no need to go down. The speed of the Ryugu 1 dive has not slowed down. Not only has it not slowed down, but it is getting faster and deeper. This is simply a miracle. Oh my God. For others, this forbidden place that is so secretive and cannot be explored, is it so easy for the Ryugu 1 to explore? It went down easily. And so fast. It has reached this depth so quickly and so easily, which has never been done by humans. It is simply beyond imagination. Not to mention scientists. Even the audience, who don't understand science in the live broadcast room, felt outrageous at this time. Is this really the sea that humans have not completely conquered even after conquering the stars? They all had a dreamlike feeling. Not long after, the Ryugu 1 reached more than 8,000 meters. Even if you fall into the sea and drown, it won't be so fast. Before everyone could discuss what was going on, the red dot had stopped moving. What's wrong? What happened? It seems to have sunk to the bottom. What the hell? It's already sunk to the bottom. How long has it been? The audience looked at the Hyakimura that had just sunk into the sea level and was still bubbling. Some people laughed so hard that they vomited. Oh my God, what are you comparing? Is this a thing from another dimension? Are you comparing it here? Ha 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 ha, oh my God. The audience didn't know how to describe it. It was really speechless. The scientists were much more shocked than ordinary people. They all opened their mouths wide, completely stunned. Every extra 100 meters of deep diving is a challenge of the times. Before, it was still at the 8,000 meters barrier. At least 20 levels of monsters must be upgraded and 20 barriers must be overcome before it can sink to the bottom. It's done? And it's even smoother than applying a suppository. The sinking is completely smooth and unobstructed. Are you kidding? Are you playing? Moreover, this is obviously not the limit of Dragon Palace number 1. This is really. You can dive 8,000 meters, because you can only dive 8,000 meters. And I dive 11,000 meters, because the deepest seabed is only 11,000 meters. The outside world was shocked and lamented that the human barrier was constantly being broken. Yi Yang was shocked when he looked at the scene in front of him. The underwater world of 11,000 meters is different from everything he has seen before. The creatures here are all weird and inexplicable, and look extremely terrifying. Of course, these are not the most important. The most important thing is that a huge shadow appeared right in front of the submarine engineering aircraft carrier. The shadow was more than 50 meters long. What is this? He increased the intensity of the searchlight. Only then did he see the inexplicable creature clearly. An extremely huge and terrifying octopus. This. Many people who have read Cthulhu novels were so scared that their eyes widened. Damn experts, don't you say that the deeper the seabed, the smaller the size of the animals? How could a giant octopus of only more than 50 meters appear? Second update. Boom. The big octopus flicked its tail, as if it was frightened, and retreated quickly. Follow up. Yi Yang said. Directly. Ryugu number 1 seemed to be unaffected in the deep sea, and was extremely fast. The giant octopus waved its terrifying tentacles, but unfortunately, even with such a huge size, it looked weak and funny in front of the more than 500-meter-long Ryugu number 1. Feeling the gap between himself and the behemoth in front of him, the big octopus began to flee in a panic. What is in front of it is beyond its understanding. As long as it is a giant, its IQ will not be weak due to its developed brain. Many animals, apart from not being able to speak human language, actually have IQs that are at least as high as those of a human being of 8 or 9 years old. Even cunning hunters are more intelligent and mature than adults when it comes to hunting. Of course, they do not have hands to lay traps, which limits their performance. The huge creature suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was a little stunned. There is a cave there, someone exclaimed. Yi Yang also noticed the crack, which was about 40 meters long and wide, and he didn't know where it led. The diameter of the Earth is more than 12,000 kilometers. From the perspective of the entire planet, the sea is nothing more than a thin film of water. 11 kilometers is only the deepest distance detected by humans so far. There is no way to prove that the deepest point in the sea is really only 11 kilometers. At least, he could now see this dark hole, which was so dark that he didn't know where it led. We can only send small engineering subships to explore inside. Many people looked there uneasily. After all, the existence of that cave entrance has marked the deviation of mankind's previous understanding of the sea. The most frightening thing is the unknown. Who knows what's in there? However, Yi Yang was very interested. I will also get on the boat and go down to the deep-sea cave with you. This is absolutely not okay. The people next to him were all shocked. What is Yi Yang's identity? Once something goes wrong, they simply cannot afford it, China cannot afford it, and the entire human race cannot afford such losses. Don't worry, I will go there with the mecha. Yi Yang waved his hand. Liang too has been fully upgraded, and with the addition of nanometal technology, even deep water pressure will not cause any harm. His rank and majesty are such that even if his subordinates don't want to agree, they can't stop him. Hoo-hoo. The 20-meter-long working subboat popped out of the slowly opening exit, sinking from the cracks. After sinking for thousands of meters, it suddenly became clear before my eyes. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. More than 1,000 meters below the abyss they originally thought was the sea, but it turned out to be the sea. However, there are crystal lights flickering in this sea, which is completely different from the near-absolute darkness of the seabed above. Hi xia hi. Yi Yang muttered, also a little surprised. The oxygen content of this ocean is also very high, almost approaching the level of more than 1,000 meters under the sea. One scientist's eyes shone brightly, and his tears were shed. This is an absolutely unparalleled discovery, and it is said to be glorious in the annals of human history. What is that? A super shark more than 50 meters long. An ancient megalodon. It's the big octopus. Various bizarre creatures began to be gradually discovered, making everyone feel psychedelic and unreal. The temperature of the seawater is also very good, around 4 or 5 degrees, which is also the level of 1,000 meters under the sea. It's incredible. This is an ancient sea under the sea that has never undergone biological iteration. The Earth is really mysterious. Scientists once again felt a sense of awe for nature. Even the surface of the planet I live on has not been explored and understood, and the utilization rate of ocean resources is less than 1% or 1,000th. Why do we think that human science has reached a level that we can be proud of? Where do these light sources come from? Underwater working submarines continue to explore. Many huge creatures saw this strange existence wandering in the water, and they did not dare to come forward for a while. However, not all creatures are afraid of unfamiliar objects. After all, the underwater working submarine is only more than 20 meters. Soon, a huge shadow slowly appeared on the screen. This must be more than 100 meters long, right? It is definitely the largest creature on Earth now. Even a whale cannot reach this size. Even in myths and legends, few would dare to imagine a giant creature over 100 meters tall. You know, it is speculated that giant dinosaurs are generally only 20 or 30 meters long, and Ultraman is only over 50 meters long. With every increase in body shape, bone density, weight, energy consumption, etc. increase exponentially. A giant creature of more Then 100 meters weighs about 30,000 meters at least. This. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Are there such terrifying creatures on Earth? Looking at the appearance, it looks very much like a mosasaurus. However, the mosasaurus is not that big. The mosasaurus is probably about the same as a little rabbit in front of him. Perhaps it is a supergiant creature that appeared before the age of dinosaurs and remains to this day. It should be the undisputed super overlord of this seabed. It's coming. The terrifying size and weight of the body set off a terrifying undercurrent in the entire sea. It seemed that the whole world was shaking. It was a terrifying existence that exceeded the limit of carbon-based creatures speculated by conventional scientific theories. For such a terrifying creature, the bone density must reach a terrifying level to support such a body. Fire. Although it was a conventional submarine, weapons were still installed to prevent attacks from deep-sea creatures. Boom boom. The torpedo impact directly hit the mosasaur head-on. The explosion splashed open, and blood rose. As long as it was a carbon-based creature, it would be impossible to be unscathed under the destruction of this explosive energy. But for the huge size of this mosasaur, it was similar to a human being pulled twice by a knife in a non-vital part. Although it was painful, it was not a big deal. Roar. The huge mosasaur roared, obviously feeling the horror of this strange creature. However, in order to maintain its position as the overlord of the sea, it still did not stop its pace of attack. Yi Yang's eyes condensed. The most terrifying enemy expected by the working submarine is a creature like a blue whale, more than 30 meters long and 100 to 200 meters dense. Never thought that it would encounter such a terrifying creature with tens of thousands of dents, beyond the scope of understanding. I can only solve it myself. Yi Yang knew that the working submarine had no way to deal with this terrifying creature, comparable to the level of an ordinary aircraft carrier. Click. The sealed cabin opened, and the Liang 2 mecha rushed out of it instantly. First update. Roar. This shocking scene made the scientists and service personnel in the command room stare with wide eyes. Yi Yang was only 2 meters tall when he put on Liang number 1. To collide with a terrifying creature taller than a 30-story building really made people feel an inexplicable sense of loneliness and courage. However, the next moment, they were stunned. Because Yi Yang flicked his hand and directly showed a high-energy particle lightsaber of more than 20 meters. Maximum power. He shouted in a low voice, and the huge 20-meter light blade sword extended to more than 30 meters. They all thought of the famous emoticon package. Let me take out the 40-meter long sword first. Particle heating. He shouted in a low voice. The energy around him surged. All the loaded microbombs gushed out. This blow is enough to cut off and destroy a normal aircraft carrier. No matter how terrifying this monster is, it is only made of flesh and blood after all, and it can never be stronger than a steel mothership. Boom boom. Boom. The power of the microbomb on his body is not comparable to those torpedoes before. Blood and flesh flew across the turbulent sea water, and the wailing that shook the surroundings came from the mouth of the Caspian dragon. That was the credit of the microbomb. Yi Yang rushed forward in the terrifying water pressure. The terrifying 40-meter-long lightsaber pierced directly into the head of the scorpion dragon. Swish, swish, swish. The lightsaber directly penetrated the head of the scorpion dragon, but the huge body of the scorpion dragon also hit the Liang 2 mecha. Mr. Yi. General Yi. Everyone in the control room screamed. But under such an impact, the exploration submarine was so weak that it was not worth mentioning. It was directly swept away for an unknown number of meters. Swoosh! Yi Yang was directly knocked away by the huge impact force, and retreated several thousand meters in the sea water before he was barely stopped. The terrifying impact force can be imagined. Blood flowed from the corner of Yi Yang's mouth. Even with his super soldier physique, he suffered serious internal injuries under the abnormal damage reduction function of Liang number 2. It is conceivable that if it is an unprotected blue whale, it will probably be smashed to pieces under this impact. Ordinary people wearing Liang number 2 will basically die under this impact. Yi Yang recovered and looked at the huge mosasaur falling down in front of him. The huge through wound on the opponent's head was hideous and ferocious. Any animal, once the brain is penetrated, has no reason to survive. If it can be taken out, it will cause a great change in the biological world that will shock history. Yi Yang sighed. This level of overlord creatures should not be common. Even in the sea, there are probably not many. It's so big. How much food does it eat a day with a weight of tens of thousands of meters? At least 1,000 meters? A vast sea area can probably only support one such creature. However, the fact that this race can survive until now proves that there should be more than one such creature. It is not possible for him to exterminate this ancient race with just one sword. He returned to the submarine. The huge octopuses and megalodons around him looked at this place with fear. Except that they can't speak human language, they have grown to this size, and their wisdom is comparable to that of teenage humans or even adult humans, but they lack scientific knowledge. The hundreds of meters under the sea overlords were all hacked to death. This 20-meter-long moving iron block is the new overlord of the undersea sea. This big guy can only be taken out when conditions are right. Yi Yang suffered internal injuries. But with his super gene warrior physique, he can repair himself. It is estimated that he will recover soon. After all, Captain America in the Avengers was injured in the previous shot, and he can be alive and kicking in the next shot. Well, the scientists and employees are more concerned about Yi Yang's health. After all, Yi Yang is now the pillar of the country and the backbone of mankind, and no accidents can happen. After seeing that Yi Yang was fine, they began to discuss the matter of the mosasaur. This monster is at least tens of thousands of meters thick. The pulling force of this submarine is definitely impossible to pull it up, and the hull is probably not enough to pull it up. Someone said. Yeah. But it's really exciting. I didn't expect that there would be such a big harvest this time. The history of the Earth is probably going to be rewritten. The scientists were all very excited. But the biggest harvest may not be these. Someone said. Oh? The reason why there is a light source on the seabed is because of this. Someone pointed to the thermometer. The temperature is getting higher and higher below. Maybe something exists. Everyone noticed it and continued to dive. It took more than 2,000 meters to reach the bottom of the sea. Here, magma and seawater coexist, and next to the red light, black and red crystals stand in a forest, reflecting dazzling light. Yi Yang's eyes condensed. He saw the broken ruins. Yes, it is a ruin, not a natural creation. Almost everything was destroyed by the terrifying sea pressure, corrosion, and magma. Only One metal door was still standing there intact, with blood-colored lines flashing on it, and magma flowing in those blood-colored lines, which was extremely strange. Previous civilization. Yi Yang recognized the blood-colored metal door that he had seen many times. At a glance, it was the symbol of the previous civilization. Previous civilization was here. The detection submarine approached there. Yi Yang carefully looked at the vicinity. It can be concluded that the previous civilization had mined this black and red crystal here. Take some samples. The scientists operated one after another. Everything here seems so different. Yi Yang looked at the damaged former civilization base in front of him, and felt vaguely that this place should be related to the Great Selection. After sampling the seawater, magma, crystals, and microorganisms nearby, he took away some of the broken bones and flesh of the mosasaur and prepared to take them back for analysis. Almost done, we can turn back. Yi Yang gave an order. The scientists and staff were all happy and excited. After all, today will be an important day in human history. They have made a subversive super discovery. But Yi Yang was a little worried. The previous civilization had already built a base on the seabed. This proves that the current technological level of human beings is still not higher than that of the previous civilization. They perished in the Great Selection. So, can human beings survive this disaster? He thought as he looked at the sea below, which was getting farther and farther away. Second update. Seeing the return of the detection submarine, everyone on the mothership greeted it. After hearing what they saw below, almost everyone became excited in unison. An ecological environment that has never been disturbed, strange crystals, terrifying creatures that are at least left over from the dinosaur era, traces of pre-civilization. These things will definitely break the current understanding of the human scientific community. Yi Yang nodded. He stopped by just now and took the unmanned depth detector with him. It's probably a mess outside now. The reality was pretty much what he thought. Outside, everyone looked at the screen in stunned silence. Originally around 11 kilometers, the red dot stopped falling. Everyone knows this is the bottom. But, soon, the red dot started to drop again. This scene stunned everyone. Hasn't it already hit bottom? Why has it started to decline again? Did Mr. Yi find a deeper seabed? It's also possible. After all, our manned submarines have never reached this depth. The ones that went down before were all vertical manned detectors. This kind of detector will choose which point it is, and will not patrol back and forth at all. Therefore, to this day, we humans are still confused about the complete picture of the deepest part of the Mariana Trench. Just relying on luck and some detection instruments, no one knows how deep it is. Something seems not quite right. Isn't this drop a bit too much? Although I knew there was something wrong with the previous detection of the lowest point. It's not such a big problem. The red dot descended rapidly, and soon it was displayed at 12,000 meters. I'll go, here. Really? Did the pressure change too fast and the instrument malfunctioned? The scientists present felt that their worldview had collapsed. After cruising for a while at more than 12,000 meters, everyone who was originally relieved was shocked to see that the red dot dropped rapidly again. This time, we came directly to a depth of 13,000 to 4,000 meters. All of a sudden, the limit of the seabed was raised by more than 3,000 meters. I have to admit that this is a major event in human history. Everyone's eyes widened. It took me a while to believe it. As expected of Yi Shenhao, wherever he is, something rare and rare will always happen. If it were anyone else, I would definitely suspect that there is something wrong with the instrument. But as for Yi Shenhao, I can only say, Yi Shenhao is awesome. That's right. Netizens also shouted and felt extremely happy. For them, although the increase of the underwater limit by 3,000 meters is also new, it has nothing to do with them after all. They are just people who have fun and praise their idols, by the way. Isn't it wonderful? Where is Hayakimaru? Finally, someone thought that there was actually another contestant. The red dot shows that the Hayakimaru has now sunk to a depth of nearly 4,000 meters. Forehead. Everyone was dumbfounded. Others have broken the depth limit of 3,000 to 4,000 meters, which has shaped history, but you are still crawling like a turtle before diving to 3,000 to 4,000 meters. This is too slap in the face. Mr. Yi, why haven't they come up yet? I do not know. They noticed too. The red dot rose again to about 11,000 meters. But there was no upward trend. Is there something wrong? No one can save them. Now they are the only submarine in the world that can dive to a depth of more than 10,000 meters. If something goes wrong, they will die. After everyone was brought in, a chill ran down their spines. It seems to be on the Earth, but for today's humans, it is no different from space. Even more despairing than space. If it is drifting in space, it may be possible to save it through micro-control of rockets launched by various countries. But if something goes wrong at 11,000 meters under the sea and water pressure comes in, people will be crushed directly. Even if the submarine is out of power and unable to rise, it can only wait there to die, because there is no other submarine in the world that has the ability to reach there. It's an absolutely forbidden area. After a while, the confirmation came out. Ryugyong 1 is powered by fusion, and there is no loss of power at all. All is well. Moreover, Mr. Yi temporarily decided to establish an undersea base outpost in the deepest part of the Mariana Trench. Start building now. Ryugu number 1 is not even here for a simple competition, it is originally here with the purpose of trying to build an undersea base. The news had spread, leaving everyone open-mouthed in surprise. Yi Shenhao is too brave. This is completely unrelated to diving to 11,000 meters. What they originally wanted to do was to establish a submarine base directly at the deepest point of the sea. That place is absolutely forbidden to any other human beings or countries. They want to build an undersea base there. Everyone was confused. What kind of courage, confidence, and ability this is? Are you crazy? Having the ability to sink to the lowest level is beyond human understanding, and he directly built a base. When foreign experts, scientists, and the righteous heard the news, their heads were filled with question marks. It felt really crazy. But in the end, they could only sigh that it was Yi Yang. In this world, looking at the past and present, only he could do such a crazy and dreamy thing. The most terrifying thing is that because he is Yi Yang, everyone even feels a little unsurprised. Undersea base, more than 13,000 meters, has he discovered the place where the gods rise? Tongji Hall. The black-robed people were also monitoring the progress of this matter, and they couldn't sit still at this time. What is Yi Yang doing? Has he discovered the place where the gods rise mentioned in the holy scripture of destruction? Damn. I even suspect that he is also an old monster who has been hiding in the world for thousands of years. Some black-robed people felt a chill on their backs. Yi Yang put too much pressure on them. One by one, Yi Yang easily exposed the hidden cards, and now all the secrets of the final holy book were also touched. He was lucky to find it. I won't believe it even if you kill me. That's right. It's so secretive, how could he find it by chance? He must have read the final holy book. Who is he? He is definitely not an ordinary human. The black-robed people began to imagine themselves. Yi Yang left an indelible and terrifying image in their hearts. First update. Inside Dragon Palace No. 1, many working submarines were released. Yi Yang originally planned to build a base here. But now that the sea under the sea has been discovered, this base is just as good as a forward station for building a base under the sea. The crystals that the former civilization spared no effort to collect should not be ordinary materials. After 2 years of training, the Black Technology Company has developed a high-speed construction technology chain. The concepts and methods of infrastructure projects such as building bases are no longer the same as before. The various fusion energy shield base stations were quickly completed. Each base station block was fully operational, and a hemispherical energy shield with a diameter of 1 kilometer opened from the seabed. The energy consumed by fusion is water. In the deep sea, there is no need to worry about energy depletion. After all, energy is almost endless. After the energy shield was opened, various engineering vehicles drove out of the working submarines and began to operate inside the energy shield. Materials accumulated rapidly, and 3D printing and nano-construction technologies were all put to use. Soon, the framework of the submarine base, which was the first to be seen, was already displayed in front of everyone. Yi Yang also casually looked at the progress of the game. After so long, the Japanese ship, Hyakimaru, slowly drove to the sea area of 8,000 meters. He raised the corner of his mouth, and suddenly some evil thoughts arose in his mind. He directly used the satellite-dedicated channel to broadcast live. Oh my god, Yishinhao is broadcasting. Where is it? I'll go and see. Tick-tock. It's really broadcasting. Oh my god. What is he so idle about? He won't come up to wait for the Japanese submarine to go down. Haha. A large number of people who eat melons poured into the live broadcast room instantly. The number of people exceeded 30 million in less than a minute. Various gifts flew across the screen. Humans always like to reward those who are richer than them. No one asks when a beggar broadcasts, but everyone knows when Shou broadcasts. There are many people who are old and young in the carnival. And someone else will say, thank you for your 3 melons and 2 dates. However, in the live broadcast room, there are also many gifts, given purely because of admiration for Yi Yang. After all, Yi Yang is now a person who has made great contributions to all mankind. Where is this? It doesn't seem to be inside Dragon Palace. Number 1. Yes, Yishinhao, where are you? Everyone looked at the environment where Yi Yang was, and they were all confused. This doesn't look like the control room or the inside of a boat. Yi Yang moved the camera upwards. Dragon Palace No. 1 is there. He pointed his finger. Everyone's eyes widened. Yishinhao is not in Dragon Palace No. 1 now. He has the fiery sun armor. As soon as everyone figured out what was going on, they felt something was wrong. Beside Yi Yang, there were vehicles and workers running back and forth, such as forklifts, engineering vehicles, and steel transport vehicles. The whole person seemed to be in a huge energy shield. They all remembered that Yi Shenhao wanted to build a base directly on the seabed. He almost bit off his tongue immediately. Damn, they said they would build it, and they built it. How long has it been? I thought Yi Yang had already arrived at a construction site in some big city. The surrounding foundations have been laid, and the base model is already visible. Fast. Is this the speed of China? The devil among infrastructure maniacs. Too incredible. When Yi Yang admitted that this was the submarine base they were building, the screen directly slammed a wave of 666. Even the monarchs of various countries couldn't help it, and subconsciously followed the live broadcast. Room. Yi Yang's operation was really so powerful that it broke their old wastes. Where is Hayakimaru? How is Hayakimaru? It's already 8,500 meters, and the descent is getting slower and slower. It seems to be exploring where their limit is. Everyone looked at the bustling submarine construction site in front of him. By the way, I looked at the red dot of the Hayakimaru, which was parked at about 8,500 meters and could hardly be seen moving, and I laughed out loud. This comparison is too funny. Why does it feel like modern civilization and primitive civilization are competing on the same stage? Inside the Hayakimaru, the captain who saw the live broadcast was so angry that he screamed, "Baka! Yi Yang is dead. He is not working like a human. I am so angry. Dive. For me. At least we have to touch the bottom of the sea. Even if we are worse than them. We can't be worse than them by a dimension level. This is simply a naked humiliation. Can we accept this? Humiliation." He made a bold statement. However, there were few people who responded. Because many of the people in the submarine are scientists, they can only speak with data. Now the Hayakimaru has basically reached its limit. If it dives again, it will only increase the risk of disintegration. Maybe they will all be buried in the sea. Say. Can we agree? The captain still wants to get excited. Well, actually, it's not impossible. A scientist said honestly. But Kyer, have you forgotten our noble Bushido spirit? The captain almost choked to death by the scientist's reply. The scientists gritted their teeth and continued to operate the Hayakimaru. The captain was already furious. The submarine had to be driven down. This was tantamount to suicide. But they dared not disobey. After all, the other party had a gun but did not know the business, and they knew the business but did not have a gun. Now it was a typical case of an amateur instructing an expert. Anything that developed to this stage was not good, and the final outcome would inevitably be a complete collapse. Squeaky. The Hayakimaru, which was already close to its limit, sank down bit by bit with difficulty. Slower than a snail. The boat made a sound of being overwhelmed. It's already 9 kilometers, it's really reached the limit. If you insist on going your own way, the submarine will soon break down. The scientists said repeatedly. Hearing the rumbling sound of the hull, the red-eyed Bushido captain was also awakened by the shock. He was about to give the order to stop. There was a loud bang. Oh no! The deck at the water tank is broken. We are finished. The power compartment is also crushed by the water pressure. Various reports came in. Captain. Kamita Sakichi's legs went weak on the spot, and he begged the scientists again and again, "Save me, save me." The scientists shook their heads in disgust. This guy just refused to listen to advice, but now he is begging them to save him. The only way to survive now is to ask Mr. Yi for help. They are the only submarines in the world that can safely reach this depth. The scientist said. No. Even if I jump out and die here, I will never ask him to save me, even if I am crushed into a piece of paper. Second update. As soon as the captain uttered his heroic words, the iron sheet of the command room was crushed by the water pressure. He turned pale with fright and rolled to the control tower. Ask for support from Dragon Palace. No. 1. Please, save me. Oh, the scientists on the side were all dumbfounded. Why don't you be so shameless? I am really convinced by this old man. When the news came out, the audience outside was dumbfounded. Although Hayakimaru was crushed by Ryugu No. 1 and lost its luster, its ability to dive to a depth of 9,000 meters is impressive enough. But who would have thought that he would still be forced to dive down these 9,000 meters? When it reaches its limit, it directly destroys the submarine. It would be too funny to ask Yi Yang for help now. If Mr. Yi refuses, they will be doomed. That's right. Only Mr. Yi can save them. Now. After all, this is the only ship in the world that can save them. It's a bit ironic. Ha ha ha. Many people are discussing it on the internet. As a competitor, I'm not in favor of rescuing them. They are lives too. You are so cold-blooded. You actually let Yi Yang not save them. You are so terrible. I'm going. Madonna of the internet. I don't want to save you if you want me. What's wrong? I can go to my ship whenever I want. Why do you have to go to me? Focusing on the topic of whether to save or not, a team battle suddenly started. Soon, the response from Yi Yang came out. The salvage fee is just a nominal amount. Mr. Yi is so kind. Oh, why are you so kind? If we fall into the water, the 6 richest conglomerates in Japan will probably want us to die quickly. How can they save us? Netizens all felt it was a pity. However, when they heard Yi Yang's quotation, they all laughed out loud. It's not much, just gas money, so you can pay 10 billion Chinese coins for the salvage fee. Japan and the United States were both confused. There are their members and scientists on board, mainly the research and development of the Hayakimaru, which really cost them a lot. Yi Yang's price made them heartbroken. It hit the limit of whether they wanted to save or not, and instantly silenced them. Why do you still need money? Isn't this Yi Yang so unsympathetic? Just because he is a bit ahead in scientific research, he is just asking for money. He doesn't have the responsibilities of a technology boss at all. You idiot upstairs, stop sticking green onions in your pig's nose. The glass of your neighbor's house that bullied you before was broken. Why didn't you help me buy a piece of glass and fix it? Why should I buy glass for them? You must be sick. Ha ha ha. This is a breakthrough. Double standard dog. Some people thought Yi Yang went too far, but people with a little common sense applauded Yi Yang's behavior loudly. Originally, neither Japan nor the United States wanted to pay, but the Hayakimaru was now in danger. After analyzing the gains and losses, they obediently paid the salvage fee. Yi Yang also has no ink marks. After collecting the money, several working submarines were sent up and the Hyakki Maru was brought to the surface. I go. Only then did everyone fully realize that Ryugu No. 1 was not the only one capable of ultra-deep-sea diving. There are many small submarines in Yiyang's hands that can do this, while other countries are struggling to pursue. At a depth of 9,000 meters, Yiyang has mass-produced super-era submarines that can dive to any depth at will. This gap is really disappointing. This game also ended completely when the dilapidated Hyakkimaru rose from the sea. Everyone is sighing. Now Yiyang is powerful enough on land, sea, and air. Technology directly and comprehensively represents the limits of mankind, leaving other companies and consortiums behind by countless generations. From now on, it is estimated that no one will try to confront Yiyang head-on in terms of force. This is what Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, conquering the enemy without fighting. Showing that you are powerful enough can stop the world from fighting and make everyone lose their ambition and courage to fight with you. It's intimidating. Well, many monarchs and giants shook their heads and looked at this scene. Before Yiyang, they were the pinnacle of humankind, tied as the backbone of humanity, with power and freedom reaching the extreme. But after this day, there will always be one more statue above their heads. The world is supreme, and one person is inferior. There is an essential difference. They all looked at the dazzling young man in the live broadcast room and the undersea base that was being built with various eyes. There is endless emotion in my heart. Perhaps he can really change the outcome of mankind. A giant sighed. There is no right or wrong in the choice itself, only the outcome can prove the meaning of the choice. If they thought Yiyang was just wishful thinking before, now, they chose to support Yiyang. After all, with the technology and military power he has at his disposal. Even according to the previous plan, they all ran to the moon base to escape and restore human civilization. In the end, it still cannot change the current situation. After all, Yiyang's moon base was built much better than theirs. It can accommodate more people than theirs. The revived civilization must be stronger than them in all aspects. They can do whatever they want at that time. These so-called giants will probably be even worse at that time. So, they are now afraid that Yiyang will not save the earth. If Yiyang knew their thoughts, he would only sneer. This geomagnetic reversal may be the beginning of the Great Selection. The former civilization has proved that both deep-sea bases and lunar bases were destroyed in the Great Selection. The idea of building a base on the moon and hiding in it to escape the geomagnetic reversal disaster is too naive. Of course, some people probably hope to build a refuge base in the deep sea or deep underground. But if the Great Selection is so easy to survive, the former civilization will never disappear. Yiyang has also doubted that the current human beings are actually the former civilization that has cut off the inheritance of civilization. But obviously, although the appearance characteristics of the race of the former civilization are also humanoid, they have tails. This kind of intelligent creature can no longer be seen on Earth today. This proves that the other party did not successfully survive the Great Selection on Earth. These clever little actions obviously cannot escape the end of extinction. The only possibility to survive this unprecedented crisis is for humans to unite together and burst out the power of the entire race. For example, the massive satellite group required by the Star Umbrella project, if all mankind does not mobilize all their strength to support this project, it is almost impossible to achieve. First update. The construction of the submarine base is in full swing, and it is estimated that it will be completed In a few days. What he cares most about is the crystal under the sea. That may be of great help in facing the big screening. After Ryugong number 1 surfaced and sent Yi Yang back to the shore, it returned directly to the bottom of the sea. This time, the depth successfully proved the performance and practicality of Ryugong. Number 1. Jiuzhou Ocean built many factories and began to mass-produce Ryugong underwater motherships. The Submarine Dragon project has officially begun. His heart was surging. He formulated 3 major plans for geomagnetic reversal: the Star Umbrella project, the Submarine Dragon project, and the final skybuilding project. Now the Star Umbrella project has entered the implementation stage. Every day, thousands of modified satellites are launched into the sky. All over the world, you can see the magnificent view of countless satellites rushing into the sky in a line from time to time. From the Luanio number 1 aerospace mothership floating in the sky, some space-class aircraft fly out from time to time to transform and upgrade existing satellites and incorporate them into the system of the Star Umbrella project. Although the countries were reluctant to do so, this was Yi Yang's request. Whether it was for the survival of mankind or not, they had no power to refuse. Of course, they all spoke in unison to the outside world, saying that they would carry out a wave of satellite transformation for the future of all mankind. In fact, only they themselves knew whether they had any intention for mankind. The next day, Yi Yang issued another call for applications to the world's major giants, asking them to borrow their trillion-dollar industrial scale to participate in the Qianlong project. This was strongly opposed by the giants. After all, most of their properties and assets combined were only worth $3 trillion, including those who supported Star Umbrella before. Each of them would have to put out assets worth $2 trillion. This exceeded more than half of the assets of most of the giants in the world. Do you know what this means for mankind? The giants roared. They control almost all the economic lifelines of the world, and the standards and markets of all walks of life are in their hands. If they put out more than half of their resources to do these 2 plans, then it means that most of the global market has deviated from its original trajectory and started to directly or indirectly serve these 2 plans. It means that you earn 2/3 less money every year, which has no impact on the human race as a whole. Yi Yang spread his hands. The market is originally a pyramid that converges upward. All the surplus value will eventually flow into the hands of the top capital giants. What the market is serving and what it is producing have nothing to do with the 3,000 yuan salary received by each ordinary worker. Do you think we will sacrifice most of the money we can earn to serve your plan? Are you crazy? Or are we crazy? Although they had already decided to support Yi Yang before, but they felt that they could not accept the fact that they had to give up more than half of their chips. You can choose to have another joint economic war. Yi Yang didn't care. Many giants were so angry that their teeth itched. Yi Yang sneered, "Don't think I don't know your little tricks. If you really don't want to agree in principle, you won't be sitting here after hearing my suggestion. During this period of time, with your status and position, you must have collected deeper information. So, you also know what this geomagnetic reversal means. I didn't tell you last time just because I wanted you to collect this information by yourself, so you would believe it. Supporting my plan is your only choice to survive. What moon base, deep sea base, underground shelter, are just pathetic fantasies." Many giants were exposed. By Yi Yang's inner fig leaf, and their faces flushed instantly, but they could not refute. With the emergence of Tongji Club, the information released by the remnants of the major sources, the emergence of pre-civilization bases in various countries, and the concept of great screening have been known to the major giants. In addition, the European and American moon bases have been officially built, and they have also discovered the pre-civilization bases on the moon, knowing that this road is probably not feasible. Completely cut off the retreat. Admit it, you are just saving yourself. Yi Yang curled his lips and looked at these giants. In addition, this matter is not a matter of complete loss for you. On the contrary, it is a great opportunity for you. Oh? When they heard that they could make money, the eyes of these giants lit up. Economic giants are the human body of capital. The essence of capital is money. In the eyes of the giants of all generations, money is more important than life is very common and taken for granted. If you want to build the Dragon Palace deep-sea mothership, you must master some basic technology. The technical support of these deep-sea technology chains can allow you to easily exploit marine resources that were previously unreachable. Yi Yang said lightly. Before, the utilization rate of marine resources by humans was less than 1,000th. But if you are diligent, perhaps in the past few years, using these technologies, you can exponentially increase this utilization rate. Energy is money. When the material is hundreds of times richer than before, what does making money mean? These people's eyes were bloodshot and their breathing was heavy. It was like a ferocious wolf that had been hungry for a few days and smelled the smell of blood. They saw a fertile future. Yi Yang sneered at them. Resource mining and mobilizing global industries still depend on these old giants for the time being. If they don't give them some benefits, they won't work. Honestly, we can only draw a big pie first. After all, drawing pie will never be outdated. Don't believe that. Rich people will not be fooled by drawing pie, that's because your pie is too small and too fake. A real good pie, just by drawing it, can make people smell the real fragrance. There is no doubt that many giants no longer have any resistance and all agree. After Yi Yang left the meeting, he stretched. In his plan, he has arranged these giants all over the world clearly. Cut the pork, cut it little by little. 3 plans. Cut once for each plan. Until they are completely serving the great cause of saving mankind. Boss, the day agreed. With the girl has come. Yumomo reminded. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded. He had always remembered the family that had collected many Chinese national treasures at the Sotheby's auction. Now was a good time to go and take a look. If the other party really had collected a lot, this wave would be a good opportunity to bring all these treasures that had been scattered overseas back to their hometowns. He stood up. The time had come, national treasures, it was time to go home. Second update. A winery in Europe. The environment here is beautiful, with vast pastures. Cows and sheep are galloping on it. Birds are singing in the sky, and there are many botanical gardens scattered around. Well, Yi Yang nodded. Judging from the size of this matter, this unknown family does have some strength. His men have already checked the details of the Massos family. This family specializes in reselling antiques, cultural relics, and treasures. This business has been going on since the Middle Ages in Europe and has continued to this day. To put it bluntly, it is similar to the Old Nine Gates in China. However, due to the special geographical environment of Europe and the convenience of access to all parts of the world after the great voyages, It is much more convenient for the Mossos family to resell antiques and cultural relics than the old Nine Gates. The Mossos family is also one of the earliest families to engage in this kind of global cultural relics and antique collection. Therefore, it has taken all the advantages. Thus, it has become an international leading family in this industry. However, this is ultimately a gray industry, and they are trying their best to hide their existence. However, since they specialize in this field, even if they have achieved the world's ultimate, they are still more than one level behind the giants. Treasures that are too valuable, even if collected, can only be used as a foundation at most, and cannot be sold at all. For example, the 1,000 volumes of the Yonghua Encyclopedia, except Yi Yang, who else in the world has the ability to accept it? It is impossible to buy it with money. Bartering is not very meaningful for supergiants. Therefore, in the end, the scale of the Mossos family is equivalent to that of a first-class financial family. However, the family foundation is comparable to some weaker giants. After all, the world's countries, princes, and nobles, and family treasures have all been collected by them. This kind of foundation is not something that ordinary people can get. Only a family like the Mossos family, which specializes in tomb robbing and reselling, can get so many rare treasures. Yeah. After listening to Momo's introduction, Yi Yang nodded. It's not that he hasn't heard of this family, but this family is indeed a little weak, and can only be regarded as a first-class family, and can't be ranked among the giants at all. Nowadays, only giant-level forces can enter Yi Yang's eyes. If he didn't check specifically, he would really be too lazy to remember the names of these first-class families that he had never come into contact with before. Mr. Yi. As soon as he arrived outside the manor, many people came to greet him. I am the current patriarch of the Mossos family, Dini Mossos. Our family has been waiting for Mr. Ye's arrival. Your arrival makes our family glorious. The members of the Mossos family bowed repeatedly to welcome Yi Yang's arrival. Now Yi Yang is the only one who can deal with the international level treasures they have in their hands. The Mossos family has always been embarrassed internationally. Relying on the unique reselling and tomb robbing techniques, it has become the most embarrassing international first-class financial family. The foundation is comparable to that of a giant, but the economic strength is worse than that of a first-class financial family. They wanted to get rid of the top-quality goods in their hands. It was a pity that no one could afford it for hundreds of years. After all, Yi Yang finally appeared, and they were all doing their best to support him. Soon, Yi Yang was invited into the reception room of the manor. Mr. Yi, please take a seat. After Yi Yang sat down, he found the girl who contacted him at Sotheby's auction house that day, and nodded slightly to her. After all, the other party was also very beautiful. Then let's get straight to the point. Yi Yang said, I hope you can show me what treasure it is, which is enough for me to come here in person. I will definitely not let you down, Mr. Yi. Dini Mossos nodded repeatedly, rubbing his hands and smiling. He has never been so humble since he became the patriarch of the Mossos family. Quick, serve Mr. Yi the goods, he said repeatedly. Then, several core warriors of the Mossos family came up with a red tray. This first gift is a treasure handed down from generation to generation in China. I believe it is enough to make Mr. Yi feel that it is worth coming here this time. Dini Mossos laughed loudly. He was obviously very confident. Yi Yang's eyes focused. The shape of the items in the tray looked quite familiar. Could it be what he thought of? If it is true, it is indeed one of the rare top treasures handed down from generation to generation in China. Please judge it, Mr. Yi. As a major international antique dealer, the Masos family has naturally dealt with China. Now that Chinese is popular in the world, he has also learned some professional terms. Yi Yang nodded, personally uncovered the red silk. And his eyes focused. It turned out to be the treasure he imagined. On the plate, there is a jade seal. This jade seal is made of He Bai, which was made by Qin Shi Huang, the ancestor of China. It is 4 inches square, with 5 dragons on the top button, and the front is engraved with seal characters, which are the 8 characters of received the mandate from heaven, and will live forever and prosper. It has been in Chinese history for nearly 2,000 years, but was lost in the dust of history and has no trace. I didn't expect that after hundreds and thousands of years, I would see this legendary imperial seal here. How is it, Mr. Yi? I said, I won't disappoint you, right? Dini ** Mosos chuckled and said in a very flattering way. Yi Yang nodded seriously. With thousands of volumes of Yongle Encyclopedia as a prelude, he already knew that the Mosos family must have extremely incredible hard goods in their hands. But he didn't expect it to be so hard. His eyes flickered. What else? Take it out together. Well, the following treasure is not suitable for transportation. Please move with me, Mr. Yi. Dini ** Mosos knew that he had gained some trust from Yi Yang and was much more confident. Yi Yang followed him to an exhibition hall. The next collection was displayed in a crystal display cabinet. What is this? His eyes were shocked. Yes, this is the skull of Yuan Moman, which is of infinite significance to the history of Chinese biology and is 600,000 years old. Dini ** Mosos said repeatedly. You actually got it. Yi Yang looked at the skull in the display case. This skull is called a priceless treasure, especially for China. It has special significance. It can prove that China had its own human-like species at least 600,000 years ago, and it has a decisive role in human biological history. We got this from the collector of the Sun Country at a very, very high price. Dini Mosos said. Yi Yang sneered, what collector? He's just a thieving criminal. Dini Mosos lowered his head, not daring to disobey Yi Yang's intention. Anything else? Yi Yang asked. First update. Of course, there is one more. Dini ** Mosos nodded repeatedly. China has too many national treasures. A real country is worth countless countries put together. With a long history and vast land, the number of treasures produced is naturally vast. Just the heirloom treasures, China's heavy weapons account for nearly 4/10 of the world. Due to the special circumstances in the past few years, many of China's heavy weapons have been lost overseas, and they have obtained a lot of them. There are 3 heirloom-level ones alone. Any one of these 3 heavy weapons, taken out, is shocking the world and shining in ancient and modern times. It is the most important cultural treasure level of mankind. Yi Yang was a little surprised. This Mosos family is really unfathomable. There is actually another heirloom treasure? The last one is more significant, but it is indeed not easy to carry. Please follow me, Mr. Yi. Dini ** Mosos said repeatedly. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The imperial seal and the Yuan Moman skull are both top treasures of ancient and modern times. Is there anything more meaningful than them? Lead the way. Yi Yang waved his hand and said lightly. Okay. Dini Mosos led Yi Yang into the core treasure house of the Mosos family. There was only one treasure in this treasure house. The whole treasure house was decorated in an extremely luxurious way. Gemstones and gold were used in large quantities, but in front of that treasure, they all seemed eclipsed and worthless. Yi Yang looked at the creation in front of him in disbelief and walked up. Xiaoyu Jiuzhou Ding. Even with his concentration, he couldn't help but exclaimed. The Xiao dynasty was the root of the concept of China's world. Emperor Yu established the 9 provinces. Since then, the concept of the 9 provinces of China has begun to penetrate the hearts of Yanhuang. The cohesion of China, the most original token of Yanhuang culture. It is this one. Emperor Yu Jiuzhou Ding. Unfortunately, this ding was lost in the spring and autumn period. In later generations, it was even said that it only existed in legends, and was a legend and a mythical creation. Whether it existed in reality or not is not necessarily known. Today, he finally witnessed with his own eyes that this Ding Ding Jiuzhou's divine object, the ultimate tool that opened the spirit of China, the heart of Yanhuang, and the name of Jiuzhou. Yi Yang was not sure about its significance to the world. But he knew that for China, Jiuzhou Ding was unique and absolutely respected. There is nothing else. My Hua Xiaoyuan Ding has been overseas for a long time. Today, the young man Yi Yang, please return Jiuding to his hometown. Yi Yang took 2 steps back, solemnly clasped his fists to Jiuding, and shouted in a low voice. Yu Momo and the Shou sisters also followed Yi Yang in saluting. This tripod has witnessed too much. 5,000 years have passed since it, and the destiny of Yanhuang was born from it. Yi Yang looked at this ancient tripod. It is not that the descendants are unworthy, but the history of China is too long. So long that in the long river of history, all the opponents who have fought with China have disappeared in the smoke and dust. In such a long history of civilization, nothing can be prosperous forever. Looking around the world, even a civilization that can survive for 5,000 years cannot be found, let alone a civilization that can continue to pass on ancient civilizations for 5,000 years. This ancient tripod can be returned to its hometown after thousands of years. It has proved the unique heritage and charm of Chinese civilization. Tell me, what do you want? Yi Yang asked lightly. These 3 treasures alone are shining in the world, and each one is an absolutely priceless treasure that cannot be priced. Obviously, the other party is not here simply for money. In front of such a treasure, talking about money seems to be overshadowed. Mr. Yi Dini Mosos also knew that after letting Yi Yang see these 3 treasures today, the other party would definitely not stop. Such treasures that are absolutely meaningful to China will inevitably return to China after China has Yi Yang, who is so powerful that he can dominate the world. It is just a matter of time. He also knew this, so he was smart to find Yi Yang in advance. If he didn't take the initiative, he would probably be robbed directly after he arrived. After all, in the previous various public opinion wars, Yi Yang's image was not good. He was just a crazy bandit. Whoever dares to provoke him will be overturned and his ashes will be scattered. Mr. Yi must also know the difficulties that my Moss family has been in. Although we have become an alternative first-class financial family by reselling antiques, we still have no sustainable industry to rely on. Dini *Moss rubbed his hands, if possible. Yi Yang nodded. I understand. Are you trying to start whitewashing the family? Ahem. Dini * Moss nodded awkwardly. Well. Indeed, reselling antiques is unstable after all. Yi Yang nodded. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. I will allocate you 1 trillion Chinese yuan of sustainable assets and promise to protect your Moss family for 50 years. As long as you don't take the initiative to harm others, you can come to me to solve any problems. This. Dini * Moss was so excited that he almost danced. Yi Yang's reputation in the grey world is not good. After all, he has offended countless international top players in the process of his rise. He has beaten up all the grey industries such as assassination, black network, gambling, and hacking, and no one can escape. This circle is made up of guys who have been beaten up by him. How can he have a good reputation in this circle? I heard that Yi Yang is actually going to give him a sustainable industry with a production value of 1 trillion Chinese yuan, and protect their family for 50 years. This return is simply overvalued, at least it completely exceeded his psychological expectations. Sustainable assets are the most valuable and the least watered among asset types. Financial assets, which are said to have a market value of 1 trillion, are actually not worth much money. But sustainable assets are different, with almost no water. Moreover, Yi Yang said that he would protect them for 50 years. In other words, these 50 years are their trial and error period. They used to resell antiques and cultural relics. If the industry is handed over to them, they may not use it. But with these 50 years, they can perfectly pass this transition period. It can be said that Yi Yang basically took over the entire process of their family's return to the shore. This is what the Mossos family has been looking forward to for so many years. My choice is indeed wise. Dini Mossos clenched his fists. He made the right bet. I have never let anyone who believes in me lose. Yi Yang smiled faintly and looked at Dini Mossos. But as a condition, you have to send all the remaining inventory treasures about China back to China, and I can exchange them with an equal amount of small assets. Second update. Yi Yang's proposal obviously benefits both parties. Dini * Mossos had no reason to disagree, so he nodded in agreement. Finally, Yi Yang returned to China with many cultural relics and antiques. As soon as he landed, many bigwigs greeted him. After all, the cultural relics that Yi Yang brought back this time were too precious. They were all treasures handed down from generation to generation. Any descendant of Yan Huang would regard them as the most important things. Thank you for your hard work. They knew that Yi Yang must have spent a lot for this batch of cultural relics. However, Yi Yang shook his head and smiled. This was what he had always wanted to do. Now that he had the ability, he would realize it, which could be said to be a perfect life. After placing these treasures, Yi Yang returned to the Jiangjing villa. Such a big event must have been discussed internally for some time. In a few days, there will be a ceremony for the return of national treasures. As the person who facilitated this step, he must be present. In the next few days, Yi Yang rested in Jiangjing Manor and played happily with the girls. He also went out for dates, movies, and games with the girls in Shanghai who he hadn't contacted for a while. Today, I went out for a big meal with Su Xiaoxin, and tomorrow I took Lin Shuer to a charity dinner. With his current reputation, he is undoubtedly the core wherever he goes, and the blind guys he met before are rare. However, there are always some weirdos in the vast sea of people. Occasionally, there will be some small episodes. But they are harmless. Different identities, the feeling of watching these small characters is also different. Yi Yang, when are you coming to America? I'm in the final stage of the experiment recently, and I can't get away. But I miss you so much. At night, in the Jiangjing hot spring, Lu Qianqian and Yi Yang were chatting by video. Well, did you miss me? Yi Yang touched his chin, then see you the day after. Tomorrow. Oh, ah. Lu Qianqian was a little confused. Yi Yang, are you serious? Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Now the Qianlong project and the Xingsan project are on the right track, and the Qingtian project has been secretly prepared. The lunar base is being built, blue gold rice is being transported to the Earth, and the ocean development project is in full swing. The various industries of Shou company have also penetrated into all parts of the world, and the network built by this is enough for Yi Yang to have an information network involving the world. The Luenio air and space aircraft carrier and the photon weapon, one bright and one dark, are in the military world, and no one dares to provoke disputes. Everything is carried out according to the plan, and there are very few things he can do. With his current status and position, there are not many things that he must deal with personally. Only Tongji Club and the remaining few source organizations have always kept them in his mind. But dealing with this strange force that has been hidden in the world for who knows how many years is not a matter of a day or a night, so it is natural to live as one pleases. Are you going to America the day after tomorrow? The maids gave Yi Yang a full-body massage in the water. Well, it's time to go once. Yi Yang nodded. Speaking of which, he has not been to America yet. Just treat it as a trip. If you can find out the source of America's destruction by the way, it would be even better. As for why it is not tomorrow, it is, because he received news. Tomorrow is the day for the National Treasure return ceremony too. Welcome back the National Treasure. He will be a guest at the scene. Then I will prepare the materials. Momo has become accustomed to Yi Yang's wild imagination and his character of doing whatever he wants. So, he prepared to leave the hot spring directly and prepare the information needed for the trip. Why are you in a hurry? Just soak for a while, before leaving. Yi Yang smiled. Well, if I collect them quickly, I can still catch the evening bus. Momo laughed and went ashore wetly. The swaying wet figure of a mature body made people feel very emotional. Well, the muscles and bones are transparent. However, the spa performed by the maids was very professional and brought Yi Yang back to reality. Master, in the gentle words, Yi Yang lost himself directly. The maids can always come up with a lot of new tricks, and he doesn't have to think about what games to play. In some aspects, human creativity is infinite. Especially after the maids knew Yi Yang's preferences, the new games they developed made Yi Yang say that they were beyond imagination. This made Yi Yang always sigh that human imagination really has no limit. It was not until the next day that Yi Yang packed his luggage again. He flew directly to Beijing. Today, the 3 supranational treasures and a group of Chinese cultural relics and antiques that have been lost overseas will be officially unveiled. The wind has been released before. Now the whole of China is looking forward to it. Even overseas, many people have been attracted by this event. After all, these are basically legendary. Once they are truly released, it will definitely be an unprecedented hot scene. Human nature likes to join in the fun, and these foreign friends also hurried over to watch the fun. China is not stingy and directly broadcasts it globally. These treasures carry the culture and history of China, and they are also shown to foreign friends. There are definitely more benefits than disadvantages. Today, the capital city is decorated with lights and colorful decorations. Many people spontaneously set off fireworks, showing the unique feelings of the Chinese nation for national treasures and the excitement of national treasures returning home. I heard that among the treasures returned this time, there are 3 that are legendary. I heard that there is the legendary imperial seal. Is it the imperial seal that no one can refuse, which says received the mandate from heaven, and will live forever? That's right. Oh my God, wasn't it said that this thing was lost in the Yuan dynasty? It actually reappeared in the world. Who has such great magical powers that he can bring back this super treasure of the ancient ancestor level? Who else can it be? You can think of it with your ass. Ah. Yi Shenhao. Haha, look, you can think of it with your ass. Get lost. Whether it is online or in real life, everyone is happy and discussing it enthusiastically. Mr. Yi is really powerful. Then do you think he is called the first giant of mankind for nothing? What first giant? You gave him the title. Hee, now you say on the internet that he is the second. Who dares to come out and claim the first place? 9 people together will kill you. Don't deny it. Is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? Haha, that's right, at this time, there are still people who doubt the strength of Yi Shenhao. It's ridiculous. Hee, there are always higher powers. You fans are blindly worshipping. Sooner or later someone will come to take him away. Just wait, I think the only thing that can make Mr. Yi decline is the destruction of the world. What does the destruction of the world have to do with others? There is rice, water, and electricity on the lunar base. If it really is the end of the world, people can fly to the moon and live there. That's true. First update. Return to China too. Everyone was discussing, some were talking about the national treasure, and some were discussing Yi Yang. Yi Yang is trending again. Is there anything worth mentioning here? I'm just curious. How could he not be on the trending search list any day? Well, it seems so, haha. Hurry up, the live broadcast is about to start. It's almost 10 o'clock. Stop talking, just stay in front of the TV and wait for the live broadcast. Boom. Boom boom. The live broadcast started on time, with magnificent music playing and gun salutes roaring. In front of Tiananmen, countless big shots came to watch the ceremony. Vehicles representing status and glory passed by, and the camera soon came to the Great Hall. Click. The Hongqi car door opened and Yi Yang walked out of it. In the live broadcast room, there were countless shouts. Today's Yi Yang is the most popular giant in the world. Today's glorious event was still caused by him, which of course aroused countless cheers. Mr. Yi is out. It was he who welcomed back many of China's national treasures. Mr. Yi YYDS. Many big shots present also applauded to welcome Yi Yang. Because he welcomed these treasures back, and because he is now so popular, the hosting of this meeting was directly handed over to him. Of course, there are also several famous speakers to assist. After all, Yi Yang is not a professional host. Mr. Yi, I heard that you brought back many national treasures of great significance to China from abroad. This time, Xiaosa kept talking to him. Yi Yang nodded. You must have heard some news and rumors in the past few days. I also saw that many people posted on the internet speculating on the identities of these 3 heirloom treasures. It can be seen that everyone has endless expectations for these important treasures. Shou affirmed. Well, let's not keep it secret. If you want to see it, just reveal it directly. Yi Yang didn't like too much ink, so he raised his hand, and a military honor team member came up with treasures. This is the first wave of national treasures that I bought back at Sotheby's auction house at a recent international auction. Yi Yang raised his hand and signaled the military honor team members to lift up the brocade silk cloth. Suddenly, there was a wave of excitement on the scene. Even some big guys were shocked. Especially the 4 bronze heads and the 1,000 volumes of the Yongle canon can be described as extremely meaningful and priceless. The 12 bronze heads are finally together. The Lifetime series. That's right. This valuable treasure did not disappoint me. Although it is not a national jade seal or anything like that, it is extremely valuable. That's right. I mean, it's not like the jade seal of the kingdom. After all, things like the jade seal of the kingdom are only in legends. There's no telling whether it actually exists. Oh, yes. The audience was either excited or disappointed. After seeing this batch of cultural relics, they all expressed emotion one after another. The 12 bronze heads are a regret, and the Yongle ceremony is a heritage. At this time, the shortcomings are made up and the heritage is returned, which is gratifying. Get the second collection. Yi Yang looked at the barrage, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, raised his hand, and said, What, there's a second batch? In other words, the bronze head and Yongle grand ceremony are not even among the 3 most important treasures. Could it be that it's really the imperial seal? I'll go. I feel like it should be. What on earth can be tied with the jade seal of the kingdom, or 3 of them? It's simply unbelievable. Well, my mind is empty. I can't figure it out even if I ask myself. Looking forward to it. It's time to take out my family's heirloom jade seal and smash a walnut for Yi Shenhao to eat. Haha. This suddenly aroused everyone's sense of expectation. After all, treasures of the level of 4 bronze heads and 1,000 volumes of the Yongle grand ceremony are already shocking enough. Are they just the first batch of treasures to show up? When the second batch of treasures came up, everyone's eyes widened. Authentic works of Tang Bohu, Han Dynasty. Bronze lamps, Warring States chariots, Shang Dynasty shrines. Everyone was stunned for a moment. It was simply unbelievable. Here I go. Ever since I was a kid, even if I count all the treasures I've seen in cartoons, there aren't as many treasures as I've seen today. Aha. How much does this cost? It's vulgar to talk about money in front of such a treasure. The situation is too small. You have a great plan. I am also small-minded and vulgar. But I know that Yi Shenhao is not short of money anyway. Haha. Netizens all said it was eye-opening. Each treasure has a dedicated expert introducing its historical origins, making everyone sincerely feel the so-called 5,000-year soft charm and heritage. Chinese culture has prospered forever, and all that is left behind is not only the invisible spirit. There are also tangible objects that can be seen. A dozen batches of treasures have appeared one after another, and thousands of extremely precious Chinese treasures have appeared one after another. It's dazzling to see. It's so satisfying. Any of these things, placed in an ordinary museum, can be a treasure. Next, as promised to everyone, the three major treasures will appear. Yi Yang's face was solemn, and he raised his hands in the distance to greet him. Everyone cheered up again and again. Any one of the above is shocking enough, but none of them are the three great treasures. In other words, the three great treasures surpass any of the treasures that appeared before by at least one level. The first one is what everyone has been thinking about, made of the Heshur Bai of the Qing dynasty, with the 8 characters of received from heaven, longevity, and prosperity, which the ancient kings must fight for, with the proof of the world's orthodoxy, and the reputation of being worshipped by all the people. Yi Yang waved his hand. Daqin, the imperial seal of China. Oh my God! It's really the imperial seal. The barrage exploded all of a sudden. The popularity soared more than doubled. Many overtime dogs who were still working overtime heard about this and went straight to their shitty jobs and rushed into the live broadcast room to see this jade seal that carried too many legends. This jade seal is 4 inches square, with 5 dragons on the top button. Unfortunately, one of the 8 corners is missing. Descendant Zhao Sihai respectfully welcomes the first emperor's jade seal to return to China. Descendant Qin Yujiao respectfully welcomes the first emperor's jade seal to return to China. Descendant Zhang Tianji respectfully welcomes the first emperor's jade seal to return to China. At some point, countless comments were posted in the live broadcast room. The content was simple, but it was hard not to be moved. Descendant Yi Yang respectfully welcomes the first emperor's jade seal to return to China. Yi Yang silently said in his heart. Second update. The appearance of the imperial seal made the live broadcast room crazy for a long time and even caused a great shock internationally. Many people who originally did not believe that Chinese culture had existed for thousands of years had to believe it. After all, it was the imperial seal. The so-called orthodoxy in the world basically started from this token. Whoever gets the seal is the orthodoxy. It represents being appointed by heaven. It represents everlasting prosperity. I don't know how many emperors and generals have been crazy about it. There are 2 more items that are comparable to this jade seal. Is there really anything that can be compared to the level of the imperial seal? Although some other treasures have great reputations, such as the Ganjiang Moi sword, their own meaning and cultural connotations are far from the symbol of national destiny, such as the imperial seal. Yes, this is a fixed treasure, and it is hard to find a few in the world. Mr. Yi is going to take out 3 directly. I am very satisfied to see this imperial seal in my lifetime. Even if the 2 things behind it are not as good as it, this ceremony is grand and shocking enough. Not bad. Everyone nodded repeatedly to express their agreement. Next. It is the second treasure handed down from generation to generation. Yi Yang nodded to the military ceremony team members. The Zhoukou ape skull from 600,000 years ago. Wow. It's this. It was lost in the war and now it has finally returned to its homeland. It is said to be a human skull from the early Paleolithic period, when humans could already use stone tools and fire. That's really too long ago. It was still an ape at that time. Humans probably still had tails at that time? I don't know when our tails degenerated. Haha. That's our super ancestor. Yes, the monkey ancestor, from 600,000 years ago. Why do I think what you said is weird? Although netizens are amazed at this treasure, only professionals understand its significance. After all, the discovery of this skull directly affected the inference of human evolution history, and human history was pushed back to 500,000 years ago. It directly established the stage of the existence of Homo erectus in science. This is the supreme treasure of mankind as a whole, priceless. Huaxia has recovered this skull. Many foreigners also stared at him. Although the Chinese academic community had used this skull to prove the advancement of human history in China before, it was refuted and disagreed by all countries on the grounds that they could not produce the skull. Now, with the evidence in hand, no one can say no. The last one is also the most significant and valuable treasure, this time. Yi Yang's face was solemn. What? You are so sure that it is the most significant and valuable? Doesn't that mean this item is almost indisputably more valuable than the imperial seal? I really can't imagine what it is. The imperial seal was intentionally spread before, and as for the Jiuzhou Ding, the news was strictly sealed and no one knew it at all. It can't be something from myths and legends. Zhuxian sword? Fushi Bugwa diagram? Could it be that the higher-ups want to take this opportunity to announce evidence of the existence of the Chinese mythological era? Maybe it can even prove the existence of immortal cultivators. Can we all practice cultivation? Haha, you've read too many novels. I can think of a treasure. If it really exists, it will be more important to China than the imperial seal. Oh? But it doesn't seem very realistic. The legend of the imperial seal at least continued to the Yuan dynasty, but it's hard to find traces of that thing in ancient books after the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. You mean? More and more people reacted, looking at the third heirloom treasure that was lifted up with expectation and shock. The red cloth was lifted. Waves of exclamations came from countless viewers. A bronze tripod. It looks extremely old. Could it be? Yi Yang also said solemnly at this time, this is the Emperor Yu Jiuzhou Ding. The concept of the emperor's world began with it. The epic of the Chinese world began with it. It is really the Jiuzhou Ding. In the early years of the Shou dynasty, Daiyu divided the world into 9 states, and each state had a governor. Later, Xia Qi ordered the governors of the 9 states to contribute bronze to cast 9 tripods. People were sent in advance to draw pictures of the famous mountains, rivers, scenic spots, and strange things in all states across the country, and then selected famous craftsmen were sent to imitate these pictures and carve them on the body of the 9 tripods, with one tripod symbolizing one state. The engraved figures also reflect the state of the mountains and rivers in the state. The 9 tripods symbolize the 9 states, reflecting the unification of China and the high concentration of royal power, showing that the king of Xia has become the common master of the world, which is in line with the mandate of heaven. As the saying goes, all under heaven is the king's land, and all the people are the king's subjects. From then on, Jiuzhou became synonymous with China, and Ding Ding became synonymous with the establishment of Chinese dynasties. I feel like the popular science guy above. Let me add that the Jiuzhou Ding are Ji Ding, Yan Ding, Qing Ding, Su Ding, Yang Ding, Jing Ding, Yu Ding, Liang Ding, Yong Ding. The appearance of the Kyushu cauldron made everyone unable to suppress the blood resonance of the Chinese heritage in their bones, and they became excited. This is the legendary DNA movement. Yi Yang sighed. How could he control the excitement deep in his heart when he saw the Jiuding for the first time in the Maso secret vault? The Shou dynasty is now recognized as the first dynasty in China. Xiaoyu was also the first emperor of China. The significance of this Jiuzhou cauldron naturally transcends all others, and it should be the first of all treasures in the world. I really didn't expect that I would be able to see the legendary Yugong Jiuzhou cauldron with my own eyes in my lifetime. The 9 cauldrons return to their positions, and luck will flourish. This wave of craze is even higher than that of Chuanwu jade. Seal. The Masos family knew before that such a treasure that reaches the sky must not be revealed until there is an existence that can accept its weight. Otherwise, it would be the crime of a common man to possess a jade without any guilt. Even if they can rank among the world's first-class financial families, having such a valuable treasure is definitely not enough for the giants to deal with. Therefore, although many giants in the world have been looking for the location of Huashou Jioding, there has never been any news. Baoding finally appeared today, which shocked them all. It was said before that this Jiuzhou cauldron was in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, and it was also said that it had been smelted and burned in the war. Unexpectedly, many years later, this Jiuzhou cauldron has reappeared in the world. Yes. Many people are sighing with emotion. When China is now shining in the world, the 9 provinces cauldron appears again. Perhaps everything has its own destiny. First update. Even after the ceremony of returning the national treasures, the enthusiasm it set off lasted for a long time. After all, it was really shocking. These legendary treasures appeared one by one and returned. It was as if they had a wonderful sense of communication with their ancestors thousands of years ago, making the Chinese blood in their bodies boil. Various hot searches and popular science were popular, and many people took advantage of the heat to make videos. There were also many novels, animations, and games about national treasures that announced that they would start creating. A wave of enthusiasm was set off from all over the world. From China to the international world. After the ceremony, Yi Yang returned to the Prince Gong mansion in Beijing. He found several girls in Beijing, Xiaoyu, Su Zian, who was still in college, Su Jiaojiao, He Muzi, etc., to have a royal dinner at the Prince Gong mansion. There were many ancient court dishes and aged court wines. It was very enjoyable to eat. It was very enjoyable to play. It was very enjoyable to do things. As soon as I got off the night highway, I headed straight to the airport in the morning. The F-1000 took off and headed straight for the United States. Lu Qianqian was studying abroad at the University of Pennsylvania and the Wharton School in the United States. The Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania is located in Philadelphia. It is the world's leading business school and has been rated as the world's best business school many times. The Wharton School was founded in 1881, which is about 200 years old. Those who can enter this school basically have a good family and good academic performance. Of course, the premise must be that the family is rich. Although Lu Qianqian's family is not rich, she has 4 houses in Shanghai, which is considered a small asset. The cost of studying abroad is naturally not a problem. Soon, the F-1000 landed at the Philadelphia International Airport. Philadelphia International Airport is a civil airport located in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA. It is the headquarters of American Airlines and the largest airport in the Silicon Valley area of Delaware and Pennsylvania. The airport is the 11th busiest airport in the world. Recently, flights between China and Yiyang have just been established. However, with Yiyang's status, the other party will certainly do their best to actively handle the flight of his private plane wherever he wants. These foreign airports have been around for a long time. Compared with domestic airports, they are all a bit older. However, the flow of people is still very considerable. After all, it is one of the busiest international airports. Yi Yang. As soon as he got off the plane, he saw Lu Qianqian waiting in front. His private plane must have a VIP channel. Otherwise, with the flow of people at Philadelphia International Airport, Lu Qianqian might not be able to find Yi Yang. Long time no see. Yi Yang smiled and took Lu Qianqian into his arms. Well, Yi Yang, did you miss me? Lu Qianqian asked with a giggle. Yi Yang nodded. What about you? Do you miss me? No. Lu Qianqian pouted. You are on the international hot search every day, and I can see your big photos on social platforms every day. I basically know your whereabouts and deeds at every time. Haha. Oh, so you don't miss me, then I'll take a plane and run away? Yi Yang joked. Don't, brother. Yi, I was just joking. Lu Qianqian pulled Yi Yang's arm, afraid that he would run away. It's not easy to come to America, accompany Qianqian well. Yes. Yi Yang patted her head, then I will give myself to you. Okay. Lu Qianqian clenched her fist. I live in a single dormitory. After saying that, her face turned red. My dormitory is quite big. Yi Yang looked at Lu Qianqian with a red face. Then what are you waiting for? Go to your dormitory and take a rest. Oh. Lu Qianqian didn't expect Yi Yang to be so direct. But she had wanted it for a long time. At this time, she was slightly moved in her heart and agreed directly. Yumomo behind looked at the two people so clean and happy, and couldn't help but rolled her eyes speechlessly. Then she went to do what she should do. Every time Yi Yang arrives at a place, she will choose a new property to buy. Since the boss is busy now, it is natural for her, the chief secretary, to do this. As for whether the purchase is satisfactory, it is not important. The most important thing is that it is expensive enough. The more expensive the property, the more worth investing. The houses in the United States are not as expensive as Yumomo thought. A few million US can basically buy a top villa. However, what Yi Yang wants to live in is obviously not this kind of conventional top villa. After searching for a long time, he finally found a few top villas, which are probably priced at tens of millions of US dollars. Alas, I can't spend money even if I want to. This American real estate developer is not good. Yumomo muttered. Tens of millions of US dollars, calculated, is almost hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan, which is basically the top. Here. It is not even half as expensive as the villa in Yandingshan, the magic city, that Yi Yang bought. At the beginning. The Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. Yi Yang and Lu Qianqian walked on the road of the school. It has to be said that the atmosphere of foreign universities is still very different from that of China. The architectural style is also very medieval. There are many more couples than in domestic universities, in groups of 2 or 3, laughing and playing on the street. But soon, Yi Yang could no longer appreciate the youthful and casual atmosphere in the university. Because someone noticed him. As a popular big shot, once he was discovered, he would inevitably be surrounded by people. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and had to be dragged by Lu Qianqian to run to the dormitory area. I'm not seeing wrong. That's Yi Yang. Yes, yes. He has been coming to me in my dreams every day recently. I will never make a mistake. Who is that girl? So lucky. She is actually with the highest quality male in the human race. I don't know, I'm so envious. These elite human students were all talking about it. It seems that I am also very popular in the United States. Yi Yang felt the enthusiasm. But he had targeted the chaebols and consortiums in the United States before, and these guys actually liked him quite a lot. The way of thinking in America is different from that in China. Lu Qianqian said with a smile, their boss was beaten by you, and they were gloating over the misfortune, laughing so hard that they couldn't stop. How could they scold you? Compared with those boring, old antiques hiding in the shadows, they admire you as the highest quality male in the world more. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. I actually got such a sexy title overseas for no reason. This is my dormitory. Lu Qianqian asked with a smile, how is it? It's really big, right? Second update. As one of the top business schools in the world, Wharton School is naturally very rich, and the students and teachers in the school are not short of money. So there are many choices of dormitories. Even if Lu Qianqian lives in a single house, it is not the most luxurious. The descendants of the nobles even have townhouses and live in villas to go to school. After entering the house, Lu Qianqian took off her white leather boots and changed into sandals and cotton socks. The light in the room was not bad. Yi Yang walked in the room for a while and shook his head. Although the space looks okay, it is still a bit shabby. I'd better buy you a villa next to the school. Huh? Lu Qianqian shook her head. Anyway, I'm about to graduate, so there's no need to spend so much money. Yi Yang smiled. Then when you graduate and want to live in the United States, you can come and live here at any time. Lu Qianqian had helped him a lot before. He encountered the system, and he always had a special feeling for her in his heart. The most precious thing about people is friends who are willing to help you when you are poor. In this case, you can be sure that she likes you purely as a person, not the halo attached to fame and the wonderful life you can give her after you become rich. As for the ones you meet later, after all, there is no mind reading, so it is difficult for you to determine their true thoughts. Soon, Yumomo sent a message. Yi Yang looked at the several sets she sent, picked a large villa close to here, and gave it directly to Lu Qianqian. Would you like to see the house I chose for you? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Lu Qianqian snorted lightly, threw away her slippers, and lay directly on the big bed in the dormitory. No. Qianqian's feet are sore waiting for you. I don't want to walk again today. She half lying there, looking at Yi Yang softly. Is that so? Yi Yang chuckled, walked to the bed, and pinched Lu Qianqian's white socks to relieve her fatigue. Then, do you want me to accompany you tonight? You ask even though you know it. Lu Qianqian blushed and said coquettishly, then I'd rather obey you than be respectful. Yi Yang hadn't seen Lu Qianqian for a long time, and he was so enthusiastic that he didn't know how to express himself. He could only talk all night. In this way, the two who hadn't seen each other for a long time talked all night, and the way of communication was richer and more advanced than last time. After all, Yi Yang's experience in communicating with girls was not comparable to the last time when Lu Qianqian returned to China. Occasionally when he was tired, he would change the direction and entry point to communicate. Lu Qianqian admired Yi Yang, who was now knowledgeable, and was convinced by him. However, considering that Yi Yang would be in the United States these days, and he would take Lu Qianqian out to Play. This time the communication lasted until 3 or 4 in the morning, and then he went to bed. Yi Yang didn't care, but Lu Qianqian was still a normal girl after all. If she stayed up all night, it would probably cause dehydration and hormone imbalance in her body, and she would not be in a good condition tomorrow. The next day, the sun rose to the middle of the sky. Yi Yang watched Lu Qianqian wake up slowly, looking at him with hazy eyes, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Awake? Yeah. Lu Qianqian nodded. Do you want to have breakfast? Lu Qianqian stretched, her perfect lines showing under the perfect sunshine. My hometown is still good. The breakfast here is not to my taste. Why? Milk and bread are not to my taste? Yi Yang asked doubtfully. Well, I still miss the fried dough sticks and soy milk in my hometown. Lu Qianqian sighed. Then you should have said it earlier. Yi Yang laughed evilly. I brought it all. Ah. Lu Qianqian looked at Yi Yang's perfect figure and her face flushed. Yi Yang, how did you become so bad? Haha. Yi Yang spread his hands. Then do you want to eat? After breakfast, Yi Yang took Lu Qianqian to the villa next to the Wharton School of Business. This villa is not expensive, only more than $30 million. But this is already the most expensive mansion in the area, and Yumomo also searched for a while before finding it. And this sports car, I'll give it to you as well. Yi Yang felt happy to spend money on Lu Qianqian. After a person succeeds, it feels great to repay those old friends who helped him before he succeeded. Lu Qianqian looked at it for a while. As a student of Wharton Business School, she is exposed to high-end society. After 2 years of training, she naturally has a completely different understanding of luxury cars. Compared with when she was just a graduate student and couldn't recognize King Carmen, she has completely changed her horizons. McLaren F1 LM. Just. This car is $15 million. Lu Qianqian blinked. This car is considered a top sports car series. It was bid up to $15 million at the auction a few years ago. This kind of car is not available on the market at all. It can only be bought through various special channels. It is estimated that Yi Yang must have spent more than $15 million to get this car. Rather than a super sports car, it is better to say that it is an investment item given to oneself. This kind of collectible sports car with its own IP value will appreciate over time. How is it? Do you like it? Yi Yang smiled and said, I remember you like orange more. Lu Qianqian nodded. Although she had met many children from famous families in Wharton, those who could drive a car worth $1 or $800,000 were already considered wealthy. Even though he was almost kicked out of the financial building by Yi Yang, Bill Mason, the grandson of the Shadow Emperor and known as Wharton's king, only drove a Bugatti Veyron with a price of $2 to $3 million. But thinking about Yi Yang's status now, she felt relieved. She looked at Yi Yang. I don't want to accept it. Huh? Why? Yi Yang scratched his head and asked with some confusion. I'm afraid that if I do, you will ignore me in the future. Lu Qianqian pouted. Huh? How could that happen? Yi Yang was confused. The girl's brain circuit was indeed twists and turns, which was difficult to understand. Then you promise not to forget me in the future? Lu Qianqian said seriously. Yi Yang sighed and touched Lu Qianqian's head. Silly girl. I forgot about myself, but I will never forget you. Lu Qianqian stuck out her tongue, then let's believe your nonsense for now. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. By the way, just hang out with me these days. I've sent you all the graduation thesis materials you need. If you look for it yourself, it will probably take at least a week, right? Accompany me for a week and treat it as a search. It's time for information. Yi Yang smiled. Okay. Even if Yi Yang didn't say anything, Lu Qianqian would try her best to keep Yi Yang in the United States for a few more days. Now that Yi Yang takes the initiative to stay here for a few days, of course. She wants it, 1 week is not enough. If I can find it myself, at least it will take a month. Lu Qianqian happily held Yi Yang's arm and said repeatedly. First update, warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Besides, I gave you billions last night, so this is nothing today. Yi Yang smiled evilly and dug Lu Qianqian's nose. Yi Yang, you are so bad now. I will bite you to death next time. Lu Qianqian hummed. After looking around the house, Yi Yang also sent Lu Qianqian the plan Yu Momo gave him. I plan to walk around the United States in this order. What do you think? Yi Yang asked. Okay. It's all up to you. Yi Yang. Lu Qianqian took a casual look and said. You're not afraid that I'll find a corner city and sell you to you? Yi Yang joked. Humph, then the luxury cars, villas, and the billions you gave me were all in vain. Lu Qianqian narrowed her eyes and fought back without showing any signs of weakness. Forehead. Yi Yang gave her a thumbs up. While the two were discussing, Yu Momo received a call. Boss, someone is looking for you. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. As his personal secretary, and with his current status, most people are basically not qualified to ask Yu Momo to come to him in person. Even some first-class financial families, groups, and CEOs with a market capitalization of trillions can only find Yu Momo at most, or even one of the secretaries for communication. It's the old man of the Mellon family, Doyle Mellon. You said silently. Oh, it's him. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He still remembered this old man. He spoke very interestingly. Although he was very old, he looked quite cool. He was a cool old man. The most important thing was that he was the former top 10 shadow emperors in the United States. A few of them are very good at what they say in the United States. When he first released the virtual reality game Warehouse and put it up for auction, the other party had a conversation with him. If they hadn't firmly believed that the ultimate end of the world was not the same, they might have become friends forever. It's a pity that everyone has their own ideals. Especially when you reach a position like the pillar of the human race, this is even more true. You will never change your thoughts and concepts easily. What does he want from me? Yi Yang asked. I said I wanted to meet you, and there are many wealthy businessmen and upper-class people from the United States traveling with me. Yu Momo summarized the information. Your appearance at Wharton Business School has become a hot topic. I guess they also know that you are coming to the United States and are a little nervous. Yi Yang nodded. Generally speaking, figures from big countries rarely appear in other countries for no apparent reason. Unless it is a foreign visit with a strategic level purpose. He is now regarded as the most influential person in the center. If he suddenly visits the United States without making any noise, the local wealthy businessmen and upper-class society will definitely be nervous. All kinds of brainstorming about his purpose and behavioral logic. But Yi Yang has no purpose or behavioral logic at all, so they can only make up some strange things, and they can't figure it out. I can't see through it. It's simply too enigmatic. I had no choice but to ask Yi Yang out in person to meet and talk. Then tonight. Yi Yang nodded. It is not entirely correct to say that there is no purpose. If he can find some clues to the source of destruction, he would be more happy. Let's go, I'll take you to the banquet to have fun tonight. Yi Yang smiled. Lu Qianqian estimates that she will study for a doctorate in the United States in the future. After all, those who are engaged in financial investment, the higher the background, the better. A doctorate in finance from a prestigious school is the starting point. He also knows that Lu Qianqian has her own ideas, and he will not interfere with her life trajectory. However, if he has the resources, he will still help pave the way for her first. The people here tonight are all the real upper-class people from the United States, and I guess some Wall Street tycoons will also come. When Lu Qianqian walks next to her, those guys will naturally understand her. In the future, Lu Qianqian's road will be much easier. Before he could choose a restaurant, the Shadow Emperor sent several well-known American chefs over. The United States itself has a diverse culture, and its food culture is also a combination of cultures from various countries. After all, there are French food, Italian food, Japanese food, Chinese food, but you must have never heard of delicious food. Desserts, bread, vegetable salads, ham, and steak are basically the daily meals here. However, in the hands of these famous chefs, these seemingly ordinary dishes have become very tempting. First of all, the raw materials are extremely precious. They use the highest quality Iberian ham black gold label, which costs 100,000 Chinese coins each. A 5 Kobe steak costs several thousand yuan per pound. The accompanying wine was the most luxurious red wine from the collection. The raw materials alone were worth hundreds of thousands of Chinese coins, and including the wine, it was far more than $1 million. Yi Yang doesn't like to eat ham. Even if it costs 100,000 yuan apiece, he can't taste any flavor. However, the steak is still tender, delicious, and moderately cooked. Paired with a sip of vintage red wine, it is simply a worldly pleasure. If you eat too much at lunch, you won't be able to eat anything at dinner. Lu Qianqian said worriedly, but she still kept her hands honest and kept eating. Haha, the dinner is mainly about chatting. Although it is called a banquet, if you really want to eat, it is not a good choice. Yi Yang curled his lips. He had never been full at so-called banquets. Oh. Then I'd better eat enough. Lu Qianqian smiled. As night falls, Philadelphia lights up like daylight. Amidst the bright neon lights, luxury cars pass by. There are rich second generations racing on the street, performing a real version of urban hegemony, and there are short-skirted girls making a scene on the street after getting drunk, showing off their love. There are also girls from animal protection organizations who lock themselves in cages on the street to perform performance art. There are also street performers holding guitars, pursuing their own musical life. There are also hurried financial salesmen running through the busy streets. A vibrant and free atmosphere is blowing in the face. Well, it really feels completely different from the night in China. Yi Yang shook his head. Soon, they arrived at the door of the Philadelphia Jiangjing Banquet Hall. Tonight, there are luxury cars and aristocrats. Yi Yang is used to this scene, and he walked straight into it with Lu Qianqian. This banquet exists because of him, and naturally everyone present recognizes him. As soon as he entered the venue, countless big guys came to greet him with a smile, and brought their sons to meet the big guys, so as not to meet them on the streets of the United States in the future and be slapped in the face again. They can't afford it. In this country that advocates freedom, all kinds of weird people exist. It is not surprising that there are a few rich second-generation dandies who don't know Yi Yang. After all, even in China, it is not necessarily possible to say that all rich second generations know him. Walking by many celebrities and wealthy people, Yi Yang met the handsome old man again. Mel and Doyle toasted him to celebrate their second meeting. Second update. Mr. Yi. Doyle Mason smiled slightly, stood up on his own initiative, and joined the many upper-class wealthy businessmen present to welcome his arrival. After some polite greetings, we sat down. Long time no see, you still look so good, Yi Yang said with a smile. Mr. Yi was joking. Mason Doyle drank a cup of tea and felt a little emotional. It's a long story, but in fact, it had only been a year since he last met Yi Yang, and his international status was already completely different. When they first met, although Yi Yang had just made a name for himself internationally, most people still thought that he was just a newly rising big man who was ruling the roost in China, and was far from being a giant. After all, it is difficult for China to produce so-called economic giants. Those few wills represent the giant forces in China, and even the shadow emperor forces like the SARS consortium feel that Yi Yang is nothing to fear and is an emerging force. But over the past year, Yi Yang's many actions have completely changed the world situation and everyone's view of him. It's really too fast. No one has ever risen so quickly. Moreover, this can no longer be regarded as a rise. A normal rise is from an emerging consortium to a world giant. But now, the word giant can obviously no longer be used to describe Yi Yang. The 9 major financial groups combined could not pose any threat to him. Instead, they were defeated one by Yi Yang. Moreover, during that period, Yi Yang also wiped out an ancient source organization in Europe. This kind of power is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Regardless of financial resources or force, Yi Yang is now openly seeking global supremacy. Even the giants who stood on top of mankind before, no one dared to provoke him. When Doyle Mason met Yi Yang for the first time, he still had the mentality of looking up to a strong junior, but now, even he is starting to look up to him. This made him feel extremely emotional. Presumably, the only one who can confront Yi Yang alone now is the Tongji Club, a mysterious and well-hidden existence. Of course, if the United States as a whole devotes everything to an economic war with China, the outcome is uncertain. But Doyle knew that this was impossible under the threat of the space carrier and the sun mecha. Dignity only lies on the edge of the sword. Truth only exists within the range of a cannon. In essence, weapons are the foundation among major powers. I wonder if Mr. Yi has any plans for coming to the United States this time? Mason Doyle asked tentatively. I don't have any plans. Yi Yang shook his head. The main reason is to travel and relax. This? Mason Doyle frowned. Does Mr. Yi have something to hide? With Mr. Ye's current strength, there is no need to be so cautious. You don't have to misunderstand. There is an old Chinese saying that Those who know the current affairs are heroes, and I may not be the same. I can't see the situation clearly. If Mr. Yi has any plans, I will give my full support. Yi Yang sighed helplessly. He was used to the life of a bunch of crazy people around him. Mason Doyle looked at Yi Yang and sighed, and added, I came with the will of several other shadow emperors. We all mean this. Mr. Yi doesn't think that. I am old and can't help ye. Are you busy, sir? Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's true that you are worrying too much. But since we have talked about it for this reason, I really have something to explain to you first. Oh? Mason Doyle nodded and finally got to the point. I originally planned to tell you after this trip. Yi Yang said, you already know that the technology one shared with you in the marine technology chain is for the Qianlong project. The Qianlong project will build no less than 10,000 submarine bases in sea areas around the world, which naturally includes your United States. Mason Doyle nodded. It is true that some people still cannot accept this matter. I will try my best to do their job. Yi Yang nodded. I'm just telling you this news in advance. When this plan officially starts to be implemented, those who have not yet agreed will not have to make a choice. Doyle Mason was stunned. As a giant of mankind, they ignore the crisis of the end of the world. They are not worthy of this giant. Yi Yang said lightly. Doyle once again felt the irresistible pressure. What Yi Yang said now was not a joke. He does have the ability to do what he says. In addition, after a while, various disasters will begin to appear. Instead of letting everyone discover the cause of the disaster on their own and having the Kiwanis take advantage of it, at that time I will announce the truth about the geomagnetic reversal to the world. You also get ready. Yi Yang said seriously. Doyle nodded seriously. Announcing the end of the world is an extremely stressful thing for any country. At that time, many questions will definitely arise. If Mr. Yi has finished speaking, I happen to have something to ask Mr. Yi for help with. Doyle smiled slightly and showed his fox tail. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. This old guy had a hidden agenda. Say it. Doyle * Mason thought for a moment and then said, there seems to be some grudge between Mr. Yi and the Kiwanis Club? Isn't this an indisputable fact? Yi Yang said with a smile. During the battle with the 9 financial groups, a tug-of-war broke out between himself and the Tongji Club. Although they stayed at the stage of mutual condemnation and did not really have a direct conflict, the world has already understood the contradictory relationship between them. Then it is true that the 5 ancient sources are subpowers controlled by the Tongji Association. Doyle Mason nodded. The giants are all shrewd. Combining the information they have and a little inference and thinking, they can deduce the truth. It's just that I don't want to face the weird and unpredictable Kiwanis Club. I admire Mr. Ye's righteousness very much. Doyle said sincerely. Just one source of destruction spread across North and South America for hundreds of years, causing everyone a headache. Yi Yang actually dared to directly attack the Tongji Association. That means being enemies with the 5 ancient sources and their controllers at the same time. Even the shadow emperors like America can't deal with just one source of destruction, and they certainly don't have the confidence to deal with the ancient source. Mr. Yi destroyed the black source and the source of corruption one after another, clearing away the source of suffering that lasted for hundreds of years on 2 continents. It is really a great achievement. Doyle Mason looked at Yi Yang's expression and added in a timely manner, if Mr. Yi is willing to help us get rid of the source of destruction in America, we are willing to provide all support and share all information about the Kiwanis Club with Mr. Yi. First update. Oh? Yi Yang pondered for a moment. Although I learned some information about the Kiwanis Club from the two major sources of core information. But he always felt that the Tongji Association seemed to be hiding something, and the five source organizations were just pawns in its hands. He still can't figure out the core purpose of the Kiwanis Club. If he can know the information about this mysterious organization in the United States for so many years, he can corroborate each other and infer a lot of useful information. If Mr. Yi is willing to cooperate with us, we can now provide all the information we have about the source of destruction, Doyle Mason said. He has confirmed the friction between Yi Yang and the Tongji Club, and the Fountain of Destruction is an organization under the Tongji Club. So Yi Yang has a reason to take action against the Fountain of Destruction. Since we are in the same interest camp, why can't we cooperate and join forces? In that case, it's settled. Yi Yang glanced at the contract content provided by Doyle and nodded. Eliminating the source of destruction is what he wants to do. Now that the United States can provide assistance and information, as well as additional financial support, of course he will do it. Easily. After the negotiation, Yi Yang sent all this information to the hurricane. The destruction of the two major sources was basically caused by hurricanes. They are veterans and have full experience in dealing with the Fountain organization. Tonight is really interesting. Lu Qianqian held Yi Yang's arm and said with a smile. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. There are several people at this banquet who are also from Wharton. They had warm eyes before, and some even sent harassing messages asking me to be their lover. Lu Qianqian smiled and said, when you see me tonight, it's like a mouse seeing a cat, trembling in the corner for fear of being recognized by me. Then why didn't you go say hello? Yi Yang sneered. He wanted to give these guys who coveted his women a hard lesson. You are still too kind. Maybe so. Lu Qianqian scratched her head and spat out her sweet tongue. Okay, let's not talk about them anymore. Tomorrow, we will start the first stop of our tour around the United States. Should we go to Hawaii or Las Vegas first? Yi Yang asked. Yumomo's plan included detailed strategies for each city. But he chose the order of travel himself. The United States is a big country, but at the speed of the F-1000, it only takes a few hours to fly anywhere, and there is no need to consider the distance at all. The greater the ability, the higher the status, and the broader the vision. My perception of the world is completely different. When I went to college, I felt that the distance between college and my hometown was already very far. But now, he really feels like the earth is a village. Every place has his industry. He can basically go wherever he wants. He can even go to the moon for breakfast and come back for lunch. The word distance seems to be very unfamiliar to him. If I go to Las Vegas, I don't know how to gamble, so I don't feel very excited about it. Lu Qianqian pouted. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Ah. I almost forgot, with you, the world's top gambler, by my side, what should I worry about? Lu Qianqian slapped her head. At the top of the Aowan Bay, Yi Yang faced off against the three major gambling gods in the world alone, winning 3 games in 3 games, and collecting $300 billion in bets. Known as the god of gamblers. This incident caused a worldwide sensation, and Liu Qianqian certainly knew about it. As long as you are here, the whole of Las Vegas will lose to you. Liu Qianqian laughed. But I still want to sunbathe first. I have been looking forward to Hawaii for a long time, but I have never been there. Liu Qianqian said expectantly, the most important thing is that I can ask Yi Yang to apply sunscreen on me. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. In the past few years, the United States has been receiving overwhelming publicity. And almost everyone has heard of Hawaii's reputation. Especially the Lilo and Stitch, Experiment 626 Stitch, a phenomenal hit anime. When I was a child, which made people fascinated by Hawaii. Then let's go to Hawaii first. Yi Yang nodded. And confirmed. Yumomo was too lazy to wait for Yi Yang to get there before buying real estate. He went directly there to help Yi Yang look at the real estate. Last night, after a long drought, Yi Yang and Liu Qianqian communicated too enthusiastically. Today, the breeze blows gently, moistening everything silently. Found the most perfect state. The next morning, the F-1000 landed on an island in the Hawaiian Islands. As soon as he got off the plane, Yi Yang was told that this island was now his. Because the manor property bought by UMO occupied a full 98% of the island's land. The entire Hawaii is composed of 132 islands. This super estate occupies one of a kind. The selling price of this island estate is as high as 3 billion Chinese coins. Sunshine, coconut trees, beach, tropical atmosphere. Yi Yang walked around the island. This island is not big, and is much smaller than the first island he took over, Dongsha Island. But Dongsha Island is a tourist attraction after all. And this island is completely a private manor villa. If you were willing to spend money, wouldn't you be able to directly buy the property rights of the entire Hawaiian Islands? Yi Yang laughed inwardly. The house in America is a permanent property right, which means that the land will belong to him after he buys it. However, he also knows that this idea is unrealistic. Most of the land has no real estate, and there are also many non-commercial lands that are not sold to the public. Therefore, this idea can only be thought about. The main villa of this island manor villa is built in the middle, on the top of the artificial hill. It is said that its biggest selling point is that every room in it is a sea view room. Therefore, it is also called the world's strongest sea view villa. Its design is also worthy of the price, very ultramodern, and it looks like a completely futuristic beauty. Originally, I wanted to visit Hawaii after getting off the plane, but I was hungry and didn't even walk out of my island manor villa. Yi Yang was also very speechless. It seems that it is not good to have a house that is too big. If you don't come by plane or yacht, you can only travel at home. Knowing that Yi Yang planned to come to Hawaii first, the Monaco carried Shou, Jinan and her 3 sisters and drove over first. In addition to Yi Yang, who has mastered the limits of human cooking skills in terms of seafood cooking skills, there should be few people in the world who can surpass these 3 top-notch female chefs of Royal Fresh. Boss, we have prepared a Hawaiian seafood feast for you. Seeing Yi Yang starving after traveling in their home, the 3 Zhou Jinan sisters were also at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and brought out the prepared seafood feast one after another. Second update. Although in Hawaii, there are only a few of the most expensive luxury ingredients in the world, so the most famous ingredients from all over the world are also transported here. The difference is that there will be some local specialties such as Hawaiian fruit plates, baked hot cakes, and moonfish. The three sisters Zhou Jinan are very accomplished in seafood cooking. The first meal in Hawaii was also very enjoyable. After eating, Yi Yang took Lu Qianqian to choose a place to play. As a world-famous tourist archipelago, Hawaii has many places to play. These attractions are mainly arranged on the 4 islands of Oahu, Maui, Big Island, and Kauai. First, there was a wave of shopping in the Waikiki Commercial Center. There are still many special products here. Seeing people from all over the world coming and going, Yi Yang bought a pair of sunglasses, wore a straw hat, and changed into a lazy vacation outfit. Lu Qianqian changed into a hot one-piece bikini, lying on a beach chair, chatting with Yi Yang. Do you want to have dinner together? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Huh? Lu Qianqian was stunned. It is said that there are lobsters and some sea cucumbers under the sea, all of which are treasures. Yi Yang flipped through the information memo that Yumomo prepared for him and said, rent a diving suit and go into the water to catch lobsters. Okay. Lu Qianqian was also trying to catch lobsters for the first time, so of course she was eager to try. Yi Yang bought some diving suits with better materials. He didn't care. With his physique, he would have no problem being underwater without a diving suit. Even if something happened, he could summon the Liang Mecha at any time. But Lu Qianqian was not sure. What if this girl was stupid and got her clothes torn by the lobsters and drowned underwater? Go. You are stupid. After Lu Qianqian knew what Yi Yang was worried about, she rolled her eyes. Plop, plop. The two of them entered the water one after another. The azure shallow sea world suddenly appeared in their eyes. Diving into the deep sea, or playing on the beach, Yi Yang did it a lot. But Yi Yang had never done shallow sea diving before. The sun shines in from the sea, everything is colorful, the corals and fish are colorful, like a fairy tale world. It turns out that crabs swim very fast in the water. They are so stupid on the beach. Lu Qianqian was looking at a wandering crab and laughed. How about we eat it tonight? Yi Yang looked at the fat and strong shallow sea crab and suggested with a sly smile. Oh, crabs are so cute, how can we eat crabs? Lu Qianqian pouted, that's it. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The girl's mind was really unpredictable. His suggestion was just a reason to go to the sea, to see Lu Qianqian's curves under the sea. How could he really think of solving the ingredients for dinner by himself? Although these ingredients are also considered treasures, they are still a little different from the world's top ingredients he eats for every meal. Ah! This lobster is so bad. Lu Qianqian was caught in a sudden spot and cried out. Although the diving suit provided by Yi Yang is made of very tough material and can dissipate most of the force, it is different after all, and Lu Qianqian's face still burned red. Ha 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 ha. Yi Yang was amused and laughed non-stop. You stinky Yi Yang. Lu Qianqian wanted to hit Yi Yang, but she couldn't use any strength under the water, and instead became a slow-motion coquettish. However, after just 2 hits, there was no movement. Yi Yang looked at her in confusion, what's wrong? Yi Yang, behind you. Lu Qianqian's face was pale, obviously frightened. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, and at the same time, he felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He hugged Lu Qianqian and kicked his feet. The huge reaction force made him swim more than 10 meters directly. The splashes of water from his powerful force exploded. Stopping his body, Yi Yang frowned and looked at the huge black shadow that attacked. Shark? Judging from its size, it was not an ordinary shark. This is a safe zone. How could a shark suddenly appear? Yi Yang sneered, knowing that there was a reason. However, it was not easy to fight a shark alone on the seabed. But it was not enough to summon the fiery sun mecha, and he also wanted to see how far he could go underwater with his super warrior physique. The big shark was obviously buzzing with the splash that Yi Yang had just kicked out. At this time, Bing Lung stared at the human in front of him with some hesitation. He felt the instinctive fear of the creature from him. But sharks are the overlords of the ocean today. Generally, they will not have any fear of any other species without weapons. This fear made it hesitate. At this moment of hesitation, Yi Yang moved. He was as agile as a dragon underwater. With a leap, he swam no slower than marine creatures. Lu Qianqian was stunned. Is this still a human? Too strong. No wonder he was still energetic the next day, even if he worked day and night. Yi Yang's physique is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Bang! Yi Yang punched the hesitant shark on the forehead. Sharks don't have vocal cords and can't make any sound, otherwise they would definitely cry out what kind of monster they encountered. Just one punch, and the shark was knocked unconscious. You know, after Yi Yang took the super gene potion, his physical fitness was stronger than Captain America, and pulling a helicopter with his bare hands was no problem. In addition, Chinese martial arts are proficient in the control of strength and divine techniques. Even underwater, it can burst out with terrifying power. Few creatures on Earth can withstand such a blow. Bang bang bang. This was the first time Yi Yang fought against such an ocean overlord, and he had no idea whether he could win, so he didn't save much strength. Seeing that one punch worked, he added a few more punches until the shark's head was smashed. Only then did he stop. So you are so weak, Yi Yang curled his lips. Before, when he played games, he was always killed by sharks. Humans seem to have no resistance in front of such creatures. So he overestimated the strength of sharks. TSK, you hit too hard, a few punches smashed your head. Yi Yang shook his head. Sorry, I let you see such a bloody scene. Lu Qianqian was stunned at this time, just shook her head blankly. Those who can escape from the shark's mouth are already peerless warriors. These few punches to kill the shark, what's the point? At this time, on the hills far away from the shore, seeing the red mist coming out of the sea water, the middle-aged man with yellow beard put away the telescope and sneered. What pillar of humanity, what great trouble to Tongji society, nothing more than this. I used a little trick to kill it. He he he. First update. It's really boring. The thin middle-aged man with yellow beard stood up and prepared to retreat. Hey, is this enough for the killer world to almost announce the blood moon? Haha, a bunch of useless old guys, it seems that the throne of the world's #1 killer should be taken by me. He stretched. But soon, his companion, the black fat man, found something wrong. Something floated on the water. He said in a muffled voice. Is it the remains of Yi Yang? Maybe there is his girlfriend. He he he. The yellow beard whistled. It's just a pity, his girlfriend is really hot. The best in the world, but it's a pity that she died with Yi Yang. Not really. That one looks so big. The black fat man adjusted the lens closer and took a closer look. then immediately threw the telescope away, his lips trembling with fear and his eyes wide open. What the hell scared you like this? Even if the body of a shark after biting a person does look scary, it's not. Shit. The yellow beard picked up his telescope and looked at the sea. A headless shark turned over and floated on the sea. All kinds of messy things spilled out from the severed head, and the blood dyed the sea red. Many people in the distance had noticed this scene and began to run away screaming. What's going on? Someone collided with me? The first thing that Yellowbeard thought of was that there were other people who had this method to deal with Yi Yang, and the sharks on both sides fought. As for Yi Yang, killing the shark with his bare hands. How is that possible? Is he still a human? He usually relies on the mecha to commit crimes. I observed that he didn't even bring the mecha with him. When attacked by a shark, humans usually can't survive a single encounter, and it's over. There is no chance to summon the mecha. He also calculated this point and prepared this assassination plan. But unfortunately, it seems to have failed. This doesn't prove that I lost. Before Yellowbeard saw the mecha flying over, he said unyieldingly, maybe the shark he was traveling with would eat him. However, soon, he saw the water splashing on the shore. Yi Yang and Lu Qianqian walked to the shore in high spirits, without any signs of injury. A bad premonition came to the yellow-bearded man. No. Did he really beat the shark to death? He couldn't believe this idea at all. It's not impossible. It's said that Yi Yang once defeated Taikong Nason, the world's #1 boxing champion, with 3 punches, and then sent the boxing champion to move bricks at a construction site in China. The black fat man said. That's impossible. Humans have their limits. No matter how powerful they are, they can't kill a big shark in the water with their bare hands. Unless he's not a human at all. He's a demon. The yellow-bearded man gritted his teeth. Instead of dwelling on this, I think we should run away quickly. A big shot like him is not simple-minded. He will probably realize soon that this is not an accident, but a man-made one. By then, he won't be able to leave even if he wants to. The black fat man said. I did it perfectly. He won't be able to figure it out. For a while. The yellow-bearded man laughed conceitedly. Perfect? You think highly of yourself. A cold laugh came from behind the yellow beard, and his face changed drastically. Before he could react, his neck was hit by a knife. And the whole person collapsed. You look stupid, but you still have some brains, but unfortunately not much. After Shou Qingxian knocked the yellow beard unconscious with one move, he looked at the black fat man with a playful look. Otherwise I wouldn't have participated in this matter. The black fat man raised his hands above his head. If I say I am just a guide, would you believe it? In response to him, Shou Qingshuan's cold and ruthless boot. Then he fainted completely. On the island manor. Yi Yang looked at the 2 people who woke up slowly. As soon as Huang Huzi woke up, he wanted to bite the poison in his mouth, but he soon felt something was wrong. Why did the poison smell so bad? It was switched a long time ago. Xiao Xiaozhu said with a smile, the one in your mouth is a dog shit capsule. Huang Huzi kept spitting out saliva, but unfortunately he was eager to die and had swallowed the capsule directly into his stomach just now. Knowing the truth, he burst into tears. Hee, you know, we killers are principled and will not reveal any information at all. It's useless to keep me I advise you to kill me as soon as possible. Huang Huzi frowned. Generally, the more people say this, the more afraid of pain. Shou Xiaozhu raised the corner of her mouth and whispered to Huang Huzi. Presumably, she told the other party the effect of her special poison. Huang Huzi's eyes widened and he couldn't stop shaking all over. In the end, he was even scared to pee. Is this a killer with a bottom line and moral integrity? Shou Xiaozhu said contemptuously, I haven't done it yet, but I was scared to death just by hearing the punishment. I said, don't torture me like this. Yellowbeard's lips trembled and he kept saying it. Next, he explained everything. Sure enough, these were all Tongji's plans. Since Yi Yang defeated the 9 financial group and had a formal conflict with Tongji, the other party released a saturation assassination plan. Everyone in the world can take this task, and the task release channel is extremely hidden. Bonus, $1 trillion. You can't escape, this bounty is valid. For a long time, you will live in an endless wave of assassinations in the future. Yellowbeard tried to provoke Yi Yang and let him kill him quickly. $1 trillion. Yi Yang muttered, the strength of this Tongji society is indeed not to be underestimated. $1 trillion, even the giants can't take out $1 trillion. They may have a few $1 trillion in assets, but it is impossible for them to take out $1 trillion. Even the top 10 giants in the world, such as the Baylor Consortium, can only have a cash flow of about $700 billion. Even if I die, let me die with understanding. Without a mecha, how did you escape from the shark's mouth? Yellowbeard asked angrily. Escape? Yi Yang stretched out a finger and flicked it lightly, and the stone table in front of him cracked, directly from the middle. Why don't you ask how that shark died? Yellowbeard was completely dumbfounded. You are not a human being at all. You are the world-destroying demon described in the Ultimate Secret book. Yi Yang shook his head. This guy is hopeless. Do what you just said and let him die. He told Shou Xiaozhu, as for this black fat guy, give him a quick death. Second update, PS, tomorrow is the end of the month, I will give myself a day off. I will soon pass 2.5 million words, which is also the longest book that Jiangjing has written in the past few years. Thanks to the fans who have followed along. Updates will resume on May 1st. It seems like this Kiwanis club is crazy. Yi Yang sneered. He was not like the upright virgin-like figure in ordinary movies and TV dramas. Only bad guys were allowed to use dark methods, and good guys could only abide by the rules, and then be tricked to death and suffer losses. Yi Yang would never do such a stupid thing. He won't take the initiative to do dirty tricks, but as long as someone dares to think this way about him, he doesn't mind returning it even more violently. A hero who can't punish bad guys is what kind of bullshit hero? At most, she can be regarded as a holy mother who does not hesitate to sacrifice justice for the sake of face. Also send out rewards through our news channels, as long as anyone can provide information about Kiwanis assassination channels and prove it to be effective. We will reward you with $1 billion plus 20 years of asylum wherever human civilization goes. Anyone who can kill members of the Kiwanis Round Table or above will be rewarded with tens of billions of dollars and 50 years of asylum. Killing the leader of the Kiwanis Club will reward you with hundreds of billions of dollars and 100 years of protection. Kill the Kiwanis prophet and you will be rewarded with $1 trillion and permanent asylum. Yi Yang said lightly, yes. Shao Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu both nodded. A favor must be repaid and a grudge must be retaliated. This is the character of the boss. You will never feel cowardly when you follow the boss. This is also the reason why they like to follow Yi Yang from the bottom of their hearts. If you dare to put a reward, I will also put a reward. Not only is there a reward, but the reward is for someone stronger than you. From the congressman to the prophet's head, they are all on the bounty list for you. Not only that, but also destroying your intelligence network. The Shou sisters understand. Only Yi Yang in this world has the qualifications and ability to issue such a reward. Only he has the qualifications to declare that wherever human civilization goes, he can take refuge. Even if a force like the Kiwanis Club is hidden in the darkness, no one would dare to believe it even if they offer a reward. You are hiding yourself, for fear of being caught in your lair and beaten to death. Do you want us to believe that you can keep me safe? What a nonsense. Compared with cash rewards, for those top killers who want to wash their hands and return to the light, Yi Yang's safe shelter is the most fatal attraction. The Shou sisters looked at each other, impressed by the content of Yi Yang's reward. They themselves are considered to be half of the killer world, and they know very well that the content of this reward will cause a terrifying uproar in the reward world. By then, life for the Kiwanis Club will probably be difficult. However, they also know that the Tongji Association can last for thousands of years and even cultivate such a terrifying organization as the Five Sources. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. Their bounty cannot threaten Yi Yang. Similarly, if Hurricane does not take action, Yi Yang's bounty will actually hardly threaten the core members of the Kiwanis Club. But this is a reciprocal mutual deterrence measure, and if only understood in terms of meaning, Yi Yang is obviously better. In this bounty competition that is certain to be fruitless, the Kiwanis Club has undisputedly and completely failed. As expected, soon, all the major black net circles were in a frenzy with Yi Yang's announcement of the reward. Many top assassins shook their heads. In comparison, the bounty offered by the Kiwanis Club is not attractive at all. Go all out to track down the whereabouts of the Kiwanis Club. There is also an attachment here. It's not just assassination. As long as you can provide useful information about the Kiwanis Club, you can get a starting reward of tens of millions of dollars, with no upper limit. It's really fascinating. You may sneer at other people's unlimited limits. How much more can you have? If you can afford hundreds of millions of dollars, that would be great. Even the world's top richest people, how much money can they pay for some information? But Yi Yang is different. He transcends all concepts, and with the trillions of dollars in rewards and permanent asylum offered for the prophet, it makes people imagine. If the location of the prophet could be provided, wouldn't it be possible to get hundreds of billions of dollars at least? The entire killer world is going crazy. Somewhere internationally. At the Kiwanis Hall, all the roundtable members were silent. They were fine yesterday, but today their heads are hanging on Yi Yang's bounty list. The first helm and the prophet are absolutely confidential and absolutely safe. But some of these roundtable members have appeared in the world. There are even some who are famous bosses in human society. If they are found out to be members of the Kiwanis Club, their fate will definitely be extremely miserable. Many people could no longer calm down, and the entire venue was filled with a depressing atmosphere. I didn't agree with this proposal at the beginning. Someone in black robe complained. I think you are afraid that your identity will be exposed, right? After all, You are considered a big star in human society. Haha. Someone gloated and laughed. What do you mean? The complaining man in black robe was angry. It's nothing. We are gathering together for the most noble beliefs, to plan major human affairs. I think you, a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death, should not hang out in our circle. This round table has no room for disloyal people like you. Those who gloated continued to jeer. You've never shown up before, so aren't you worried about your identity being exposed? Don't worry, if I'm killed, I will definitely give you your identity information before I die. The complaining man in black robe said coldly. Okay. A small reward can turn you into a mess, what a shame. A leader spoke up. The scene was quiet. The composition of the black-robed members of the Tongji society is extremely complex. Although they all follow the guidance of the final secret book and the prophet in their hearts, they are not harmonious with each other. When geniuses with extreme ideas become colleagues, they often cannot tolerate each other's existence. This is also a headache for the leaders. Don't worry, the Tongji society has existed for more than 1,000 years, and its intelligence system claims to be the best in the world. If you can't protect your own members, what's the ultimate of mankind? A leader comforted. I don't believe you. Some members complained in their hearts. They are all smart people. So they naturally know that the words of the leader are useful in the previous world, but in the world where Jiangjing exists now, it has long been useless. Even the two important source organizations were cut off. Although they are core members, how can their importance compare to the two major source organizations? It's your fault for liking excitement. You clearly have such an ultimate goal, but you still use the money and status provided by Tongji Club to show off in public. This is retribution. Haha, it was my status in human society that made Tongji Club beg me to become a member of parliament, not because I am a member of parliament. Tongji Club gave me money and status, understand? Stupid. The members of parliament quarreled again. This scene was something that Jiangjing, the instigator, had never expected. First update. In the following days, assassins still came to try to assassinate from time to time. However, after taking precautions, only a few people could pass the first blockade of the hurricane. There were only one or two who could make it to the ace killer level. Jiangjing and Liu Qianqian continued to play in the Hawaiian Islands as if nothing had happened. If this information was reported back to the Kiwanis headquarters, it would probably make those congressmen who were worried from morning to night angry to death. In the following days, Jiangjing visited Waikiki Beach, Dinosaur Bay, Volcano Park, Kilauea Volcano, Kualoa Ranch, where big movies such as Jurassic were filmed, Pineapple Plantation, Napali Coast, Kalaupapa National Historical Park. All of them. He experienced everything that could be played, such as fishing, watching fluorescent fish, riding hot air balloons, boating, surfing, and walking on the beach. He even asked a top photographer to shoot a small art film for him and Liu Qianqian here. It was very artistic and had a high content of small films. The beautiful photographer was full of confidence and felt that this film would at least win an Artistic Achievement Award at the Cannes Film Festival. If nothing else, just recording the fact that Jiangjing traveled was already valuable enough. This would at least go down in history in the future. You have seen an actor play the King of America, but if the King of America plays a movie, then this movie would at least be awarded an art award. Because this thing itself is very artistic. Not to mention that Jiangjing is now much more Superior than any monarch. Really good. The beautiful director nodded with satisfaction. In the end, she didn't even take the money. You know, although she is not an internationally renowned super commercial film director like Spielberg, nor a genius screenwriter like Yi Jiuyang, who was popular for a while and shoots TV series that are popular all over the world, she also has a very high status in this kind of art film industry. The fee for shooting a small movie is at least 7 or 8 figures. But she said frankly that it was an honor to be with Yi Yang, so how could she dare to ask for money? Being able to make a movie for boss Yi was something she couldn't ask for even if she spent money. At the end, she was reluctant to leave, and said that she would find other ways to reward Yi Yang to repay him for letting her make this movie and giving her the opportunity to win a big prize. However, this kind of impulse that only has gratitude but no love is not accepted by Yi Yang. In the end, although the other party hinted and flirted, it was found that Yi Yang had already left with Liu Qianqian. Only the disappointed beautiful director Gu Yueshi was left. Humph. If you don't admit my feelings now, you will always have the opportunity to see my sincerity in the future. Yi Yang has never been shy about his attitude towards feelings. If there is true love, good looks, and he can make him feel good, he will not refuse. Of course, at his position, there is nothing he can be shy about. Gu Yueshi is still very confident in her looks, and it is probably that Yi Yang did not feel her love. Wait until I finish editing the film, and then I'll let you feel it, my love. She bared her teeth and said seriously. When Yi Yang appeared in the public eye again, he had already arrived in Las Vegas. Las Vegas is one of the 4 largest gambling cities in the world. Las Vegas is the largest city in Nevada, the county seat of Clark County, and a city with a very high international reputation. Las Vegas is located on the edge of the desert and border of Nevada, so Las Vegas has high temperatures all year round. Las Vegas is one of the 4 largest gambling cities in the world. It is a world-renowned resort city for tourism, shopping, and vacation centered on the gambling industry. It has the reputation of the entertainment capital of the world and the wedding capital. It took Las Vegas only 10 years to transform from an inconspicuous rundown village to a huge international city. Strangely, although it is one of the 4 largest gambling cities in the world, Las Vegas has finally become the honeymoon destination chosen by the most newlyweds in the world. Liu Qianqian blushed when she learned the news. After all, she was planning to travel with Yi Yang for a month. Is this a disguised honeymoon? She blinked. Looking at Yi Yang, who was concentrating on driving, her heart was beating fast. Oh how can it not count? I think it counts, so count it. She smiled sweetly. After arriving in Las Vegas, Yi Yang soon met his old friend, Stephen Kelly. Stephen Kelly is one of the 3 great gambling gods in the world. He has dealt with Yi Yang several times. They can be regarded as sympathetic to each other. Long time no see, Mr. Yi. I invited you to Las Vegas before, and finally you are here. This handsome old man does not have the airs of a contemporary gambling god. After all, Yi Yang has been called the god of gamblers by the world after the summit of Australia Bay. Even the god of gamblers is half a realm lower than him. The god of gamblers has always been a dragon that can only be seen from head to tail. After the summit of Australia Bay, there was no news about the god of gamblers. Now Yi Yang and Stephen Kelly are in the same frame again, and the paparazzi and reporters in Las Vegas immediately snapped them crazily. The god of gamblers meets again. Las Vegas is about to set off a huge wave. Will the shocking gamble happen again? After all, in recent years, it has almost become a rule that if there is no major gambling, the gambling god will not meet publicly. Yi Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. These paparazzi and reporters are really unscrupulous. Sometimes. He hasn't done anything yet, and they want to blow the gimmick to the sky. Mr. Yi, don't pay attention to those. Stephen Kelly has long been accustomed to these. I heard that Mr. Yi has the habit of buying a new property when he arrives in a new place. This time, your secretary doesn't need to worry about it. I have found a good place for you, Brother Yi. Stephen Kelly smiled mysteriously. Oh? Yi Yang is looking forward to it. Las Vegas has an inseparable relationship with this Stephen Kelly. It can be said that the two parties have achieved each other and are inseparable. In terms of understanding Las Vegas, no one in the world dares to say that Stephen Kelly is second to none. The luxury house recommended by the other party, even Momo, probably finds it difficult to find a purchase channel. Since the other party has made a warm invitation, he doesn't want to trouble Momo too much. He simply nodded, then let's go and have a look together. He trusted the other party because they had a friendship and admired each other's character. Second, they had a bet on the top of Australia Bay. The other party had helped with a huge favor of $100 billion, so it was impossible for him to play tricks on such a small matter. Of course, he also had the other party's shares worth tens of billions in the Holiday Winery in Australia Bay, which was worth $100 billion. I don't think this old man would play tricks. Haha, Brother Yi, please. Stephen Kelly was enthusiastic. Second update. Stephen Kelly took Yi Yang and his party onto the large helicopter. From the helicopter, you can overlook the bustling night view of Las Vegas. This is an inland city. If you look around, you will see plains or deserts all around. A city full of lights and prosperity seems a bit out of place in such an environment. After all, in the minds of ordinary people, only metropolises near the sea can develop to such luxury. This is the prototype city for Grand Theft Auto Vice City, which was once popular when Yi Yang was a child. Soon, the helicopter landed on a mountain top. Las Vegas is located in the plains with few hills. But here, you can see a large area of the city in the distance, and most of the city's glow can be seen. Excellent location. Stephen Kelly, this mansion is the number one in Las Vegas. It is the undisputed number one in terms of luxury and price. I also spent a lot of face to get it. Come down. Today, I'll give it to you, Brother Yi. Good. Yi Yang nodded. When you come to China, I will also give you a mansion. The business and interests involved between them are in the tens or hundreds of billions at least. Good. Stephen Kelly didn't say much, and they understood each other tacitly. Yi Yang took a tour of this desert villa. The design of the entire villa was very clever and the lighting was extremely transparent. The whole seemed to be made up of various rectangular blocks that were spliced together in an orderly manner, but the whole gave people a feeling of incomparable harmony and future. There are many desert-specific plants indoors. For example, cactus and Cistanche deserticula have a wonderful visual experience where wildness and science complement each other. Goodbye, Brother Yi, I'm going to Jolhub for a treat. Stephen Kelly continued. This restaurant is the most well-known in Las Vegas and appears on lists such as the top 10 international restaurants every few years. Founded by Joel Hub, one of the most important French chefs in history, the restaurant boasts all the fine dishes you can imagine, along with an equally impressive wine list. The tasting menu alone offers 16 courses to create the best dining experience. The per capita consumption is more than $1,000. Jiangjing is well aware of the routines of these restaurants. The so-called per capita consumption is basically the minimum consumption. If you want to eat a meal in a hurry, you need to pay at least 10 times the amount per capita. If you want to have an exquisite and luxurious meal, it is not impossible to spend 100 times the minimum amount. There is no most luxury, only more luxury. The layout and decoration in the restaurant are all in classic enamel blue tones, with various precious plants and crystal chandeliers. The restaurant is filled with a light spicy fragrance. Jiangjing looked at the menu. Even for the same dish, if different levels of ingredients are used, the price can vary greatly. But Stephen Kelly is the owner of this big hotel, so this restaurant is naturally very sensible and has been directly upgraded to the highest standard. It is estimated that this meal is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. After all, these bottles of vintage wine alone are worth $100,000. Of course, they didn't even ask for a price. You are so rich, how vulgar is it to ask about the price? Breton pancakes. Lard hem cake, Montania 9 plus black gold wagyu. Jiangjing often complains that the portions of French food are too small, but the chef is very sensible and each serving is a super large portion. It instantly made the customer next to him wonder if he was sitting in a French restaurant. Many socialites who come to take pictures, or successful people who want to show off their boobs, feel that this is really embarrassing, and they all sneer at it. In their hearts, they feel that this is what rich people do, and it is rubbish. Where can I be like myself? Although I spent thousands of dollars, I still have to abide by the rules and etiquette of French cuisine in a noble and elegant way. And be proud of it. This is the nobility. But many nobles with really high status present were frightened to see these people complaining here. Jiangjing and the god of gamblers sat in the innermost position. Jiangjing had his back to everyone, but they could see Stephen Kelly. This is the rising star of the entire Las Vegas. The world-renowned god of gamblers. The noble among the nobles. These ignorant country bumpkins, pretentious people, fake socialites. Anyone really dares to ridicule. After a long meal, we finalized several tens of billions of dollars worth of projects in Las Vegas. Jiangjing took Lu Chantian, Yu Momo, and the Shou sisters to visit Las Vegas at night. Kelly enthusiastically gave travel tips. After all, he is the veteran here and knows it best. Mob Museum. Jiangjing looked at the column on the recommendation list with some surprise. Does such a weird museum exist? Yes, after all, this place is still called the City of Sin. All titles have their origins. Stephen Kelly laughed. Jiangjing nodded. Wherever there is profit, there is always violence. Not to mention this colorful world. Casino. Man dies for money, but bird dies for food. With a knife, you might get millions of dollars. Many people will choose to take the risk. When you come to the casino, you naturally have to experience the characteristics. Here. I just arrived at the largest casino in Las Vegas. People were coming and going, and chips were piled up like mountains. The powerful bosses from all walks of life, the gambling kings, and the 9 sects are all mixed together. The scene was lively and chaotic. But there is also a different sense of order amidst the chaos, And this sense of order is brought about by the majesty of the owner behind this casino. 6 or 7 of the 10 casinos in Las Vegas may have something to do with Stephen Kelly. This largest casino is naturally the owner of Stephen. You, a big shot like a god of gamblers, are you bullying them a bit by coming to this place? Liu Qianqian asked, with a smirk. I didn't say I was going to die personally. Yi Yang smiled. When he first gained the omnipotence of gambling skills, he was curious to give it a try. But now that he has the title of God of Gamblers, if he comes out to abuse others, he will indeed lose his status. Ah? Liu Qianqian was a little dumbfounded. What are you doing here? I don't know how to play. I'll teach you. Yi Yang smiled. Can this be mastered by just teaching? Liu Qianqian didn't quite believe it. Who makes me the best master in the world? Yi Yang boasted. Cut. Liu Qianqian just wanted to quarrel with Yi Yang. Many people gathered around. He looks familiar to me. Young and handsome, with a Chinese face. It's that God of Gamblers. The top of Australia Bay, the God of Gamblers. The surrounding area exploded instantly, and various sounds of surprise and suspicion formed an uproar, igniting the surrounding area. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry, he made a mistake. If I had known better, I would have worn sunglasses before coming back. Have no idea. Who made me so famous? First update. Take advantage of the God of Gamblers. Admire the God of Gamblers from the front row. Originally, he wanted to bring Liu Qianqian to a teaching game, but a bunch of people from all walks of life, from big bosses to various gamblers and gambling kings, surrounded him in the middle, praising and admiring him in various ways. What kind of game is this? Does God of Gamblers Xi want to gamble with us? Nonsense. How is that possible? Who is God of Gamblers Xi? We are nothing. How could he bend down to gamble with us? That's right. I think he must be here to talk to God of Gamblers Stephen about a 10 billion order. Yeah, with his old man, his status, he must be disdainful to play with us, right? All the big guys were trembling with fear, fearing that Yi Yang would play with them without caring about his face. Wouldn't they lose for sure? So they quickly praised Yi Yang first, which is called praising. After praising, any big guy who has a bit of face will not bother with them. Of course, Yi Yang's style of doing things has always been unrestrained, and they are not sure whether their trick will work. If it still doesn't work, they can only run away first. Anyway, you can't gamble with Yi Yang, you will lose. What's the point of gambling? Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. These guys are indeed casino people, and they are good at talking. But he didn't plan to leave, so he let them do whatever they wanted. With the majesty of a gambling god on his face, he nodded, I'm just here with my girlfriend today. She may come down to play later, but she has never been exposed before. I hope you will show mercy. Hey! What are you talking about, Yi gambling god? Following you, even if you have a little bit of your breath, you must be a gambling king at least. That's right. All the gamblers breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yi Yang didn't do it himself. They watched him kill the 3 great gambling gods of the time. But even if it was his girlfriend, they didn't dare to win. After all, Yi Yang's identity is not just a gambling god, he is the top existence of mankind, who dares to let him suffer. However, letting his girlfriend and being defeated by Yi Yang are completely different concepts. Letting go, that is, you can win, but you don't win. Although you lose money, you win a little bit of Yi Yang's favor. This kind of top big man, even if it is just a little bit of goodwill, is enough for most people present to benefit from it for a lifetime. And losing, that is really can't beat, losing money and losing face. It's just like Schopenhauer cutting the wire's uncle mad. Okay, everyone, do whatever you want. Yi Yang smiled. Then everyone dispersed and started playing their own games, but obviously not as focused as before. They all hoped that Yi Yang's girlfriend could play with them, and then they could let each other go, and naturally get some favors from Yi Yang. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Lu Qianqian blinked her eyes and felt that the eyes of the people present were not right when they looked at her. Yi Yang leaned over to her ear and told her some secrets of gambling. Oh. So that's how it is. Lu Qianqian wrote it down carefully. Besides family background and connections, learning ability is also beyond doubt in order to be admitted to the world's top business schools. She nodded repeatedly. Yi Yang's technical theories are top-notch, and many lost secrets and tricks can be learned in one go. Just like mathematics, the world is still at the most basic preschool level of checking 1.2.3. Yi Yang directly taught Lu Qianqian the Pythagorean theorem, a rule-based weapon. It's simply a dimensional crush. Theoretically, it directly saved Lu Qianqian more than 10 years of hard work. After all, in a world where the Pythagorean theorem has not been discovered, people who have mastered this formula are more capable of calculating the length of the third side of a right triangle than those who have studied this problem for 100 years. Miss Lu is coming towards us. Haha, let's win 2 games against her to prove our strength, and then lose to her. On purpose, so that Mr. Yi can buy us a favor. Wonderful. She is not just a beautiful woman, she is a shortcut to life. If Yi Yang is a little happy, he will show his boss style and give them some sensible bounty, which will be enough for them to make a fortune. They all rubbed their hands excitedly. But they didn't show any emotion on their faces. After all, to be able to mix in this largest casino, you still need to have basic expression control ability. We are playing Hong Kong-style 5 cards at this table, right? Lu Qianqian asked. This girl, she came up and directly chose a difficult one. Alas, we have no hope. It seems that she really doesn't understand it. This thing depends on technology. She can see it at once. I envy the brothers at that table. That's right. Many people have seen envied the gamblers at that table. There are 2 gamblers inside. If you can make Mr. Ye's girlfriend happy, you will have a bright future. The people at the 5 Hong Kong-style tables were also very happy. After Lu Qianqian got the confirmation, she also smiled. It's not that she wanted to pick a difficult one, but Yi Yang had just taught her the rules and how to play this project. Ms. Lu, please take a seat. You are too polite. Lu Qianqian was a little uncomfortable with the enthusiasm of these people. I have never been exposed to this before. Yi Yang just taught me for a few minutes. If I don't play well later, don't laugh at me. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? How dare we laugh at you? You must be too modest. Not bad, not bad. You are the girlfriend of the god of gamblers. How can you not know the gambling skills? Maybe you can beat us like a weakling. Yes. Haha. They saw that Lu Qianqian was very clumsy in shuffling the cards, and immediately saw her depth. Yi Yang, the god of gamblers, was indeed not lying. His girlfriend was probably really playing cards for the first time. The people around him were envious of this scene. This is a great opportunity, why can't they catch up? Ahem. The two gamblers were a little confused. They thought Lu Qianqian might understand a little, so they could let her go. If she didn't understand at all, it would be a technical job if she wanted to lose. After all, if they randomly picked cards, they might not be able to form any decks. They had to make sure they got the worst cards to lose. They suddenly lost confidence in their card skills. They all felt that it was difficult to lose. But fortunately, their plans for the first few rounds were to win. First, win a few rounds against her and show some strength. They exchanged glances and made up their minds. But because they felt that Lu Qianqian didn't understand how to shuffle the cards, they didn't put too much effort and just used a little strength, casually. Second update. The dealer begins to divide the cards. People from all walks of life gathered around. Although the god of gamblers does not appear in person, it is something related to the god of gamblers after all. In the gambling world, it is the biggest gimmick. After the four players' talents were revealed, Lu Qianqian's looked very ordinary. Mediocre. It still feels like there's a bit of a chance of winning. At least it won't be the worst card. But this is a winner-takes-all game. If you don't persist to the end, it means nothing. Everyone was talking about it. Soon, the fourth person gave up following. My chances of winning are very high. I suggest Miss Lu not to continue following. Gambler Max smiled confidently. Oh? Really? Lu Qianqian had the secrets taught by Yi Yang and didn't care about it at all, so she was very relieved to follow up with the chips. You really don't understand. Always following the chips. The chance of winning is so small, and she has no brains to follow the cards. She will probably lose miserably. Hey, the winning or losing of this one is only hundreds of thousands of dollars. God of gamblers, ye can make more than this amount of money in the blink of an eye, not even the hairs on his body. It's just entertainment. Humph, if there were too many, these guys wouldn't dare to win. They would probably have to fold directly. Ha ha ha. The onlookers' words are all predicting the direction of this game. Soon, the card dealing process was over. Only one person folded midway. Lu Qianqian followed him to the end unexpectedly. And logically. TSK, which gambler do you think will take it all in the end? It's probably Max. His bright cards look very promising. I think it's an arrow. Yi Yang smiled and looked at the audience around him. Shou was thoughtful and looked at the boss's evil smile and immediately understood what he meant. Don't you think Miss Lu has no chance of winning? Oh no, that's not what I meant. It's just a guess about the winning rate from the open cards. The people next to him were startled. Afraid of offending Yi Yang by saying the wrong thing. Don't be so nervous. I also agree with your statement, but I don't completely agree. Do you want to participate in this game and experience it? Shou smiled. Everyone was a little confused. I'll open a bet on the spot. If you think Qianqian can win, bet on me. If you think Qianqian can't win, bet on the other side. $100,000 is the entry standard. Do you want to participate? Shou. asked. This. Good opportunity to make money. That's what they all thought. Everyone is free, this is just a small lottery. The total winnings and losses are only tens of millions of dollars. Just treat it as a fun addition. Yi Yang smiled slightly. God of gamblers, she has spoken, and I won't hide it anymore. The big shots. Don't care, but we are still here. I bet $1 million US. Max wins. Yeah, I'll put down $500,000. Enolu wins. I'm betting on millions of dollars. These people are gamblers by nature. With the nature of speculation and big spending, Yi Yangjin was just on the court before, and they did not dare to play at will. Now Yi Yang is easygoing and friendly, and they suddenly reveal their true nature. As soon as someone opened his mouth, the sound of pressing money came flooding in. It's just that they basically suppress the other two gamblers. The odds are basically an astonishing 1,000 to 1. This disparity in ratio immediately aroused the addiction of another group of extreme gamblers. These people have a fascination with the disparity in winning rates. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. When it comes to betting on something like this, there is no guarantee of winning or losing. With this 1,000-fold difference, once you win, it will be a huge amount of money. If you lose, you will lose tens or even millions of dollars. Soon, several extreme gamblers also entered the game and directly bet on Lu Qianqian. The odds were directly raised to dozens to 1. Yi Yang also smiled and casually threw in 100 million chips. I'm trying to show my girlfriend some favor. Everyone was ashamed. You are more careless about throwing away $100 million US than just throwing a firecracker. We are still thinking hard about whether we can earn this amount in this life, but you are just complimenting me. After hedging his bets, the three finally opened their cards. J, 10, there's a big triple lane on Enel Road. I'll go, straight. Max made a straight. Although it's not a straight flush, it's still a big one. Sure enough, I was right to beat him. Haha, you can always trust my vision. Many people felt that the outcome was decided. Lu Qianqian's cards were of different suits, so obviously they couldn't get the same suit. 2 tens and a K also make it clear that there is no straight draw. Now that tens and KS have been played in the field, it cannot be an ironclad deck with 4, 1, and 1. Basically declared a loser. Hey, don't underestimate me. After all, Yi Yang taught me for several minutes. Lu Qianqian smiled confidently. Several minutes. As soon as he said these words, the onlookers around him almost fell to the ground with thunder. Those who can enter this casino have been in the casino for several years at least. A few minutes. That's too ridiculous. If you don't believe it, just watch carefully. Lu Qianqian opened the card directly, with 2 hidden cards. It turned out to be 2 kings. Damn it, it's a gourd. It's actually a gourd. Everyone was sweating profusely. The so-called full house is a combination of 3 with 2 cards, 3 identical cards with a pair of identical cards. Lu Qianqian's 3K plus 10 is a full house. Hand overwhelmed the 2 gamblers' straights and sets. Oh, it's my first time playing today, and I actually won. Lu Qianqian gave Yi Yang a thumbs up. As expected of Yi Yang, what he taught me is amazing. Awesome. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Ahem, isn't it said in the gambling world that the first shot in life is often the smoothest and the luckiest? Some people lost money and didn't want to admit that they had poor judgment. So they could only mutter. She is worthy of being the god of gamblers woman. If she has a little bit of the spirit of the god of gamblers, she can win even if she fights two gamblers for the first time. Yes. It's always right to stand with Mr. Yi. He is the son of luck, the god of plain war. The person who won the money laughed and was in a good mood, and even flattered Yi Yang wildly. Yi Yang looked at this group of powerful patter kings and took a deep breath, secretly thinking that these people had mastered the art of flattery to such a terrifying level. Are you coming yet? For the first time in her life, she won millions of dollars, and Lu Qianqian felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Although Yi Yang gave her a lot, what he had won still felt a little different. Since Miss Lu is so elegant, we should accompany her. Come. Both gamblers are connected. You must win one. Let a woman who has just learned gambling for a few minutes be beaten down, and they are still acting like crap gamblers. It would be better to commit suicide on the spot by cesarean section and withdraw from the gambling industry. First update. Boyfriend gives me, just like that, another round begins. Shou did not close the handicap. These are the people who come in to place bets. However, this time Lu Qianqian had more pressure, but the difference was still quite large. After all, most people can see that Lu Qianqian is indeed a newbie who doesn't know much about it. The one just now probably had a lot of luck involved. Lu Qianqian still followed the chips every time. Soon, the distribution of cards was completed. Everyone looked expectantly. After the cards were opened, everyone's eyes widened. Max showed his strong strength and got a gourd directly. With this kind of big hand, apart from a straight flush, only iron support can defeat him. The other two had already quit during the previous card-dealing phase. This one is the final showdown between Max and Lu Qianqian. Let's open the cards. Max looked solemn. This is a battle where his honor as a gambler is at stake. Losing once can be attributed to luck, losing twice in a row is a matter of strength. After the cards were opened, everyone was dumbfounded. 4 belts and 1 iron branch deck. Max's face turned green. He looked at Lu Qianqian in disbelief. If the other party hadn't been so clumsy that he couldn't pretend, he would have thought that the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. What the hell? I'm going to. Max is suspicious of life. 3 belts and 2 may be due to luck. How can it be possible to open an iron branch without some skills? He gritted his teeth in his heart and kept smiling on his face, congratulating Lu Qianqian. This is incredible. I started to doubt the world. Terrible. Did you really only study for a few minutes? But the shock had just begun. The two gamblers obviously got the upper hand. He repeatedly invited Lu Qianqian to play a few more games. But alas, the results are the same. No matter what good cards they dealt, Lu Qianqian could beat them all. Each one is harmless to humans and animals and is extremely natural to win. Now, everyone confirmed that it was indeed the first time for Lu Qianqian to play. The key was the few minutes of Yi Yang's guidance. In just a few minutes, a complete novice can win against a gambler-level master. What a terrifying ability this is. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Yang. In today's world, the god of gamblers is always there, and the god of gamblers are all doing business without any consequences. In the world's casinos, even gambling kings are extremely rare. You may not see gambling kings take action many times a year. As long as Yi Yang trains him for a few minutes, an ordinary person can almost have the ability to control casinos all over the world. This is going crazy. The way they looked at Yi Yang was not just reverence, but almost worship. This is the true god of wealth in the world. It is better to teach people to fish than to teach them to fish. Yi Yang can give people the skills to make a fortune at will. Who wouldn't be greedy for this? Not crazy. If he hadn't realized that the gap between their identities was too big, the other party wouldn't have paid much attention to him. Everyone present had to kneel down at Yi Yang's feet and kowtow crazily, giving everything they had and begging to be his disciple, even if it only took a minute or two to give advice. If word of what happened here today spreads, it will probably turn the world upside down again. At least everyone in the gambling world will worship Yi Yang as the only living true god in the future. It is estimated that many people will have to set up a memorial tablet for him. After all, this is amazing. Haha, it's not as amazing as everyone thinks. Mainly because my girlfriend has always been very lucky. Yi Yang explained with a smile. Everyone was smiling with smiles on their faces, but they were yelling inwardly, "Believe it to yourself. This handsome young man like you is so bad." Lu Chanshan spread her hands. "Hey. It's really boring to keep winning. I won't play anymore." The two gamblers got into trouble at this time, and they both said in succession, "Miss Lu, you are so lucky today and can win so much money in one hand, why don't you stop playing?" Lu Chanshan said seriously, "This game is too repetitive and doesn't appeal to me. I'm tired of playing it." "Sure enough, I still don't like playing this kind of thing. Don't gambling pursue randomness and gaming excitement. The feeling of winning money is the most attractive." Many people present were talking incessantly. Anyway, if they were to win consecutively here and earn millions of dollars, they would probably laugh to death. "Oh, after playing for a long time, I only won $5 million US, which is not as much as the pocket money Yi Yang gave me." Lu Chanshan stood up and held Yi Yang's arm. "This money is really not attractive to me." Straight face. Everyone was stunned. This is so irritating. They don't think they care at all about what they want. But when I thought that she was Yi Yang's girlfriend, I felt completely relieved. After all, who is Yi Yang? The richest person in the entire human society. A rare existence throughout the ages. One person can resist the 9 major financial groups joining forces, and many super countries will be intimidated by his force and unable to raise their heads. 2. Say that a girlfriend who exists like this, and such a small amount of money as $1 million is not attractive, is simply a modest statement. After they convinced themselves, they didn't think it was outrageous anymore. Instead, they felt that what Lu Chanshan said made sense. They kept nodding. After walking around and watching others play for a while, Lu Chanshan took Yi Yang out. She had no interest in this kind of monotonous game. After all, most gambling forms are simple and crude, and they can even be as simple as rolling dice to determine the size. All the happiness is on the deposits on both sides. Lu Chanshan doesn't like this kind of game, it's very boring. Although it is called one of the 4 major gambling cities in the world, Las Vegas is not only about gambling. It is also known as the honeymoon capital. There are many places for couples, and Lu Qianqian is very interested in these places. She took Yi Yang to visit 2 or 3 places specially prepared for honeymoons or couples in one night, and left their traces in each place. She also took photos and recorded videos of the process as a souvenir. This night was very happy. After having fun, the group returned to the villa on the top of the desert. In the next few days, we will continue to tour Las Vegas. Since we have decided to relax and travel, we must enjoy the process. Of course, during this period, Hurricane has been exchanging information with the shadow emperors of the United States. Many clues about the source of destruction have begun to surface. When these clues return to the sea, it will be the moment when the next storm will completely erupt. Second update. After watching the performance at Pirate Bay, Yi Yang brought the girl to the gangster memorial. He was really interested here. After all, he had never heard of any gangster memorial in other cities. It was the first time he heard that a city could make a memorial for gangster culture, and the key was that it seemed to be quite famous. This attraction will always be on the recommended list of tourist attractions in Las Vegas. The last century was a turbulent century. The gangs and gray forces were extremely arrogant and had an extremely strong influence. This was the case all over the world, and even a gangster fever was set off, which promoted gangster culture. Many movies and novels were released, making everyone very crazy. The American gangs are also famous overseas. If it weren't for the fact that The Godfather was too famous, which made the Italian mafia popular all over the world, the movie American Gangster would definitely have set off a top-tier craze. The entire gangster museum is a square building. After Yi Yang took the girls in, he found a tour guide to look around. In the early years, the tour guides of these attractions did not speak Chinese, but in recent years, China has become more and more powerful, and more people are learning Chinese. The tour guides of this museum are the same. The beautiful director kept explaining. This exhibition hall is located on Stewart Street, covering an area of 41,000 square feet. The overall design fully demonstrates the American gang culture. In our museum, there are more than 600 exhibits related to gangs, such as gang family photos, wiretaps, early slot machines, and submachine guns. We also reproduced the bloody gang history through various props. Therefore, we hope that tourists can not only see the real murders committed by gangs, but also appreciate the wonderful stories brought by handsome and charming stars in crime movies. Of course, the most important point is, you can play a gangster game in real life and feel the atmosphere immersively. Oh? Yi Yang looked around. After all, gangs are gangs. No matter how strong they are, it is just a matter of words for the monarchs to stop them from existing. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be very touched, but from his perspective, it would be a different feeling. How about we play a Shanghai beach? Lu Qianqian suggested with a smile. How about it, Brother Wencheng? Yi Yang raised his lips. Why, do you want to role-play today? Oh. Lu Qianqian blushed. The plots that can be experienced in this museum are of course the family lines of the American gangs. But for Yi Yang, there is no challenge at all. His current identity and ability are simply a waste of talent to control a gang leader. It was very easy to get the full performance score in this plot. The staff were all amazed. It turns out that it can be played like this. If those gangsters operated like this, wouldn't they be able to directly become bigger and stronger and create more glory, Yi Shenhao is worthy of being the pillar of mankind, he is so strong. After the experience, Yi Yang took the girls to continue the tour. What kind of scenic road, art academy, scenic reserve, dream chocolate factory, sky tower, Fremont Street. Finally, Lu Qianqian dragged him to the Siegfried and Roy Theatre to watch an opera for a night. He was not interested in this at all, but girls seemed to be more interested in such gorgeous things. Fortunately, Lu Qianqian occasionally made some small moves to entertain him, otherwise it would be difficult to endure this night. Shou Qingxian snorted, indicating that she was indifferent. Since it was so boring, she might as well eat something delicious, so she went out to buy ice cream and fried corn tortillas halfway through. When she came back with these delicious foods, many people present frowned. After all, in the eyes of many people who came to watch the show to show off, eating such civilian snacks in a theater, a place of aristocratic activities, is simply an insult to the word pretentious. It's so embarrassing. Just like the fake socialites who like to pretend to be aristocrats, even the way to hold a wine glass has to be studied for an hour. But the Queen of England holds the wine glass casually. The real nobles are noble in their mentality. Those who are bound by some messy and inexplicable rules cannot be called real nobles. Although the theater was dimly lit, everyone who saw this scene showed contempt. However, Shou Qingxian didn't care at all. She looked down and ignored everyone, and went her own way. Fortunately, these people controlled their mouths in order not to destroy their own style. Otherwise, with Shou Qingxuan's personality, I'm afraid that these people's dramas would not be able to be watched, and I would have to become the finale of tonight. Boss, eat. Shou Qingxian stuffed the ice cream cone into Yi Yang's arms, crossing his legs. He watched the performance on the stage boredly while eating fried chicken and donuts. Xiao Xiaozhu covered his mouth and laughed. After the theater was over, the group of people who had planned to go to the Las Vegas Strip to walk on the street at night were interrupted by a phone call. The first phase of the lunar base plan has been fully implemented. There are now 49 lunar bases on the Moon. The 49 bases have been built into a large lunar base city as originally planned. As the number of spacecraft increases, the speed of lunar base construction is also increasing. So far, a total of 49 lunar bases have been built, achieving the indicators of the first phase of the plan. The successful construction of the base city has already represented that today's human civilization has surpassed the previous civilization in terms of lunar exploration. Yi Yang only found the base of the previous civilization on the Moon, and the other party did not leave any relics of the level of the lunar city. Of course, this is just the speculation of scientists. It may also be the lunar base city of the previous civilization, which has been purely erased by time. A new batch of blue gold rice has been shipped back. This time, there are 30,000 tons. This time, we can finally solve the urgent problem. If one person is limited to 1 kilogram, these are enough to meet the needs of 60 million people. Of course, part of it must be given priority to the top leaders to ensure that they can use this high-quality food in their daily diet. This time, those foreign rich people strongly demanded to buy blue gold rice. They are crazy, the people of Jiuzhou grain industry said repeatedly. Yumomo also confirmed, people who are qualified to call me have called me so hard that my phone is blowing up. They are all extremely eager for blue gold rice. Please let the boss decide how to do it. Yi Yang pondered for a while. In recent months, the promotion of Blue gold rice has brought some changes to the physical fitness of the first few waves of people who bought blue gold rice in China. The effect is obvious, and various follow-up results show that this new ingredient has a substantial improvement on the overall body. This point makes foreign tycoons crazy. The core logic is enough, that is, if physical fitness is improved, life expectancy will naturally increase. Using money to buy life is the most urgent dream of the tycoons. First update. The rich are crazy about the hope of prolonging their lives. For example, the stories of the two rich people who prolonged their lives were very famous before. He Shenhong spent more than 800,000 yuan for one injection, and Li Laoqing spent more than 1 million yuan for one pill. Moreover, they had to take the medicine frequently. As the saying goes, the rich rely on technology, and the poor rely on mutation. The development of medical science has been able to slightly increase the life expectancy of the rich. Most rich people will not live to be less than 90 years old if they live normally to the end, unless they have a terminal illness that cannot be cured by modern medicine for the time being. Of course, normal people with terminal illnesses will die this year or next year, while the rich can live at least 3 to 5 years longer. So, never doubt the price they are willing to pay to live a few more days. Yi Yang pondered for a moment, and finally raised his lips. Okay, since they want it so much, then divide it into 1,000 shares, take it to the world for auction, and let those rich people fight for it. I really want to see how far they can fight for this blue gold rice. Okay. Yumomo smiled slightly. The boss's move cleverly diverted the contradiction and let those rich people fight for it. Maybe it can also bring a lot of benefits. Those rich people naturally know Yi Yang's intentions, but this is a pure conspiracy. You can't do anything about it. You can only follow Yi Yang's routine. Otherwise, there will be nothing to eat. This time we have prepared a full 30,000 blue gold rice. In the live broadcast room, Yi Yang continued to live broadcast and sell goods. Stop talking, Yi Shenhao. Hurry up and stock up. Hurry up and stock up. We are waiting to grab it. The rumors of blue gold rice have spread like wildfire in the past few months, and they are all spreading in the streets and alleys. Everyone is eager to get started. This is known as the world's strongest live broadcast room, and it is also the live broadcast room with the least worries about sales in the world. No introduction is needed, just put it in the shopping cart. Yi Yang smiled slightly, and no longer said nonsense, and directly clicked the release button. At the same time, all channels began to rush to buy. This time is different from the last time when there were 1 million. Gene. After all, there are 60 million copies, and it takes a long time to sell out. A full 0.1 second. After 0.1 seconds, the shelf was empty. 60 million copies of blue gold rice, gone. Many international friends looked at this scene with envy and jealousy. They also wanted to grab it. Unfortunately, they all give priority to China. There are 1.5 billion people in China. When they are all supplied, how long will it take? Alas, I really want to eat blue gold rice. 60 million copies were gone in 0.1 seconds, which made them extremely desperate. When will it be their turn? At the same time, the auction of blue gold rice has also begun to appear in auctions around the world. The rich people all heard the news and moved. Many former rich people, former richest people, and even some transcendent big forces, first-class families, and top giants who have not appeared in the world for many years. They couldn't help but arrange people to collect them regardless of their face. Recently in the auction world, what thousand-year-old antiques and ancient famous utensils? They are not effective. As long as it is announced to the outside world that there will be blue gold rice in the next auction, it will be better than any publicity. I don't know how many rich people are flocking to it, all swarming in. Many auctions have begun to use blue gold rice as the finale. In China, 1 kilogram is 1,000 yuan, but abroad, it is a first-class treasure. This is the result of technological crushing. At the beginning, the United States held many core patents and used them for free in its own country. If China wants to use them, it needs to pay a huge amount of money. This is the same reason. It's just that the situation has reversed now. $1 million. You want to buy such a treasure for $1 million? I'll just pay $10 million. You have the nerve to show off $10 million? I'll pay $20 million. Such scenes are played out every day all over the world. 1 meter of blue gold rice, which has been divided into thousands of portions, has recently caused endless storms in the international arena. Various high prices have emerged one after another. Even one portion was sold at a sky-high price of hundreds of millions of dollars, which directly shocked the world. After all, this is only 1 kilogram of rice. 1 kilogram of rice is sold for hundreds of millions, and it's still US dollars. Can you imagine it? In the end, these 1,000 portions of blue gold rice directly earned Jiangjing a few hundred billion US dollars. Although this money is not too much for him, it is only exchanged for 1 meter of rice after all, and it is still very refreshing to think about it. However, he also knows that these rich people do not think that this kilogram of rice is worth 100 million US dollars. Instead, they all wanted to get a kilogram of blue gold rice and go back to study it themselves. As long as they also figured out the cultivation method of blue gold rice, they could build a base on the moon in Europe that was just built a few days ago. Yes, after so long, Europe's super rocket finally built a simple and operational base on the moon. In this simple base, they can try to cultivate blue gold rice themselves and break Jiangjing's monopoly, and thus divide up the terrifying market of blue gold rice worth hundreds of trillions in the future. But Jiangjing sneered at this. Just the full simulation ecological cabin on the moon, with the current technological level of various countries, it would take more than 10 years to develop it. Even the future company beyond the concept, such as the Black Technology Company, has gone through several months from research and development to confirmed production. Normally, it is basically impossible to complete the process of anti-research without 30 years. By that time, he would have already gone to the universe and developed many emerging industries. What is a small blue gold rice? Those international giants are really small-minded, and they need to expand their horizons. Jiangjing smiled and didn't care about these things. Or, maybe he has cultivated some purple gold rice or black gold rice by then? He smiled and shook his head, and stopped thinking about these things. 30,000 densities of blue gold rice, each kilogram is sold for 1,000 yuan. The sales this time reached 60 billion. Counting the rewards in the live broadcast room, the revenue this time is 120 billion Chinese yuan, about 20 billion US dollars. This once again proves the objectivity of the term rare goods are worth hoarding and the logic of hunger marketing. One density of blue gold rice can be sold for tens of billions of US dollars in the circle of rich people. 30,000 densities of blue gold rice. If you go online to buy normally, a total of $10 billion will be sold in China. After hearing the news, many Chinese netizens were filled with emotion. Fortunately, they are in China, otherwise they don't have tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars to grab a kilogram of blue gold rice. Second update. The huge amount of blue gold rice sold this time has once again set off a wave of international discussion. This is especially true after the news that the wealthy are willing to spend tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars to auction 1 kilogram came out. For the Chinese, at least the chance of buying blue gold rice is relatively equal, but in other parts of the world today, there is a situation where the strong can kill all. As long as you have money, you can do whatever you want, and the poor have no chance at all. In other aspects, perhaps everyone can be patient, but in the face of lifespan, it is difficult for everyone to remain calm. After all, it was a consensus before that everyone is equal in the face of lifespan, but now this law is about to be broken openly, which is something that no one can easily accept. As a result, a wave of resistance has been set off all over the world, and one beautiful landscape after another has been staged everywhere, leaving a deep impression on people. However, soon, the smart capital giants and financial tycoons came up with a response strategy and directly announced that they bought blue gold rice in order to break the evil Yiyang Consortium's monopoly on blue gold rice. As long as they develop blue gold rice, they will sell it to the world. They will never be as narrow-minded as Yiyang. The public is always easier to fool. The nature of the capital group is bloodthirsty. Of course, they say so when they don't have the goods, but how can they share it easily after spending a huge amount of time and money to develop it? Basically, they will start a price war with ultra-low prices, squeeze Jiuzhou grain industry out of the market, and then start retaliatory sales at ultra-high prices. But no matter what the situation is, there is no need to worry too much, because that will not happen. After all, Yiyang's development speed is far beyond the imagination of international giants. Las Vegas. Basically, they have visited all the attractions. Yiyang and Stephen Kelly stood at the airport and said goodbye to each other. "Mr. Yi, are you leaving so soon?" Stephen Kelly said reluctantly. Yiyang is a rich man. He has negotiated a lot of business with him in the past few days. And as the only new gambling god in the world, Stephen does have a different feeling for Yiyang. After all, just a few years ago, he still believed that there would never be a new gambling god in this era. "Well, if you have a chance, you can also go to Huaxia. I will treat you to a drink." Yiyang laughed. "I will continue my wonderful journey." The plane took off and soon arrived at the next destination. Hansburg, Texas, is known as the city of cowboys and culture and the beginning of the West. Yiyang had seen many Western cowboy movies and TV shows before. How could he not experience the cowboy culture when he came to the United States? However, this kind of culture is definitely not experienced in big cities, so Yiyang found a small town that restored the style of the American Western town in the film and television works for a tour. It is said that the cowboy style of the last century is still preserved here today. Although there are modern facilities, the appearance of the town is very retro, and many cowboy movies are now shot here. In order to experience the cowboy life well, Yiyang did not even rush to buy a property first, but took the girls to the horse farm and picked a few horses for himself. Equestrianism is also one of the Olympic events, and Yiyang has also reached the human level of proficiency. He also has a racecourse in the Jiangjing villa. The Shou sisters can ride horses naturally. But Lu Qianqian has never learned it. After all, she played the role of a horse before and had never ridden a horse. I'll teach you. Yi Yang patted his chest and said confidently. Well, brother. Yi is so good at riding, so he must be good at teaching. Lu Qianqian joked. Yeah. Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian both nodded in agreement. Well, look well, learn well. Yi Yang's face was dark. How come these girls, who have been with him for a long time, have become old drivers? One by one, they are almost better than him in driving skills. You know, his driving skills are at the level of top human racers. Several girls covered their mouths and laughed. Lu Qianqian sat in the front, and Yi Yang sat behind her and began to teach without distance. With Lu Qianqian's comprehension, and the horses trained by the top racecourse are very smart, Lu Qianqian soon learned to ride. In the end, it was Yi Yang who chose the horse for him. Bob, the owner of the horse farm, also saw Yi Yang's generosity from his previous generosity. This town is quite retro, and many people still retain the living habits of more than 100 years ago. Let alone knowing Yi Yang, even if the general manager of the United States came, they might not be able to recognize him. Bob saw that Yi Yang was obviously not satisfied with the many precious horses that he was proud of, and he couldn't help but frowned. Within 1,000 miles, his horse farm was the best. Whether it was Hollywood commercial blockbusters or international competitions, horses were rented or purchased from him. This gentleman's vision seems to be very high. It seems that only that guy can satisfy your interest. Bob raised his head, extremely confident, betting that Yi Yang would never refuse his treasure, but he also solemnly warned Yi Yang, although this horse is precious, it has an extremely violent temper. From growing up to now, no one has been able to subdue it. Oh? Yi Yang became interested. Take me to see it. Bob stroked his beard, smiled mysteriously, and led Yi Yang and his party to a stable that looked like a luxurious villa. This is also a stable. When I passed by it just now, I thought it was the factory director's house. Xiao Xiaozhu joked. How can I deserve to live in such a nice house? Bob smiled self-deprecatingly. This is one of the most difficult to serve horse ancestors in the world's horse world. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, becoming more and more interested. Afterwards, the boss introduced everyone into this luxury villa-style stable. Although it is a stable, the decoration is extremely luxurious. There are also several servants dedicated to serving the mazuzong inside. Oh, this ancestor really makes me love and hate him at the same time. As long as it exists, my racecourse will receive huge attention and orders. Bob smiled bitterly and said, but it's too expensive to raise this horse. It's better for God to take over this ancestor quickly. Oh? What's so special about this horse that it deserves to be treated like this? Yi Yang asked with some confusion. When talking about this, Bob's eyebrows flew up. Obviously, he was willing to show off the preciousness of this horse to others. Among the top 10 most valuable horse breeds in the world, the sweat horse is second, and my horse is the first among the top 10 horse breeds, a thoroughbred horse. First update. Oh, Yi Yang had heard of this statement. This purebred horse is a hybrid of 3 countries, namely Arabian horses, Spanish horses, and Galloway horses. The bloodline regulations of purebred horses are very strict. Generally, purebred horses have a pedigree to ensure that purebred horses have good bloodlines. As a horse, one of the reasons why it is famous in the world is that it runs very fast. In a 1,000-meter race, it can reach the finish line in only about 50 seconds. Its explosive power is also extremely strong. It is known as the king of speed and the king of appearance in the arena, and it is called the Double Crown. There was a male purebred horse that was sold for $99.99 US dollars. Until today, it is also called the king of horses. The amount of this transaction is also the known ceiling in the horse racing market so far. The owner of the horse farm, Bob, said confidently. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded. Generally, the top horses are priced at about $1 million US dollars. This kind of outstanding purebred horse can be auctioned for hundreds of millions of dollars, which is unique. In that case, let's take this one. I'll buy it. He nodded. Bob spread his hands honestly. Mr. Yi, I said before that this horse is very difficult to tame. You have to think about it carefully. The stable can let Mr. Yi try to tame it for free. If you can get the approval of this Fei Hong, it's not too late to buy it. Yi Yang smiled. I don't think there is any need to verify it, because there will be no horse that I can't tame. I can see that Mr. Yi should be a master, otherwise he wouldn't spend so much money to buy such a good horse, but this Fei Hong, even the top horse trainer came and kicked his ribs. Mr. Yi, please think twice. Bob felt a chill when he thought of those horse trainers who tried to tame Fei Hong. The worst one was directly beaten. Yi Yang pushed the door and walked in, looking at the platinum-colored horse standing on a haystack of various top-grade hays, resting. That's right, platinum-colored. Yi Yang had never seen a horse with this color before. At first glance, it looked like white hair. But when the sun shone down, it shone with a layer of golden charm, indescribably elegant and luxurious. Good horse. Yi Yang nodded and walked up directly. This move made Bob's eyes tremble. However, the expected terrible scene did not happen. Yi Yang went up directly at the moment when Fei Hong exploded and gave the other party a big slap. Bang! The huge force caught the divine horse off guard and could not resist, and it was directly hammered to the ground. His head was buzzing. Bob opened his mouth wide and couldn't believe this scene at all. Fei Hong's body size and strength are very large. One hoof can even break a steel plate. And the speed is extremely fast, basically equivalent to a cannonball hitting head-on. If you don't wear protective gear, one hoof can kick a person through. Fei Hong took a long time to stand up again, and no longer dared to bar his teeth and shake his hooves at Yi Yang. Large animals have high IQs. They know who can afford to offend and who can't. The one in front of him is not a person, but a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. It should be obedient. The taste of being slapped is too bitter. Until Yi Yang rode Fei Hong out of the inside, Bob's jaw shell still couldn't return to its original position. It's so simple and rough. Good guy. The guy that the world's top equestrians couldn't deal with was actually solved by Yi Yang with a slap. Let's go to the town to ride horses. Yi Yang casually transferred $50 million US dollars, rode Fei Hong, and took the girls out of the horse farm. Mr. Yi is the so-called hero in Chinese culture, right? Bob is a businessman after all, and he will follow the trend of the times too. Look at Chinese culture. He never understood the meaning of the word hero in Chinese culture before. But now, he can feel it clearly. Several people rode slowly on the road in the town. This town still retains the style of dozens or hundreds of years ago, very retro. Many people dressed in cowboys rode on the road, which is not at all inconsistent. In order to experience this feeling immersively, Yi Yang and others also changed into cowboy clothes. The setting sun next to them is strong, and the sunset stretches the silhouettes of several people very long, which is very cinematic. Shou took a selfie directly, beautiful juice. There must be no big villas to buy in this town. After choosing for a long time, I contacted the best property here, a townhouse with retro style villas. It cost less than $400,000 to buy the best property. This town is basically inhabited by indigenous people, and all outsiders are tourists like Yi Yang who come to experience cowboy culture. There are no tourists who are so generous as to buy a house wherever they go. Therefore, there are few high-end residential areas here, and not many people buy houses, so the prices are very low. On the contrary, the hotel area is doing well. There are really few people in this community. It's almost night and few houses have lights on. Shou complained. Well, there is still some sunshine here, but I feel a little gloomy. Lu Qianqian said fearfully. She is the only normal person in this group. Yi Yang looked at Lu Qianqian's little face and laughed. Don't worry, we have two killers on the left and right. No matter what ghost comes, they will be scared to death. Boss, are you praising us or insulting us? The Shou sisters rolled their eyes and complained at the same time. Yi Yang smiled and just wanted to tease them, but he felt something was wrong. What's wrong, boss? Shou Qingxian noticed some subtle changes in Yi Yang's face. Well, it's okay. Yi Yang frowned. Since entering here, it seems that his body has some disgust with this place. It's just that this disgust seems to be unreasonable, and he can't tell what it is. But this disgust has a familiar feeling. It seems to have been experienced before. The wind blew through the lifeless high-end community. The most luxurious and only single-family villa here is in the deepest part of the community, and the community is lush with vegetation. There are no people in the community park at all, and only a few children's playing sounds can be vaguely heard in the distance, but they are blocked by the shade of the trees and can't see the situation clearly. Woof woof! Suddenly a pet dog jumped out to ask for food, which scared Lu Qianqian. Yi Yang laughed out loud. This faint sense of gloom was not dissipated until they reached the door. Next to his single-family villa, there was a light on. When they walked here, the people in that house all opened the door to greet them enthusiastically, with warm smiles on their faces. Second update. I am Charmies, the mayor of this town, and I welcome Mr. Yi. Mayor Charmies, dressed in a classic American aristocratic style, with a black top hat but a cowboy outfit. Ah, hello. Yi Yang nodded and shook hands with him. The mayor of a small town still has to accept news from the outside world, so it's not surprising to meet him. It's my honor for Mr. Yi to come to our town. We are going to hold a family barbecue soon. Can Mr. Yi come and enjoy it together? Charmies continued. Sure. Yi Yang nodded. Having a family barbecue with your neighbors and then hanging out as guests is a unique American community social habit. Then I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Yi. After Yi Yang and others entered their single-family villa, Charmies breathed a sigh of relief. Mayor, what should I do? Behind him, the young man who was said to be his son had a frown on his face. The only thing we can do is hold him back, try to stop him from wandering around. And make arrangements for him clearly so that the factory will not carry out construction in the next few days. After coaxing this kid away, we can continue. Charles touched his mustache. It's really tricky. I knew he was traveling in the United States for a long time, but he actually came to my sleepy town. He glanced gloomily at Yi Yang's large single-family villa opposite. Prepare delicious food and don't let him see the clues. Otherwise, whether the higher UPS track it down or he discovers the truth here, we will all die. Charmies waved his hand and said calmly, yes. The mayor's family behind him all nodded in agreement. Yi Yang, do you think it's weird here? Lu Qianshan muttered. Is it strange? Yi Yang touched his chin, maybe a little bit. Soon, the group arrived at the mayor's house and had a barbecue with top-notch ingredients. This surprised Yi Yang. In such a small town, you can actually get so many top-quality ingredients. It stands to reason that the mayor's salary can't afford this piece of barbecue. In a month, this meal was enough for his salary for several years. A few bottles of red wine opened. And several years of salary are not enough. But judging from his behavior, he seems to be very used to this standard of eating and drinking. It seems that some of the administrators on the other side of the ocean are dishonest. There isn't anything attractive about my small town, right? There aren't many tourists every year. Everyone likes to visit big cities. Mr. Yi doesn't have a lot of fun. Charmies asked tentatively. He wanted to find out Yi Yang's true purpose of coming here and whether he had really discovered something. After some conversation, he also let down some of his wariness. It seemed that Yi Yang really just came here because he suddenly became interested. But at the same time, he rolled his eyes inwardly, feeling that he was out of luck. We have a pony competition here tomorrow, and there will also be a Western Story Experience event later. If Mr. Yi is interested, you can participate. Charmies kept saying. He had to make full arrangements for Yi Yang in the next few days. If he really let Yi Yang run around at will, it would be bad if he discovered those secrets. Good. Yi Yang nodded. I had never heard that there were so many exciting programs here before coming here. Could it be that this guy specially prepared it for himself? Charmies was so enthusiastic that he kept them until after 10 o'clock. At Yi Yang's insistence, he had to let him go. Watch them and report their whereabouts to me. At any time. Charmies ordered. Yes. The sons next to him all kept talking. After returning to the villa, the mayor is quite enthusiastic. Lu Qianshan muttered. Is it? Yi Yang smiled coldly. With his keen perception, he could naturally feel that everything seemed to be wrong since he entered this community. We're being watched, the Shou sisters said with certainty. They were top professionals and could confirm this with their sixth sense, but they only reported it after objective verification. Yi Yang was not surprised. There's a problem here. I'm going to go out and take a look. Later. He frowned, and the disgust produced by his body became more and more real. You and Qingxian stay in the villa, and I will take Xiaozhu out. Yi Yang said. Although the summoning time of the Sun Mecha is short, it still takes some time. Xiao Qingxian and herself are both very powerful in single combat. Xiaozhu prefers large-scale damage, so this distribution is the most reasonable. Good. Lu Qianqian nodded. You have to be careful. She is very smart. There must be a reason for what Yi Yang wants to do, and she will not ask too much. Yi Yang took Xiao out of the villa, as if he was going for a night walk. No one can stop him. However, Xiao didn't have any ideas. He just said, how about arresting the people who are spying on us directly and using my methods to force them to tell the truth? Yi Yang shook his head and said, I have a better way. What? You mean, they left the villa? Chammy slammed the table. What are they going to do? It looks like they are taking a walk. The subordinate reported. Walking. Chammy's was sweating. Explore again, report again. After a while, the subordinate said directly, they are heading towards the #1 underground laboratory. Is it a coincidence? No, they seem to be heading there directly. The subordinate said directly with certainty. Damn it. What should happen still happened. Chammy sighed, and had a very bad feeling in his heart. He stood up directly. The first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. The underground laboratory must not be exposed. But this kid is very strong. The subordinate muttered. Yi Yang's personal strength has long been spread, and it is difficult to deal with even without the Liang mecha. And the power of the hurricane has recently begun to enter the United States. Beware of various assassinations. If they take action, the probability of killing Yi Yang is very small. Either one of us will die, so why not make one last fight? Chammy stood up. Tell the people below to hold the poison in their mouths. If they fail to kill Yi Yang, kill themselves immediately. Yes. The men said one after another. Between the trees and the shade. This community is really a bit ridiculously large. There are only a few households. How could it be built so big? Xiao muttered. Yi Yang walked in the direction that made him uncomfortable. Soon, Yi Yang saw the mayor Chammys walking towards him at a certain intersection in the community. Sure enough. Yi Yang sneered, Mr. Mayor didn't go to bed so late, and he actually ran into Yi here by chance. What a coincidence. First update. Mr. Yi, it's so late and you're still outside. It's not safe here at night. I advise you to go back. Charmy said calmly. Oh? I do like danger. Yi Yang sneered and said, when you encounter danger, deal with it. I'm doing this for your own good, Mr. Yi. The people in this town are fierce and every family has a gun. It's very unsafe at night. The police will never go out on the streets at night. Chammys frowned and said, please go back to the villa quickly. During the day, I will personally accompany Mr. Yi to experience the special projects of our town. Isn't it good for you, good for me, good for everyone? You want to stop me? Yi Yang's voice gradually became colder. Dare not. Chammy smiled, I have already advised Mr. Yi, and I have fulfilled my responsibility. Pung. 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 Many gunshots suddenly sounded from all directions. Snort. Chammy sneered. He had been occupying Yi Yang's energy and attention. Suddenly, sneak attack. Still shooting from all directions, without blind spots. I don't believe that your body is made of iron. Can you survive in this hail of bullets? Who knows, the moment before shooting, Yi Yang had already sensed the danger, turned around, held Xiao in his arms, put his foot on the ground, and jumped up. Although bullets came from all directions, no one would have thought that Yang would jump 3 to 4 meters high. Who would shoot into the sky to block a person? It can only be said that Yang went beyond the expectations of ordinary humans. Hit these people by surprise. Shou had already prepared various medicine bags. Throw it out directly. A fine powdery mist instantly rose in the distance. All those who inhaled the mist were paralyzed and itched so much that they could no longer hold the gun and fell to the ground rolling. Yang jumped 7 or 8 meters and fell directly from the sky. He trampled chamois under his feet and almost exploded with one kick. His weight plus Shou's weight, falling from a high place, the force is still very great. He bought a cowboy outfit in the afternoon and had a gun on his waist. At this time, he raised his hand and fired with both guns. One shot at a time, no bullets missed. One gunman after another fell down. After a while, Hurricane's bodyguards rushed in. The scene was quickly controlled. He came out on his own, just because he wanted to come out on his own. The power of the Hurricane was already waiting around him, ready at any time. Interesting. Yang looked at all the gunmen ambushing here. Hundreds of them. What a big battle. Yang's eyes darkened. Those who dare to kill him now are either assassins or Kiwanis. This obviously can't be an assassin, it should be the Kiwanis. Logically speaking. A town level branch stronghold can hold up to a dozen people. Something is clearly wrong here. There are no survivors. The humanity of hurricanes. Yang showed mercy when he fired his gun just now. It didn't hit the vital part. These people were obviously dead soldiers, and they had planned to die before shooting. Yang looked at chamois under his feet. He was not trampled to death, but he himself died of poison. What to do? All the clues are broken. The person with the hurricane laments the other person's will to die, but is also a little sad. Death. Warriors may have been easier to cultivate in ancient times, but in modern society, how many people can be brainwashed into death warriors? More than 100 people showed up at once, still in a small town like this. They all felt that there must be a huge conspiracy hidden here. Yang nodded, "Follow me." The evil feeling coming from his blood was getting stronger and stronger. Soon, he found the source. In front of him was a townhouse, but it looked like no one had lived in it for many years. It was dark and there were no lights inside. He waved his hand. "Hurricane people directly. Blow this building down." The roar echoed throughout the town. Boom. This building was full of evil feelings, and Yang was too lazy to explore it bit by bit. It exploded directly, and it was all over. After cleaning up the debris, a passage leading underground appeared in front of everyone. The entrance has been damaged by bombing. There were constant screams and roars coming from inside. "There is indeed a ghost," muttered the man with the hurricane. "They are all ready." A cordon and fighting net were set up near the villa. Soon, the screams in the underground laboratory gradually weakened, and some black shadows crawled out of it. Under the illumination of searchlights, Yang quickly saw the true appearance of these black figures. The black nails, which are more than half a meter long, are sharp and penetrating. The head is stretched forward, the eyes are pure black, without eyelids, and the skin is pale white, which looks extremely penetrating. Many people who saw this thing for the first time were horrified and shocked. "It's them." Xiao said with some surprise. Yi Yang nodded. This is not the first time he has seen this kind of thing. He has experienced it before in the ruins of Changbai Mountain. A failed experiment from pre-civilization. I didn't expect to see it here. The aversion in the body should be the natural rejection of the Qilin blood to evil spirits. What is the relationship between Tongji society and the previous civilization? Yi Yang frowned, somewhat puzzled. The failed experiment of the previous civilization was actually continued by Tongji society. However, it is obvious that these test subjects are different from those seen in the ruins of the previous civilization. In Changbai Mountain, although the whole body is pale, there are blood-red lines. At first glance, it looks like blood vessels, but if you look closely, it looks like the blood-red lines on the bronze door of the previous civilization. Capture these experimental subjects alive. Yi Yang waved his hand and said, these experimental subjects have limited performance. Judging from the performance of the black-eyed failed subjects in Changbai Mountain, a few guns can kill them. Now that heavy firepower has surrounded them, these test subjects can't turn the world upside down. A few of them will be smashed. The so-called fear is just because of insufficient firepower. Why are there basically no armies in the so-called zombie movies? Because if the steel torrent really rolls over, there will be no zombies left. Gunshots can kill them, and 10,000 shells will directly wipe out the zombies. Soon, Hurricane made a lot of mahogany cages and caught all the black-eyed test subjects. Those test subjects were obviously not conscious, and they just unconsciously banged their heads against the mahogany cages. But the mahogany cages isolated bioelectricity, making them weaker with each collision. In the end, they all stood in the cages honestly and dared not move. So good. Xiao joked. Yi Yang smiled and walked down the secret underground test site with the members of Hurricane. He was just tempted for a moment, and accidentally poked a secret base of Tongji Society. What good luck! Second update. Soon, the base was cleared. Many people were taken out, some were members of the Kiwanis Club, and some were innocent civilians. They were all secretly arrested by secret bases. Most are orphans or mentally ill. It's so tragic. Orphans and mentally ill people usually disappear without being noticed. There are also some homeless people who were captured and experimented on, causing them to become insane. Looking at these experimental subjects with blank eyes, who had obviously experienced a lot of inhuman treatment, everyone felt some sympathy. We have never encountered similar situations during the eradication of the Black Source and the Fallen Source. This is indeed a country of freedom. So many people have disappeared for no reason, and it has not caused any waves. The Hurricane's captain complained. It's not that simple. Xiao said seriously. The mayors are all from other families. It seems that the penetration of the source of destruction is still very serious. The area around here should have been dominated by the source of destruction for a long time. Everything is under the control of the other party. It is reasonable that there will be no waves. Xiao's statement also aroused the agreement of most people. After collecting and analyzing the data from this laboratory, I would like to see what these people want to do. Yi Yang frowned. Making biochemical soldiers? But the physical strength is actually just that. Although it is much stronger than ordinary people, being shot will not be a big problem. But it cannot reach the Strength of the so-called biochemical warriors. Apart from being more vigorous and harder to kill, there seems to be nothing to praise. It's really puzzling. According to some newly captured homeless people, they were not directly involved in the transformation, but were killed first and then their consciousness was transferred to a new body. Hurricane members will report after investigation. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This was somewhat interesting. He suddenly thought of what he saw at the moon base. At that time, the former civilization was facing great sifting, and there were great differences. Many different paths emerged from this, and the experimental subjects he encountered in the base were themselves part of the road. What is the specific content of this road? Yi Yang frowned. But whatever it is, it's clear that this path won't work, otherwise pre-civilizations should have survived. Judging from the black-eyed experimental subjects that popped out of the ruins, let alone whether it was feasible or not, the experiment itself was not successful. Based on preliminary analysis, these creatures should be replaced with new bodies. The specific functions of this new body still need to be analyzed. After looking at the underground experimental base, Yi Yang nodded. The town has been cordoned off. It is impossible to support such a huge underground experimental base with so few people. In the small town, it is estimated that many residents are people from the source of destruction. This review process is bound to be brutal and lengthy. The next day, Yi Yang received a call from Watson, a black technology company. Boss, we already know the specific function of the red or dugout of the former civilization's submarine base. Watson said again and again. Oh? Yi Yang kept saying, send me the specific situation. He looked at the report sent by Watson and frowned. Due to the dual effects of undersea high pressure and volcanic high temperature, this ore has extremely special properties. In many industrial aspects, it has significance that transcends the times. But, most importantly, its role in electromagnetism. If this ore is used as the core to create a submagnetic field generator, the function will be at least 10 times higher than before. A treasure indeed. Yi Yang was extremely emotional. However, he was also a little confused. Why did pre-civilizations mine this mineral? Could it be that the other party was also facing the disaster of geomagnetic reversal? If you put it that way, is the Great Screening actually a set of inherent procedures? The content is actually the same. The thought made him shudder. If this is the case, wouldn't it mean that this is not a random choice of nature, but some kind of rule? But even if they are rules, they cannot necessarily be man-made. The laws of physics are also rules. Are they also formulated by a certain civilization? However, the technological level of previous civilizations that allowed them to build bases on the moon should not have been destroyed by a disaster such as geomagnetic reversal. Although this kind of disaster is enough to destroy civilized society, if we say that civilization becomes extinct, its inheritance will be completely cut off. This is impossible, let alone pre-civilization. Even if human civilization has not developed black technology, it will never be completely destroyed in such a disaster. Preparing enough food and digging a few large enough dungeons will be enough to preserve a lot of civilization fires. The hidden worries in his heart were still getting worse. After all, the so-called great screening and geomagnetic reversal may be just the beginning. Can humans really survive this? He drummed his fingers on the table. Nowadays, human beings are not even as technological as the previous civilizations. He used black technology companies to forcibly elevate everything. The next day, towns that continue to be sealed off will definitely not be able to continue playing. Yi Yang took Lu Qianshan and others directly onto the plane and flew to Wyoming. The next destination was Yellowstone Park. Yellowstone National Park is one of the most famous attractions in the United States. The supervolcano in the Yellowstone supervolcano, is enough to make it world famous. The Yellowstone supervolcano is a supervolcano located in Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. It is the largest and still active supervolcano in the world today. It is said that once it breaks out, it will destroy most of the land in the United States, and a quarter of the world's surface will suffer serious damage. The impact will soon spread around the world, and some species will become extinct. It is one of the most dangerous hidden dangers of a world-destroying disaster. After the plane landed, everyone quickly arrived at the entrance of Yellowstone Park. "This park is big enough," Shou Qingshan muttered. "Yes, the transportation in the park is convenient. The Mountain Ring Highway is more than 500 kilometers long, connecting the main attractions in various scenic spots. There are more than 1,500 kilometers of hiking trails." Shou Xiaozhu added, "This is the world's first national park. It covers an area of 900,000 hectares and spans 3 states. This is a private makeup lesson in advance." Shou Qingshan patted Shou Xiaozhu on the shoulder. "This trip depends on you." Shou Xiaozhu rolled his eyes. "When did I rely on you? We are the ones who come up with the idea every time." Forehead. Shou Qingshan shrugged moodily, muttered and walked away. "Those who come here can either drive by car or go back after a short walk. But you can't take a detailed tour by car, but this doesn't bother Yi Yang. The black technology company has already prepared several external mechanical skeletons for them here. It can be called home travel, fighting with bricks, killing people and stealing goods. The best artifact. First update. Boss. The Hurricane members who were waiting to deliver the mechanical skeleton saluted Yi Yang when they saw him coming. "Yeah." Yi Yang nodded. The geological activity of Yellowstone volcano has become more and more active recently. "We are worried that something unexpected will happen, so we have arranged people to go in advance," someone said. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You mean, there is a risk of Yellowstone volcano erupting in the near future?" "Yes." Yi Yang frowned. "It seems that this disaster may not only be a geomagnetic reversal, he needs to be more prepared. And the source of destruction seems to have some connection with this place. We just intercepted a communication from them that mentioned this place. We haven't figured out what the relationship between this place and the source of destruction is," the Hurricane member reported. "They are always indispensable for things related to disasters." Yi Yang frowned and said coldly. After putting on the external skeleton, everyone entered Yellowstone Park. The scenery in Yellowstone Park is indeed very beautiful. Colorful lakes on the ground, gushing waterfalls, endless plains, and canyons carved by knives and axes. And all kinds of wild animals that are unique to this place. "This fountain sprays so high," Shou Xiaozhu said with a sly smile. "That's right." Shou Qingshan touched his chin. "It's probably almost 100 meters. Shou Xiaozhu said, "This should be the legendary steamboat geyser." Yellowstone Park has more than 10,000 hot springs, including 500 geysers accounting for 2/3 of the total number of geysers on the Earth, and is the most concentrated area of geysers. Steamboat Geyser is the most famous one. The water it sprays can reach 91.4 meters high. Not only is it violent, but the intervals are short and the number of times is high. It directly broke the world record. Crossing the sunny highway, passing by the magnificent geysers and colorful prisms everywhere, passing through the tranquil Yellowstone Lake, Yellowstone Falls, and Yellowstone Grand Canyon along the way. I saw many wild animals, herds of American bison, and often elk and antelope. Look, the elk are fighting. Lu Qianqian pointed repeatedly. Those are reindeer. They should be fighting for territory or mates, right? Shou reminded. Lu Qianqian had only seen this kind of scene of big bucks fighting in documentaries, and now she felt that she had learned something new. When crossing the plains, she also saw little bears playing on the grassland, and sometimes she could see eagles flying across the sky. The entire park is densely forested, and traces of grizzly bears or giant black bears can be found in the depths of the park or on the roads. With so many wild animals, wouldn't it be very dangerous for tourists to visit? Lu Qianqian asked in confusion. This is why there are so few foreigners. Shou pointed to a foreign anchor in hunter's clothing in the distance who came to the depths of Yellowstone Park to do an adventure live broadcast. At this time, the other party was switching the camera with a beaming face, introducing various wild animals to the audience. This is an animal protection area, but it does not stop tourists who really want to go deeper. As long as they are responsible for their own life and death and do not actively harm wild animals, they will be allowed in. There were also some small episodes in the middle. Large animals have intelligence and have seen the power of human long-barreled weapons, but Yi Yang and his companions obviously did not have guns in their hands. Several big bears roared and wanted to eat Yi Yang and his companions as lunch. Ow-ho! The giant bear stood up and pounced on Yi Yang and his companions. Unfortunately, under Yi Yang's iron fist, a few punches turned these black bears and grizzly bears into mounts. He had his own exclusive mount directly in the mountains and forests. In the distance, several foreign anchors who were trembling with fear and struggling whether to come to help were dumbfounded when they saw this scene and knelt directly. God! He beat the big bear into his mount with a few punches. After the camera was adjusted closer, only then did he recognize that the Chinese man was Yi Yang. It turns out to be Yi Shenhao. That's not surprising. That's right, let alone a few bears. Even if a dragon comes, he will cut off its wings. Yeah. I feel the same way. After all, the first human being before Contai Nason could fight a black bear alone. But such a strong man was beaten by Yi Yang with just 3 punches, and he went directly to the Chinese construction site to move bricks. Chinese martial arts are really amazing. The foreign guys all admired him very much. Today, they finally saw the actual live broadcast of Yi Yang's martial arts in the wild, which made them very excited. I didn't believe that humans could do this before, but today I've seen it. Yes, Yi Shenhao is really worthy of his reputation. I thought. There must be something shady about the first boxing champion losing to him. After all, he is so rich and powerful, how dare a boxing champion fight him? Today I've really seen it. Such a big bear, much taller than an adult human, right? He was beaten down with just 1 punch. I'm kneeling. Can he really be called a human? The live broadcast room was in full swing, and the discussion was overwhelming. These guys who challenged themselves to Live broadcast in the depths of the forest were also very lucky today. Meeting Yi Yang, a man with a hot search physique, made them experience what it means to be popular. Their live broadcast rooms were directly pushed to the top. Go and say hello to Mr. Yi. I don't think it's that easy. Such a big shot, can you just approach him easily? I advise the anchor to think twice. Don't let the sniper guards hidden in the dark by Yishinhao mistake you for an assassin. If they shoot you in the head, will you be wronged? Well, I think it's very likely. The guys who wanted to go up and worship him were stunned in an instant and said they would forget it. We'll just follow him from a distance. Yes, yes. The guys have made up their minds. Since their live broadcast room has not been blocked for such a long time, Yishinhao should not care about these. The audience was amazed along the way. Yi Yang was able to subdue dragons and tigers, and no beast could stop him. Soon, a bunch of ferocious beasts followed him. They were aggressive, like the king of Yellowstone Park, patrolling the 4 directions. Within a radius of several kilometers, all other beasts fled at the sight of the wind, and those who didn't have time to escape all bowed their heads and obeyed obediently, looking extremely well behaved. This is too outrageous. The audience was all stunned. Second update. Soon, they came to the location of the Yellowstone volcanoes. In fact, the entire Yellowstone Park underground is a volcanic lava reservoir, and the lava stock is equivalent to 1,100 times the water storage capacity of the Three Gorges Dam. The volcanic explosion seen at the beginning of the 2012 Doomsday movie that was popular around the world was about the Yellowstone supervolcano eruption. The Yellowstone Park volcano is not like a volcano like Mount Fuji. It has an eruption vent that stands there and can be seen at a glance. This is a group of volcanoes scattered throughout the park. Now they came to the largest possible eruption vent. Buzzing. A slight shaking feeling came over me. Is there an earthquake? No one panicked. After all, this is a plane, so as long as the earthquake doesn't cause the ground to crack, there won't be any problem. Most of the previous earthquake casualties were caused by secondary disasters such as house collapse in cities and towns or landslides and falling objects from high altitudes. The Yellowstone volcano is an active volcano with very frequent geological activities. Thousands of minor earthquakes once erupted within a month. Therefore, everyone who was traveling felt that this was nothing. But soon, everyone realized something was wrong. It feels like the shaking is getting worse and worse, and the energy is very strong. It can't be such a coincidence. Although the Yellowstone volcano is about to erupt, why did it happen today? Run quickly. The few live broadcast guys who followed behind were even more panicked and ran away quickly. Yi Yang frowned. This shock made people feel that something was wrong. No matter how powerful the earthquake is, it will always take more than 10 seconds for the earthquake to turn into earth-shattering energy, but now it only takes a few seconds for the ground to begin to crack. Is it really going to break out? He frowned, and the external mechanical skeleton began to explode with energy. As soon as he stepped out, he was ejected more than 10 meters. In just a few seconds, as soon as I left the place where I was standing, the ground collapsed completely, and high-temperature strong acidic water vapor burst out from it. As long as you are still a living thing, you will lose at least half your life if you are in it. As soon as he landed, the ground beneath his feet began to collapse. Several people retreated violently. Again. Zhu and Shou Qingshuan's reflexes were enough to avoid them, but Lu Qianqian was a little clumsy. Yi. Yang shook his head and directly held the princess in his arms. Then he moved around. The whole process can be said to be full of dangers. Yi Yang frowned and looked at the foreign live broadcast boys who were running away in the distance. The earthquake there was obviously not severe, and they were only less than 2,000 meters apart. This side looks like the world has been destroyed, but the other side is just shaking violently. Moreover, the ground collapse seemed to be intelligent, chasing them closely. Wherever they went, the ground began to collapse. If this is a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Just like this, after about 20 seconds of danger, the twinkling light of the Liang Mecha finally flashed from the horizon. Chi. The three mechas directly connected with the three people in midair. Several people flew upwards and floated in midair. These strong acidic and hot water vapors can only erupt to a height of about 100 meters at most, and there is nothing they can do about it. Standing high enough to see clearly, it seemed that only a small area on the entire ground was experiencing earthquakes, and the collapse area was indeed only the part of the land they were standing on. Just now, ever since they were suspended in midair, the tremors began to weaken sharply. Finally, it returned to peace. What a strange earthquake. Shou Qingshuan realized something was wrong. Sister Xiaozhu, you wouldn't tell me that this is also a characteristic earthquake in Yellowstone Park, right? Xiaozhu shook his head repeatedly. I haven't heard of it, there must be something hidden. The members of the hurricane said before that it seems that the source of destruction has some connection with this place. Could it be their fault? Shou Qingshuan asked. No way? Xiaozhu frowned. If they had mastered the technology to trigger earthquakes accurately, would they still be hiding in the dark like mice? After all, in terms of energy level, the energy required to control an earthquake is much greater than a nuclear bomb. That's no joke. If they really mastered this technology, they would definitely not be as content as they are now, and would have openly stood up to threaten the world. After all, the reason why the Kiwanis Club and the Five Sources organization are hidden in the darkness is that their own ideological dangers are only one of the reasons. The biggest problem is that they do not have enough force to fight against the world. Maybe there are a lot of restrictions. Yi Yang guessed. There are many people who want to kill him, but the only ones who have the ability to pull off today's scene are basically the Kiwanis Club. If other countries suddenly have weapons of this level, it is absolutely impossible for him to not know about it with his current intelligence capabilities. The only one who could hide it from his eyes and create such a thing was the Kiwanis Club. Did it succeed? There is an extremely secret underground base hidden among the canyon walls of Yellowstone Park. This base has existed for a long time, but it has never been discovered. It was a miscalculation. They were wearing improved mechanical exoskeletons, and none of them were killed. Another voice came. How could this happen? It was difficult for Yi Yang to get information about Tongji Club. Similarly, it was difficult for Tongji Club to infiltrate Hurricane and get information. They didn't even get any information in advance about whether Yi Yang and his party wore exoskeletons today. They had tried their best to get information about Yi Yang's visit to Yellowstone Park. However, just now, the information they had worked so hard to get was actually leaked to the world by a few live broadcast guys, which really made them dizzy. Yi Yang never wanted to hide his itinerary at all. This is a loss of both the wife and the army. I just hope that Yi Yang will not follow the clues to find us out. There are still too many problems with our earthquake generator. The flaws are obvious. I have long disapproved of us using this thing to deal with Yi Yang. He is growing too fast. As long as there is a slight chance, the headquarters will do everything they can to kill him. Our failure has long been taken into account by the headquarters. From the beginning, we were just a chess piece for testing. Impossible. Our Yellowstone base is so important. I don't believe that. The headquarters can just give up on us. Yes, we are the ultimate weapon to deter and control America after the future. How could the headquarters choose to sacrifice us? Okay, no need to argue anymore. The base commander frowned. It has been said above that we will never have any problems. Someone will die for us in this matter. First update. Wow. Soon, the Yellowstone Park police arrived to help explore the site. Cleaning up strong acid mist is very troublesome, and the personnel accompanying the hurricane did not bring relevant equipment. However, these local police forces often deal with this kind of problem, so they can handle it quite quickly. Some suspicious people were even captured, but these people had heavy firepower and resisted fiercely. After a battle, they were either beaten to death or committed suicide by taking poison. There are dozens of people. The few who were still able to speak were tortured and tortured before they could tell the truth. They are members of the Source of Destruction, which recently developed an earthquake generator. Can be used to create earthquakes. After getting the information that Yi Yang was coming to Yellowstone Park, they sent them to install this kind of earthquake generator, hoping to use the high-temperature steam and strong acid substances here to kill Yi Yang here. Everything was said in a clear and logical manner, and some intelligence links were even knocked out. They also captured dozens of members of the Source of Destruction. Everything seemed to make sense. Something feels wrong. Shou Zhu muttered. According to the few captured Black Source members, these earthquake generators are disposable and use the principles of resonance and high-energy explosion to trigger earthquakes. Therefore, the seismic generator they found was also scrapped. Similarly, this could also prevent the assassination from failing and the seismic generator technology being taken away by Yi Yang. Makes sense. After Yi Yang pondered, he wanted to hand over the fragments to a black technology company for research and analysis, but was strongly rejected by the Yellowstone Park police. Is it possible that they are afraid that we will develop this technology? Now, although the United States officially admits that it supports the entry of hurricanes to help deal with the source of destruction, it is still in a competitive relationship with China, and Yi Yang is aware of the other parties' concerns. Haha, let me tell you, what do they have to be afraid of? Our aerospace aircraft carrier and Sun Mecha have already crushed them physically. Even if we really develop this earthquake generator, it will be an additional means of deterrence. That's all. Xiao Qingxian sneered. If there are too many lice and we are not afraid of bites, why should America be worried? Yi Yang shook his head. It won't be that simple, he said calmly. He has had so many interactions with the Kiwanis Club that he knows their temper and difficulty. No matter what this time, the cracking process seems a bit too simple. No matter how outrageous and complicated it is to speculate on this kind of organization, it is impossible to overestimate it. In short, everything about the source of destruction must be broken down and investigated. The remains of the earthquake generator must be obtained and studied. This must not be retreated. Yi Yang said coldly. He didn't believe the analysis reports from the United States at all. If they were useful, they wouldn't have allowed the source of destruction to openly roam the American continent for hundreds of years. This can be seen from the incident of the mayor of the cowboy town. Everything in the United States is actually untrustworthy. Tell them that if we analyze the principles of earthquake making from these instruments, we can share half of it with the United States. They can also send people to witness it. If they still don't agree, let them look up and take a good look at the equator. There must be something floating on it. Yi Yang said lightly. This is the greatest sincerity he has ever shown. The United States must also understand the meaning of his words. The other party has been delaying and has not given a clear answer. A few days later, Shou reported. Oh? Yi Yang smiled. It seemed that things were getting interesting. It seems that the local forces in Huangshe are not very cooperative. He was too lazy to wait and called Mason Doyle directly. We did receive the application, and our Mason Consortium fully agrees with this proposal. However, this proposal has encountered unprecedented resistance in the parliament. This is unprecedented. Things are indeed a bit abnormal. Mason also noticed something was wrong. You know, the shadow emperors are the uncrowned kings of the United States. They actually control and monopolize everything. But in this matter, there was a situation where it was difficult for them to advance. This was simply beyond their imagination. There are only two explanations. First, although the Shadow Emperor agreed to this matter on the surface, he secretly did not support it. Second, it's even more terrifying, even our parliament has their people. Yi Yang nodded. He had offended many Shadow Emperors. They stumbled upon him because of sheer personal disgust. It was not impossible for them to disgust him a little. If it is the second situation, it is worth pondering. This is basically the deepest thorn in the Kiwanis Club's agenda, but they have worked hard for this matter without hesitation to expose it, proving that the secret hidden behind Yellowstone has implicated one of the ultimate core members of the Kiwanis. This must be done. Yi Yang made a decision in his heart. Don't worry, in the United States, anything supported by more than 5 Shadow Emperors is absolutely impossible. Mason Doyle nodded and said, I will give you a definite reply within 3 days. That night, someone sneaked into the warehouse where the earthquake generators were stored, wanting to blow up the entire warehouse to destroy all evidence. However, just as the attempt was being implemented, it was killed by the venomous snakes raised by Hunter, one of the ace players of Hurricane, who had been arranged to guard there. Things are not as simple as we have speculated now. Yi Yang sneered and directly recruited a group of AI scientists from the Black Technology Company, and let the Hurricane members take over the warehouse by force. All those who wanted to stop it were controlled or knocked unconscious before they opened fire. The people on the American side are too unreliable. After a few days, Doyle gave the consent resolution, and the fragments had been accidentally destroyed. For this matter, the Shadow Emperors turned a blind eye, and after a symbolic condemnation, they did not allow anyone to discuss it. A few days later, the official consent decision came. However, the AI scientists of the Black Technology Company have almost finished their research. Boss, after inspection, these are defective products. Even if they were complete, they would never have created the scene that day. The AI scientist said, it should be the previous generation of the earthquake generator that caused the earthquake that day. We have made scientific deductions based on these fragments. The next generation of earthquake generators should be buried at least 100 meters underground. Are you sure? Yi Yang asked. More than 90% sure. The AI scientist said again and again. Second update. Okay. I'll call Mason and immediately prepare an excavation team to dig 300 feet into the Yellowstone to find the real earthquake generator. Yi Yang's eyes were sharp. The judgments of AI scientists are unemotional. If they say 90% of the time, this is basically the case. This resolution has also encountered huge obstacles, and many forces are preventing the excavation of Yellowstone Park. Some people also say that this is Yi Yang's conspiracy to want Yellowstone Park to break out in advance. However, Yi Yang was too lazy to pay attention to this and directly let the detection team come in. The Kiwanis Club is the enemy of all mankind, and any information about it must be investigated to the end. The greater the resistance, the more proof that he has pinched the opponent's lifeline. Special matters must be treated specially. If everything is expected to be done according to the rules, it will only benefit some people. Hiding in the dark. Is this Yi Yang crazy? Everyone in the dark base was panicked. I've known for a long time that with his energy and personality, he would never be fooled so easily. There are pessimistic words from members of the Fountain of Destruction organization. Normally, the operation of destroying the source of destruction would be enough to put this matter to rest. There are scapegoats who take the blame, and there are moles who act as insiders and hinder the investigation. It was originally a foolproof strategy, but who could withstand a lunatic like Yi Yang who completely ignored the rules? To put it bluntly, the main reason why these source organizations have survived for so many years is that they are good at using rules. Rules are dead, people are alive. When these regulations are no longer for pure justice, but just laws for the sake of law, these articles and rules can become the sharpest blades in the hands of evil people. Using these rules and checks and balances, they, the rats in the gutter, can live a safe and comfortable life, and they can also tease those who want to deal with them in various ways. But now, they have met a being who has the qualifications and ability to break the rules all over the world, and who also has justice in his heart. All the previous methods were meaningless. Let's retreat quickly. According to his method of searching, it is estimated that our earthquake generator will be found soon. It is logical to find our base through the underground passage. Many members of the source of destruction are Liandao, the base commander. Frowned, wait a little longer and see what the final order from above is to us. Perhaps we can complete our final mission ahead of schedule. You mean? If that's the case, even death is worth it. The eyes of many members of the source of destruction lit up. Those who can participate in this plan are absolute desperados. They are not afraid of death, but are afraid of meaningless death. With the best search strategy given by AI experts and the use of specially developed machinery for digging, there is no need to worry about triggering a volcanic eruption in advance, while ensuring speed and efficiency. Soon, the excavation team dug to a depth of more than 50 meters. The reaction is getting stronger and stronger. The earthquake generator is definitely within 50 meters. AI experts will report after the measurement. Yi Yang stood next to the excavation pit, watching with frowning eyes. If this earthquake generator is buried 100 meters underground, it proves that it was definitely not buried to assassinate him. Because it takes time. Even If he used the most advanced instruments and the most precise excavation, he still made such a big noise. The other party is hiding in the dark, and it definitely requires a long-term plan. If they had planned to place earthquake generators here, they would have had another purpose. Yi Yang pondered, and then his eyes trembled. They want to use the ability to control volcanic eruptions to threaten the entire America. This is similar to the logic of the sources of depravity in Europe. The source of corruption is an old nuclear bomb left inside the base. If it doesn't work, we will die together. Hundreds of thousands of Semmelberg people will be buried with them, which can ensure that the attackers will not act recklessly and protect their interests. This is even more cruel, placing earthquake generators directly in Yellowstone Park. This is countless times more powerful than an old nuclear bomb that cannot fly. If the Yellowstone volcano erupts, its deterrent effect can be basically said to be unsolvable. There is no doubt that most of the United States will be directly destroyed, and other countries will also be greatly affected. It can be said that controlling the eruption of the Yellowstone Park volcano will control the lifeblood of the United States. When the Kiwanis Club breaks out in the future, they can use this to intimidate or even coerce the United States. What a great move. After thinking about this, Yi Yang also felt a chill running down his spine. Fortunately, the opponent's earthquake generator is not yet fully mature, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Kiwanis Club's plans are indeed crazy. He frowned. The key is that the other party is hiding and they are showing up. He can't predict how many such crazy plans the other party is carrying out at the same time. It is indeed a terrifying cancer. Yi Yang looked into the distance. The other party has existed for at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. Apart from the three major sects, there are almost no forces in the world that can be inherited for such a long time. This ancient force is indeed not as easy to deal with as imagined. You have been dormant for too long and have accumulated too many unknown trump cards. You never know what the opponent's next card will be. Fortunately, Yi Yang had all the trump cards in his hands, otherwise, he might not be able to compete with this ancient force. While he was thinking, the person in charge of Hurricane came over and whispered a few words. Oh? Are you not hiding so soon? Yi Yang sneered. Just now, the source of destruction shouted to the world that they had already placed an earthquake generator under the Yellowstone volcano and could control the volcanic eruption at any time. If Yi Yang continued to dig, he would directly detonate Yellowstone Park, and all the responsibility would be borne by Yi Yang. This declaration directly caused panic and discussion around the world. Everyone was panic-stricken. After all, the horror of the Yellowstone volcano could be known by just a search. What is this source of destruction? I have never heard of it before, and they actually buried the earthquake generator quietly. What do you do for a living? I think it's a rumor. Now the first thing is to get Yi Yang to stop. If he continues to dig, we will all die. That's right. Various remarks, fermented on the internet, formed a strong public opinion pressure. What should we do, boss? The United States strongly demands that we stop digging. The people of Hurricane said repeatedly. Didn't we tell them that the current earthquake generator can't make the Yellowstone supervolcano erupt? Yi Yang frowned and asked. First update. It's been said that they also know this fact. The person in charge of Hurricane said, but they pay more attention to public opinion, and they don't completely believe our conclusion. There are more people who support the statement that We should take this opportunity to destroy them. It's ridiculous. Yi Yang sneered. But he was not ready to compromise. With these people. Keep delaying time, I will go down and fish those things out myself. Yi Yang was too lazy to waste time and play any public opinion games with them, so he directly got on the mecha. It's difficult for these excavators to dig another 50 meters down, but it's a simple thing for humanoid mechas. In the canyon wall base. How dare he? He rushed down directly, ready to tear his face completely? What a lunatic. The members of the source of destruction were a little desperate. All means were used, which sounded great, but it didn't stop Yi Yang's steps at all. If it doesn't work, just go for it. It's better than being caught and killed by him. That's right. Although our earthquake generator is not fully mature yet, it has already begun to show its power. There is a 1 in 10 chance that the Yellowstone supervolcano will erupt directly. Base Commander, make a decision. The members of the source of destruction said one after another. We were originally established just to deter the United States. Our core purpose has always been to destroy the existing civilization system and build a more perfect world, not to really destroy everything. Some people hold different opinions. I'm not that noble. I just joined here because I have suffered the dog temper of human society and want to take revenge on humans. Since we are all destined to die now, why not drag more people to die? I support his opinion. Make a decision quickly. Yi Yang is too fast. If we don't make up our minds, he will directly clean up our earthquake generator in a few seconds. The members of the source of destruction urged one after another. The head of the base pondered for a while, then nodded suddenly, let's do it. The earthquake generator is not perfect yet, and the maximum power can only be adjusted manually by them, otherwise they would not be guarding the base now. On the day they buried it, they ran directly to the outside of the park with the controller. Go along the underground passage, open the generators one by one, and try to open more generators before Yi Yang. Originally, the success rate of this generation of generators was only 10%. Now under the destruction of Yi Yang's mecha, they must not be able to open all of them. They also know that the probability of successfully detonating is very low. Boom! Yi Yang's light sword swept down and another acid mist burst out. The situation underground in Yellowstone Park is very complicated, but the Liang mecha can open the energy shield, and these things can't cause any damage to the Liang mecha. Bang bang. Bang. His lightsaber quickly dug the ground. 50 meters is not an obstacle at all for the lightsaber in his hand. If the situation underground in Yellowstone Park was not too complicated, he would not be able to open and close so much, and he could split the earth with just one sword. I see. Yi Yang's eyes condensed. A huge machine that was dozens of meters long appeared in his field of vision. At the same time, in the distance, the ground suddenly trembled, and the vibration instantly reached an extremely terrifying level. It seemed that the entire Yellowstone Park was about to be turned upside down. What happened? Maybe they turned on all the earthquake generators. Go. Withdraw first. Under Yi Yang's order, the members who were still in Yellowstone Park began to retreat at a high speed. In order to deal with emergencies, they all wore external mechanical skeletons, so there would be no accidents. Only the Shou sisters, who also had the Liang mecha, guarded Yi Yang. You can let go, Yi Yang said lightly. At the moment of discovering the earthquake generator, he also discovered the underground network that extended in all directions. So it was achieved through this method. Yi Yang had expected this and was not too surprised. Tongji Club has been hiding in the shadows for thousands of years, and is extremely skilled in digging holes and tunnels. Both the black source and the corruption source are underground bases. It is nothing to dig a tunnel underground that is large enough to build an earthquake generator. The other party has achieved the achievement of exploring the past and present in digging holes. There is more than one earthquake generator. Start to destroy them one by one along the passage. Yi Yang said to the Shou sisters. Yes. Just like that, the troops were divided into 3 groups and began to destroy these earthquake generators to race against time with the source of destruction. At the same time, earthquakes in Yellowstone Park are becoming more and more frequent. People outside are all anxious. Various violent incidents continue to occur, and many people take to the streets to protest Yi Yang's indifferent behavior. It seems that in an instant, Yi Yang has turned from the light of mankind into the biggest devil. Many aspects are all stepping up pressure. No one cares about the fate of the future, but only cares about their support rate at the moment. However, these had no effect on Yi Yang, because he was fully focused on cleaning up these earthquake generators at this time and had no time to pay attention to these things. On the street, many people began to rush to Yi Yang's offline stores, preparing to protest. However, before they could enter the store, they were all knocked unconscious in front of the door and thrown into sacks. We are just mercenaries hired to protect Mr. Ye's assets. If you want to make Mr. Yi suffer losses again, we will no longer show mercy. Some hurricane members, disguised as bodyguards, said lightly. They only obeyed Yi Yang's orders, and everything else had nothing to do with them. If you dare to sabotage here again, I will make sure you don't die in the volcanic eruption, but die under our guns first. A group of shameless, ungrateful wolves. They are all people of temperament. They know that Yi Yang is protecting them, but they treat Yi Yang like this, and they are so angry that they curse. Behind these people, the composition is complicated. Many members of the source of destruction took the opportunity to start trouble, and even took the lead in shooting. However, the snipers of Hurricane were not idle either. Whoever fired first would be killed directly. For a moment, no one dared to move in the shocked scene. In Yellowstone Park, the speed race was still going on. In just 10 minutes, Yi Yang had basically cleared most of the earthquake generators. He was too lazy to capture the members of the source of destruction he met along the way, and directly cut them in half. These people were holding the extremely vicious intention of killing hundreds of millions of people and dragging the world into the impact of disasters. There was only one ending waiting for them, and that was death. Second update. Soon, Yi Yang's photon sword destroyed most of the earthquake generators in the underground base of Yellowstone Park. The vibration of Yellowstone Park also slowly subsided from extremely violent to slight vibration. Yi Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The remaining few basically couldn't cause any big waves. Failed, the members of the source of destruction shook their heads, feeling very sad. Most of them didn't have any lofty ideas, just because they wanted to make a famous or infamous deed in history to make their meaningless life extremely different. Or simply out of revenge. In the end, they didn't let hundreds of millions of people die with them, which made them feel sad and lonely. Failed after all. It's really meaningless to die. Damn Yi Yang. Don't worry. We have more than one trump card. Although we are one of the trump cards, what if we are killed in advance? When the final showdown comes, the ending is still destined. At that time, let Yi Yang be buried with us. That's right. Let him be buried with us. The people of the source of destruction gnashed their teeth. Obviously, they had no doubts about the outcome of the final battle. They believed that Yi Yang would definitely lose. Even after Yi Yang revealed so many trump cards, it was obvious that they had extremely high trust in Tongji Club. Will they really win? Only a few people raised questions. Now Yi Yang has also shown too much power. Even if he has confidence in Tongji Club, he may not be able to win for sure. They thought so. However, it was meaningless for them to think about it, because Yi Yang has arrived. Yi Yang, you can't win. Before they even finished their farewell speech, they and the last earthquake generator behind them were all turned into blood mist by a microbomb. It's over. Yi Yang looked at all this with a calm look. Boss. After Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu solved the areas they were responsible for, they came to meet Yi Yang. There's nothing to stay here. Yi Yang nodded to the two of them, and then followed the passage to find the base. However, the base has been completely destroyed by the bomb inside, and the important documents have basically been destroyed. It can only rely on AI experts to restore it as much as possible. This time we caught such a big fish, and we will definitely be able to follow the clues and find a lot of clues about the source of destruction. Shou Xiaozhu said repeatedly. Yi Yang nodded. Combined with the information provided by the United States before and the information we have, we should be able to clean it up. He looked calm. The Tongji Society controls a total of 5 source organizations: the Black Source in Asia, the Fallen Source in Europe, the Destruction Source in North and South America, the Greed Source in Australia, and the Rage Source in Africa. Now the Black Source and the Fallen Source have been wiped out by him. If the Destruction Source in America can be eliminated, 3 out of 5 can be eliminated. Its significance is extremely significant. After all, a small half and a large half are completely different concepts. The Tongji Society is the brain, and the 5 dark organizations are its 5 limbs, the hands and feet of doing things. As the earthquake effect of Yellowstone Park calmed down, the unrest in the outside world gradually subsided. Many leaders were arrested. This time it was really thrilling. Yes. The members of the hurricane were all sweating on their heads. This time Yellowstone really has a 1 in 10 chance of eruption. But if they don't stop the other party this time, the entire United States will always be under their threat, and they will die sooner or later, and they will have to do many things that violate the bottom line for the Tongji Society before they die. This is the only outcome of compromising with evil forces. After this matter was settled, the internet craze continued. I said that Mr. Ye's decision must be correct. Those people who went to smash and destroy before were really irrational. No need to tell them, they all went in. Haha. Amazing. Always support Yi Shenhao. Yi Yang also saved the world in disguise. Although the eruption of Yellowstone Park will not destroy mankind, it is still a big disaster. Everyone respects him from the bottom of their hearts. Huh? Yi Yang noticed his face value. These days, his face value has risen rapidly. It seems that the so-called face value is not just fame. If these people not only know him, but also respect him, the more intense the intention and the greater the thought, the more face value will increase. There are only so many people in the world who can access the internet. Since he declared war on the 4 major super consortiums in front of the Tokyo Palace in Japan, he has basically covered most of the international internet users. However, during this period of time, these people have gone from hostility to fear of him, from surprise to admiration, and now to awe. With each incident, the face value is getting more and more. Especially this time when he stopped the eruption of Yellowstone volcano, the gratitude brought by it is the most obvious. The previous hostility, fear, and admiration for him are still objective evaluations of another person. But being saved is about oneself. He was about to die, but he was saved. The kind of gratitude towards my benefactor is naturally not comparable to the quality of the previous emotions. Originally, Yang had a total face value of less than 10 million. Now, this wave has skyrocketed to 30 million, which surprised him extremely. I never thought there would be such a generous reward for saving the world. Yang pondered. This can only mean one thing: the system tends to do this kind of thing by itself. Its setting is just like this. The original intention of its creation is to want the host to do this kind of thing. Otherwise, it will not give such a huge reward for this kind of thing. A system born to save the world. Yang was silent. If this is really the case, then the inner story behind this is terrifying to think about. Of course, this was just a guess on his part, and he couldn't tell the specific details. There is obviously a connection between the system and pre-civilizations, but the technological level of pre-civilizations at that time obviously made it impossible to create such a system. Yang pondered, what is the truth? Even if you can't figure it out, there's no need to force it. Once all the prerequisites are clearly understood by him, the truth will naturally emerge. There are many things you can't guess, and they have nothing to do with IQ, it's just that you have too little information. With 30 million face value, I can finally do whatever I want. Yang grinned. It's been a long time since he felt this sudden wealth and excitement. After all, he was so rich. If you are too rich, you will lose the fun of making and acquiring money. The system recently rewarded those small rewards worth 18 billion, but he couldn't even feel a single ripple in his heart. But the face value of more than 20 million reminded him of the joy of suddenly getting rich when he first obtained the system. Happy. It's back. First update. 30 million face value. Yang saved all his face before. Get ready for a big wave. After all, if you want to save the earth, it is difficult to do it through conventional means. You can only cheat and cheat. He had saved face value for so long just to develop a powerful enough black technology to increase his trump card. He opened the system mall and searched it with his eyes. I remember that when he first opened the face value license, the total face value was only 600,000, and he did not dare to look at those too expensive products. But now I have a huge sum of 30 million yuan in my hand, so I can just buy it. At the beginning, all the face value added up could not afford to hold an annual meeting. So we just held an annual meeting. Yang was very cheerful and did not feel burdened at all when it came to saving face. Now his face value has increased rapidly and continues to soar, so he is not worried about running out of face value for the time being. VIP users have 10 purchasing opportunities per month, with a monthly rent of 200,000 face value, and a 20% discount on annual rent, with a face value of 1.92 million per year. I remember that when he first saw the conditions for opening the system VIP, he deeply felt his poverty. VIP has 10 purchasing opportunities every month. If he wants to spend money, he has to top up as VIP. Otherwise, he can only buy things 4 times a month. Ding. The detection host spent 192,000 face value to activate the system annual fee and was successfully upgraded to a distinguished VIP user. The system permissions were turned on and the mall panel was fully expanded. The host's title changed to You from now on. System VIP function is being unlocked. The system VIP page is being rebuilt. The system intelligence is being upgraded. Jiangjing seemed to have opened the door to a new world. The system interface changed from transparent to shining gold, the fonts became taller, and the mall selection page also changed from 99 pages to 999 pages. Dear VIP users, this system will tailor intelligent recommendations for you and provide intelligent consultation functions. The system sounded again. Why do I feel like I missed 100 million? Jiangjing couldn't laugh or cry. If he had known that opening VIP would be so helpful, he might have opened it earlier. But in fact, he could not afford this membership fee before. Ever. Since the Palace of Tokyo gambled with the 4 super consortiums and his name was completely resounding to the world. The growth rate of his face value has only begun to increase dramatically. Overall, we opened less than half a year late, which is a small loss. I glanced at black technology companies and originally wanted to open another black technology company, but I found that opening a new black technology company requires a full 50 million face value. If the system hadn't been very user-friendly and gave him a 0.1% off limited time event, he still wouldn't be able to open a black technology company. Gamma Super Gene Potion. Flipping down, he found what he needed on the newly unlocked page. The super soldier gene potion he took before was designed to match the physical fitness of Captain America. But this Gamma Super Gene Potion can match the physical fitness of the normal Hulk. And there are no side effects. You can resist missiles purely with your body strength, without fear. And gain resistance to nuclear radiation. Immune to all radiation damage. One bottle costs 1 million face value, unlocks the manufacturing blueprint, 10 million face value, and unlocks the industry chain with 50 million face value. However, Jiangjing did not intend to unlock the drawings. Because from the information he could see, several raw materials were extremely scarce, and it would probably take several years to build the production line. Once completed, the cost of making a bottle would definitely far exceed tens of billions. The top priority now is to fight against geomagnetic reversal. It is not wise to exchange so much face value for such drawings that enhance the ability of a single entity. Exchanged a few bottles. Jiangjing used a bottle for himself. First. Creak, creak, creak. Huge changes were taking place in his body. If he didn't have the physique of a super soldier, this kind of inner evolution would not be bearable by ordinary people. The surface of his body seemed to be cooked, the huge energy formed a heat wave, and the water vapor evaporated. The heat generated by transformation is extremely large. The entire room instantly turned into a sauna. After a full day and night, the Shou family sisters who were not sure what was going on rushed in to see what was going on. Call. Jiangjing let out a long breath, which blew directly to more than 10 meters away, blowing off all the leaves of The tree. This is really. As soon as he clenched his fist, an explosion-like energy emitted from his body. When he punched randomly, the explosive energy was more terrifying than a rocket. Cutting gold and breaking steel is just a matter of time. He felt like he could knock down a building with one kick. The energy in the body is surging. He has been thinking about what the Hulk would look like if he put on the Hulkbuster armor. Now that he has a Hulk-like physique and puts on the latest upgraded Liang 3 mecha, he doesn't know what will happen. Yes, within these few months. The upgraded model of Liang 2 has been eliminated, and now a black technology company has developed the Liang 3 model. The Shou sisters have all updated the previous 4 types of Liang mechas, to Liang 2 and 2 sets of Liang I, one for the Hurricane and one for the Chinese Core Dragon team. The Liang 3 is equipped with the most advanced technology of the current black technology company, and is the most advanced mecha model that can be achieved in the short term. The Liang 4 is estimated to be developed a long time later. Technologies that only exist in high sci-fi concepts are all equipped. Gravity field device, ultra-high energy electromagnetic gun. Technology, gravitational wave interference foil. It can be said that this is an extremely luxurious mecha that is the culmination of human beings before and after, and a display of all the peak technologies. An absolute fruit that cannot be covered up in the short term. The cost of this one alone has reached more than 800 billion Chinese yuan. Even if you want to build a second one, the funds do not allow it. After all, the 3 major plans, Qingtian, Qianlong, and Xingsan. There are also Nanchanmen, blue gold rice, and black technology research and development. Investment, which all burn a lot of money. There is not so much money to be used for military spending. Canyang alloy? The Liang 3 can respond to calls worldwide, and the main material is also Liang alloy, which has been upgraded to Canyang alloy. The performance of all aspects is more than 10 times that of Liang alloy, and the melting point reaches an astonishing 100,000 degrees. It has surpassed human understanding of metals. This kind of metal must be forged with the most precise controlled nuclear fusion, because humans do not have any other technology that can precisely control the temperature to more than 100,000 degrees. Second update, PS Jiryang tips, the face value appears for the first time. You can jump to chapter 402 to recall. It is cheaper to buy some black technology products individually, but if you want to buy blueprints or even production lines, even with his current face value of tens of millions, it is difficult to afford a few. But now, time is tight. Just buying the drawings and waiting for the production line to be established will be delayed for at least a year. Therefore, Yi Yang plans to purchase the production line directly. Quantum Computer Production Line, Advanced Base Construction Technology Chain, Giant Magnetic Field Transformation Construction Technology. Yi Yang originally placed orders for many black technologies that he could not afford. The industrial chain of black technology companies has increased a lot again. If it were before, such a large-scale factory opening would definitely attract some attention and inquiries, but now no one dares to interfere too much with his actions. No one can stop him. After the core needs are met, the information on these products will be made public. Yi Yang said. If so much technology is released at once, it will inevitably cause too much shock. After making up my mind, Yi Yang put away the system interface. The Hurricane men are here. Xiao Zhu came to Hui Hui to report. Yi Yang nodded and walked into the hall. Has the intelligence integration been completed? Yi Yang asked. Already done. The hurricane members nodded firmly. We have dug up some base information about the source of destruction, and we are just waiting for your order to start a simultaneous strike. Well, without further ado, let's start. Now. Yang nodded. Ahem, but boss, the police and military forces of the United States want to act with us. Hurricane members kept saying, we haven't convinced them yet. It doesn't matter. Yang shook his head. The benefits of the black source and the fallen source have been swallowed up by the hurricane, and other countries have long been jealous. Although the United States is now afraid of aerospace aircraft carriers, it is still a superpower and cannot give up all the benefits to itself like the European Union and the Asian Union, which are composed of many countries. He doesn't care either. The layout of the Fountain of Destruction in Yellowstone Park left him frightened. The development of this organization was obviously more terrifying and larger than the other two fountain organizations. There was a vague premonition in his heart. Now that we have enough information, we need to start attacking as soon as possible. Otherwise, with this powerful source of destruction, anything could happen during the long nights and dreams. Only a quick strike can catch them off guard. Slow decision-making leading to accidents was not the result Yang wanted to see. The next moment, a scene that had played out before in Europe began to play out in the United States. What are you doing? Search permission, get out of the way. Pung. Various manhunts and battles started everywhere. Occasionally, there will be flames rising from a certain city, making people frightened and uneasy. Many videos were filmed and uploaded to the internet, sparking intense discussion. Boss, many bases are empty, documents have been destroyed, and some bases have even laid traps. Fortunately, most of the first wave of people who rushed in were American forces who wanted to take credit. Our losses are still acceptable. At this point, although the hurricane steward's face was sad, Yang could still see a flash of schadenfreude on his face. Yang nodded. He knew it wasn't that simple. It is difficult to use the same method a second time on these source organizations. The adaptability of these source organizations cannot be underestimated. However, we also have more information about it, but it is estimated that the fight against the source of destruction will enter a state of protracted war, said the head of the hurricane. If this continues, it is estimated that the United States will start to disagree again, said the hurricane chief. Yang frowned. They care very much about the direction of public opinion. The current tug of war with the source of destruction will cause many subsequent impacts, market turbulence, and escalation of conflicts. It is estimated that there will be many opposition voices by then. These are not things we have to worry about. Yang spread his hands indifferently. Clear. The hurricane manager nodded. Be clear, we are just mercenaries invited by the United States to clean up these fountainhead organizations. Any negative impact it has is a matter that the people who invited us have to deal with. If they can't deal with it, the worst they can do is replace us. Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Of course, I mean, if he can find someone else to solve this trouble. Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. How could there be such a big loss? The 7-star general's beard was so angry that he was so angry. The losses this time were indeed huge. Before the source of destruction evacuated, he left various traps, bombs, sulfuric acid, chemical gases in many bases. The losses suffered were huge. Damn it, I didn't get the money, but I lost a lot of people. Did Yi Yang know about this from the beginning? Otherwise, he didn't let other countries participate in the encirclement and suppression campaign before. How could he agree to let us participate this time? This kid is so bad. Many people around him said angrily. It's not like, this time is an opportunity we fought hard for. I didn't plan to take us to play. Someone added Okay. The few people who scolded Yi Yang fell silent. For the next month, Yi Yang's newly exchanged industrial chain was fully invested in production. He also continued to travel in America with Lu Qianqian and the Shou sisters. Hurricane also continued to pursue the source of destruction based on various clues, and there were gains every day, but there would also be some losses. Somewhere in America, the headquarters of the source of destruction. We reacted fast enough and ran fast enough. How come this hurricane has such a keen nose that it can always track us down based on clues? Maybe they are all born in the year of the dog. Alas. At their rate of destruction, it will be difficult for us to hold on any longer. Well, do you want to execute the ultimate order? Block all activities, everyone enters a silent state, and changes the location of the base. When the ultimate day comes, we will re-enter the world. It can be considered. After all, now is a special era. Yes. The ultimate era is coming soon. We can't fall in the last ray of light before the darkness falls. The president of the source of destruction nodded. I will report to the higher-ups right away. Boss, the information collection and analysis model built with quantum computers has been completed. An AI scientist reported. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. The reason why he has been calm and relaxed for the past month and can travel around is that he is waiting for the birth of this data model. Yi Yang went directly to the underground warehouse. Quantum computers are hundreds of millions of times more powerful than previous general-purpose binary computers. It can do things that today's computers simply can't imagine. A problem that today's computers would not be able to solve in 10,000 years can be solved by a quantum computer in a fraction of a second. Nowadays, people in computer games look a bit fake, and the characters of quantum computers are more real than real. After unlocking the quantum computer production line, you can do many things that you couldn't even imagine before. However, quantum computers are very large. The current first-generation machines are 3 meters square in size. They have to meet the harsh operating environment, and each one costs hundreds of millions. It is not yet available for large-scale civilian use. I channeled my consciousness along with the data model in the three-dimensional electronic scene projected by the quantum computer. The AI expert said, I will introduce the specific application of this data model below. He began to demonstrate the operation. This model is specially built for tracking members of the Fountain of Destruction. As long as you enter key information and import enough personal information of the destruction members, you can deduce the information of the people who have had contact with him. Then through the professional profiling ability of police officers, they can screen out the true identities of the people who have come into contact with him through the identity database, and then use the information of these people to locate their current location. With the narration of AI experts, Yi Yang also broke into a cold sweat after hearing this. Quantum computers are indeed terrifying. This is almost catching up with the law of cause and effect weapons. 2. Put it simply, they input the information of the members of the Fountain of Destruction that they have captured, and Then use this algorithm to calculate the other members of the Fountain of Destruction organization step by step. Previous computers were unable to undertake such a huge computing task, but quantum computers make this algorithm possible. The AI expert smiled. Yang said, "Doesn't this mean that in the future, if a criminal gang only needs to catch one person, it will be equivalent to catching everyone? Not only that, as long as you provide enough detailed and accurate personal information, even if you don't catch that person, you can still deduce the information about the entire gang." The AI expert said, "However, that requires quite detailed information." Everyone present was sweating profusely. This is no longer artificial intelligence, it is almost psychic and becoming a god. People who can tell fortunes with their divine eyes generally don't dare to brag about themselves so much. Well, this kind of thing cannot be abused. Yang patted the big guy in front of him. The emergence of this thing may set off a terrible storm in the future. But at least, for now, it's a good thing. The source of destruction is too cunning. If it is consumed as much as it is now, it will be impossible to defeat it within 3 to 5 years. Moreover, the actions of destroying the source have decreased sharply recently. It seems that everyone has entered a state of silence and is completely hidden. If they are really silent, it may not be possible to remove them at all within 10 or 20 years. Are you ready for all the information I asked you to prepare? Yang turned to the person in charge of the hurricane on the side. The person in charge of the hurricane nodded and took out a hard drive. After reading the information, the quantum computer begins to run the data model. In less than 10 seconds, almost immediately. After reading, a dense number of names poured out on the screen. Most of this time is due to retrieving data from other databases, or through ordinary computers. Otherwise, I am afraid that even 1 second will not be used. I'm going so fast. The person in charge of the Hurricane Information Department on the side was a little shocked. They racked their brains, looked for countless clues, and conducted various analyses, but they could not find a few members of the Fountain of Destruction. This computer can calculate it directly in about 10 seconds, so much. He looked at the names on the screen with some suspicion. Not everyone is, it's just a probability analysis. If the probability is more than 90%, it must be a member of the source of destruction. If it is less than 50%, it is basically an irrelevant person. However, these unrelated people have some contacts and interactions with the people you entered. AI experts explained in due course. Oh. The person in charge of the hurricane glanced at the screen. Many of them had a matching degree of more than 90%, and some were less than 50%. On the contrary, there were not many. This is too much punishment. The person in charge of the hurricane was overjoyed. Pass this information directly to your subordinates and let them take action immediately. The calculation results given by quantum computers are possible speculations. The longer the time elapses before the predicted result, the more inaccurate it will be. After all, data is dead, but people are alive. You can figure out where he is now, but you can't stop him from running somewhere else the next moment. Next, let's verify how accurate this scientific fortune-telling is. The hurricane manager is looking forward to it. Yang sat there, watching the person in charge nervously waiting for news, and smiled slightly. He has great trust in high technology and has no worries in his heart. He feels that success is a matter of course. Sit down, drink a cup of coffee, and just wait for the news of victory. Yes. The boss ordered, so he had no choice but to endure and sit down. However, he drank the coffee absent-mindedly and did not add any sugar. It was so bitter that his tongue twitched. Ha. Soon, there was news. The data given by the algorithm model had errors. But the errors were not large. At the location it inferred, many destruction source molecules were really caught, and the explosion rate was very high. The number of people caught on this day was more than what they caught this month combined. With this victory, everyone put their hearts at ease and began to steadily advance the capture process. The members of the hurricane jokingly called it the quantum fortune-telling machine. Oh my God! It's paid out. Legendary treasures have been opened. This nest directly brought out hundreds of people. It's a big fat piece of meat. It's the same here, but there are many black-haired monsters inside. It should be the former civilization laboratory that the boss mentioned. I found some mechanical organisms here. The attack power is stronger than the black-haired monsters. But they are very slow. Various reports came one after another. In the information report, the members of the hurricane became more and more naughty. Obviously, the emergence of this technological plug-in has greatly reduced their pressure. Let them fully release the anger that has been suppressed for a month. Sure enough, the source of destruction is different from the other two sources. The senior executives of the hurricane nearby were extremely happy, while Yi Yang fell into deep thought. Not only have they penetrated into the deepest layer, but they also have some other tasks, inheriting the unfinished experiments of the previous civilization, the Yellowstone earthquake generator and other trump card tasks. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. What exactly makes them so special? Second update. The arrest operation continues. Actions are taking place throughout the United States, and a large number of Fountain of Destruction members are arrested every day. The members of the Fountain of Destruction themselves were confused. How did he do that? How is this possible? We all fell silent. Why are we still being arrested? This is outrageous, right? The entire Fountain of Destruction headquarters was in chaos. No one understood what was going on. This is unscientific. Could it be that a core figure with a large amount of intelligence has rebelled? They all can't understand that the source of destruction has continuously evolved its communication methods over the past hundreds of years, and has also verified the safety of their silent state. Even if the United States used all its methods, it could not do anything to them. In the end, the United States had to give up. After all, using all technology to search and arrest was also very expensive. It's just money spent with no return. Naturally, it is impossible to give you approval every year. Therefore, they are confident that this silent method is so perfect that there can be no omissions. In the past, Yi Yang could find some of their members very rarely, which was already considered a remarkable method. Nowadays, a large number of people are caught in one day, which really frightens everyone at the source of destruction. Restless. But now they have no better means, they can only sit back and wait for Yi Yang to come to arrest them one by one. No, we can't sit still and wait for death. They were really scared. According to Yi Yang's current detection efficiency, they would lose everything within a month. I think I suddenly obtained information about some people. It's impossible to keep arresting them like this. Hold on. Wait a minute, and they'll find the door. Maybe they found some new way to extract a confession. Like an evolved version of Veritaserum? Possible. President of the Fountain. of destruction knocked on the table. Observe for another week. If things still don't improve, just take a look. The power we have in our hands is not small. If we launch a surprise attack, we may not be able to catch him off guard. As long as Yi Yang dies, everything will be over. I have wanted to kill him for so long, and I must have exhausted all means, but he is still unscathed. Concerns were raised. Haha, before, it was just a small fight. As the source force with the biggest trump card, if we desperately launch a surprise attack, he may not be able to withstand it. No matter how strong the mecha is, there will be a moment when its energy is exhausted. After all, the body is still a human being, and if a cannonball is fired, it will still be destroyed. The president said calmly. The president is wise. All the members of the Fountain of Destruction praised it repeatedly. We are not afraid that the leader will brag, but we are afraid that the leader will have no idea. Nowadays, life and death are at stake. No matter where the president's competence comes from, it is always good to have a backbone. A few days later, as Yi Yang masters more and more information, the member speed deduced by the quantum computer calculation model becomes faster. Not only has the speed of arrest not slowed down, it has even sped up. In the past few days, they even destroyed an arsenal of the other party. Destroyed a hidden airport. This can't be tolerated. No more observation. They are obviously targeting us with purpose. If this trend continues, we will be finished within half a month. Yes, their speed of obtaining information is obviously getting faster and faster. All the MPs were anxious. The president frowned. We still haven't found out why the other party obtained our information so efficiently. Not yet. A bunch of trash. However, we have some hearsay, and we can't be sure whether it is true or not. It is said that China has made a technological breakthrough, and they are using high technology to conduct deductions. What? Are you kidding me? High-tech deduction? You don't want to tell me that they are using computers to tell fortunes, right? One calculation is accurate, and then they caught us all. Well, that's indeed what the intelligence said. The head of intelligence lowered his head and said with some disbelief himself. Okay, no matter what the reason is. The president stood up. We can't wait for him to come to us this time. The destruction of the previous black source and fallen source was because of this. The congressman also nodded deeply. They will also learn lessons. Facts have proved that although their underground fortress construction technology is the best in the world, and can even be claimed to be unprecedented, it has reached a pinnacle. Under normal circumstances, without using nuclear bombs, even if the underground fortress of the headquarters is discovered and you want to storm in, it will be completely impossible within a month or two. Moreover, these 2 months are still calculated against the 3 superpowers. But Yi Yang's fierce sun mecha doesn't make sense at all. It seems to be specially designed for underground fortresses. Small in size, fast in speed, and powerful in destructive power. The nuclear bunker-level floors between the various levels of the underground fortress could not stop its impact at all. All kinds of traps are useless to him. If a few mechas rush in, the underground fortress will soon fall, and it will be impossible to escape. Temporarily. Even if the fallen source holds an old nuclear bomb, it has not been spared. So, this time, we must not wait for Yi Yang to come to the door. They must take the initiative to attack. A desperate blow. As long as Yi Yang can be killed, everything will be over. In this world, the only one who has the ability, permission and determination to wipe out their destruction source is Yi Yang. Kill him, and the destruction source will enter a silent state again. After 3 to 5 years, it will be a group of heroes again. Good. I can't help it. We will win this time. We have accumulated strength for hundreds of years. Are we finally going to show our fists? We have been frustrated for so long, this time we must kill Yi Yang. Mobilize the 3 armies, while Yi Yang is still in Linhai City, directly use all the trump cards to kill him. The eyes of the parliamentarians were red, and they were extremely excited. Yi Yang is now a nearly godlike figure in the human world. Even in the eyes of his opponents, he is extremely terrifying and can even shake their reverence for the prophet. Today, they will kill the gods. Those who block the coming of darkness must die. A group of rats in the gutter are now collectively excited. If you don't know the inside story, you will think that they are the righteous side. Since the quantum model came out, Yi Yang is no longer worried. After all, it is only a matter of time to wipe out the source of destruction. At that time, a decisive battle will inevitably take place. He plans to send Lu Qianqian back to her university in advance, so as not to be unable to take care of her when the decisive battle is about to begin. First update. Philadelphia is not far from the ocean. Now, Yi Yang and Lu Qianqian are holding hands and walking along the banks of the Darraville River, which enters the sea in Philadelphia. Enjoying the comfort after sunset. After tonight, I will go all out to solve the source of destruction. This trip will end here. Yi Yang smiled. Lu Qianqian looked at him with some reluctance, but she knew that her man was now the pillar of mankind, and what he was doing was not something she should delay. At this time, he nodded wisely. I just don't know when the next time I will travel like this again. Yi Yang pinched her little face and said with a smile, don't be so sad. The source of destruction will probably be solved within this month. When you graduate, if you want to go on a graduation trip with me, you can come to me at any time. Real? Lu Qianqian's eyes lit up, and then she pouted. Forget it, you are such a busy person, I don't know if you will have time by then. Ha ha. Yi Yang smiled and rubbed Lu Qianqian's bare hands. He really couldn't make that promise. With his current status, under normal circumstances, he has no power to stop what he wants to do, because he has enough permission not to deal with any matter at any level. But the geomagnetic reversal is imminent, and various plans are in full swing. He must be responsible for such things that are related to the survival of mankind. Time is indeed not something he can decide. While they were chatting, a call suddenly rang. Boss, there is a big move at the source of destruction. Over the phone, the person in charge of the hurricane nervously reported. Just finished speaking. All surrounding lights dimmed. The whole city seemed to fall into silence. Many people came out and ran around in surprise. Apparently, the sudden blackout made them feel uneasy. Whoosh whoosh. In the sky, various small bombs suddenly struck. I didn't expect that they would dare to do something like this. Yi Yang looked at the missiles in the sky. What happens? Lu Qianqian was obviously shocked. It's fine. Yi Yang touched her head and comforted her. The source of destruction obviously used all its strength. It's scary when this ancient organization spends everything it has. It's normal to be able to hide things from the outside world and stand out directly. Do you want to kill me with a sneak attack? Yi Yang sneered. If he had faced this situation before, with an ordinary person beside him, it would indeed be more troublesome. But now that he has taken the Gamma Super Potion, his physical fitness is directly comparable to that of the Hulk. What's a little bomb? Missiles may not be able to kill him. Stay in my arms and don't move. Yi Yang hugged Lu Qianqian and jumped directly into the distance. At this time, he didn't bother to hide any strength, and he jumped over 100 meters. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. What kind of creature is this? Are you still human? The bombs chased behind him, but they couldn't catch up at all. Only some of the bomb net at the beginning covered him. However, he punched them all in midair. The flames and explosion force were all borne by him alone without hurting Lu Qianqian in his arms. His eyes were cold. The source of destruction really does not follow common sense. However, since I was killed in front of him, don't even think about leaving. In the distance, the members of the Fountain of Destruction organization who were projecting bombs all stood there blankly, looking at the terrifying creature that jumped dozens of meters high and jumped hundreds of meters in one go. Some people were so scared that they peed their pants. He obviously hasn't put on the mecha yet. This. Could it be that his armor is just a gimmick? In fact, he is a non-human creature with extremely terrifying strength. Wearing armor is just to hide this fact. It makes everyone mistakenly think that he only relies on armor to fly. In fact, he can fly in the first place. I also have this feeling. No, this is impossible. I could tell at a glance that he was not a human being. If he were an ordinary human being, how could he have achieved what he has achieved today? He is indeed not a human being. Those who could still speak were complaining wildly. After the rain of bombs, Liang 3 finally flew from a distance. Kacha. Soon, Yi Yang's armor was completely possessed. The energy shield unfolded to protect the whole body. After the rain of bombs fell, many black shadows flew from the distant sky, all of which were the most advanced fighter jets. Bomber. Helicopter. He rode the mecha and stood in the air. He saw in the distance many tanks, armored vehicles, various equipment and dark figures pouring out of the ground, pressing towards him from all directions. On the broad Daraville River, ships came in, and the original official base on the river was destroyed by an instant strike. Although the interception system intercepted many mid-range missiles, many still came in. Many important places in the city were destroyed. The apparent military strength and facilities were instantly razed to the ground. The Fountain of Destruction is a huge ancient organization dormant in North and South America. Once it made up its mind, it showed its terrifying strength. Any force that is not prepared and is suddenly attacked by such a terrifying killing frenzy will almost have a narrow escape. In the distant sea, many submarines and surface ships lined up, madly pouring medium-range and long-range missiles. The dense ammunition was like a giant net, instantly sealing the sky. Countless bombs, missiles, large caliber bullets, special high-explosive bombs, aerosol bombs, flame-solid bombs. In just a few seconds, they poured on Yi Yang's energy shield. The deafening roar resounded throughout the city. The light shone in the air, like a new sun, burning for a long time, brighter than before the power outage. Crazy. The source of destruction is crazy. It sounds slow, but from the launch of the raid to now, a total of less than 10 seconds have passed. At This time all parties gradually received the news. The moment they heard the news, they all felt their scalps tingling. The 7-star general of the United States went crazy. It's really crazy. Gather all the forces for me. Use all the forces that can support. A bunch of rats, you still want to kill the sky eagle that rules everything. He was not eager to save Yi Yang, on the contrary, Yi Yang had made him lose face before. But he cares about the glory of his country. After all, his identity is also a general, and he will never allow such a thing to happen on the land he is responsible for. An unprecedented decisive battle, at this moment, started without any warning. Second update. The power of the hurricane and the power of the United States also gathered together. However, before they arrived, Yi Yang still faced the enemy rushing over like a tide alone. Obviously, the source of destruction has made up its mind. No matter how much it costs, as long as he is replaced, it will be worth it. So they are all attacking him frantically, and they didn't stop him even if someone rushed over. But you think I'm too weak? Yi Yang's eyes turned cold and he waved his hand. A gravity field with a radius of 100 meters fell heavily in front. Boom! The whole ground sank, and the tanks and armored vehicles on it were instantly flattened, and blood flowed out of the gap. The members inside were obviously crushed by the sudden falling gravity field. What kind of attack is this? Miracle. Is he a god? Don't blame these uneducated guys, even if there are top students here, they will be dumbfounded. As a field, the gravity field has no entity. It instantly increases the gravity coefficient of an area, making the gravity there more than 100 times the previous one. A person who originally weighed 200 kilograms was equivalent to bearing 20,000 kilograms of gravity at that moment, and was instantly crushed. And as long as you are within the field, this force is everywhere, and it is impossible to escape. The only thing that can be observed with the naked eye is that the space seems to have suddenly twisted, and the air seems to be too hot and has become a wave shape. However, this phenomenon only appeared for a few seconds, and the gravity field dissipated. Although this attack method is unpredictable, powerful and handsome, the energy that supports it is also terrible. If it is not upgraded to the generation of Liang number 3. The first generation machine, maintaining the gravity field for 10 seconds, the energy is basically exhausted. Boom. 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 Yi Yang's hand pressed once in the void on all 4 sides of his body, and each time a huge gravity field pressed down. The enemies and weapons closest to him were directly crushed into a circle of iron biscuits. He rushed up to the sky, punched out, and smashed all the air-to-air missiles that rushed over first, and then directly attached super-strong opposite magnetic force to the 2 nearest fighters. Crackling. Although the 2 fighters were hundreds of meters apart, but under the attraction of strong magnetic force, they directly twisted their flight paths and collided with each other. It turned into a discus in midair. Then, it fell and exploded into a huge fireball on the ground. This is too strong, right? These are all the most advanced fighters. These attack methods of his have never been shown before. The mecha on him seems to have changed, and it is completely different from the previous one. Not bad. The people of the source of destruction were stunned. According to their assessment of the combat power of the Liang mecha in the battle in the Pacific Ocean, although it was strong, it also had many limitations. According to the current situation, the opponent's mecha energy shield should not last more than 3 or 5 minutes. And it is also difficult to cause too easy damage to the truly most advanced weapons. They couldn't beat him, but they could delay for a while, wear down his energy shield, and then they could fight him at will. After all, the melting point of the Liang alloy used by the Liang mecha was 6,000 degrees, and its resistance was within 10 times of the previous strong alloy. Without an energy shield, it could not withstand the bombardment of real missiles. But they found out as soon as they started the battle. Their estimate was simply a serious mistake. Absolutely wrong. The new mecha on Yang, which they had never seen before, used methods that were beyond their imagination, just like ghosts and gods. It could also directly destroy a large area from a distance. Let the two most advanced fighters collide uncontrollably. What kind of supernatural event is this? They all began to doubt their lives. Continue to attack and consume his energy shield. This time our plan has received the full support of the Tongji Association Corps, and their support will arrive soon. Delay a little longer. Not only do they have mechas, we also have mechas. And there are a lot of them. After this order came out, everyone on the side of the source of destruction was excited. Drag it a little longer. This Yang is just a desperate struggle. We must kill him. Everyone roared. Yang sneered and kept attacking. Soon, he tore apart the first wave of fighters that rushed over. Boom! He supported Liu Qianqian with the mechanical arms extending from behind, freed his hands, and directly inserted them into the fighter, giving both sides the same magnetic force. Crack! The repulsive force instantly tore the entire fighter in half, and it shot to both sides. Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths wide open. This scene was really too shocking. Yang looked down at the dark armed forces around him, sneered, and dived down directly. Liang number 3 is completely cost-free, and it is the ultimate product of all the black technologies in this era. In terms of energy, it is naturally equipped to the top. There is no need to worry too much about energy loss. Since you're here, don't leave. A blade of light shot out from each of his hands, and the particle blade light extended to both sides, each extending 100 meters. He rushed into the crowd like a terrifying giant bird with a wingspan of 200 meters. Wherever the light blade passed, there was nothing that could stop it, and it was cut off in an instant. Armored vehicles, tanks, black-eyed biochemical experiments, metal experiments, ground-to-air bomb vehicles, members of the source of destruction. Yang swept across the ground, and in an instant, there was no life in the 200-meter-wide rectangular land he passed by. This is the king of hell in the world. Yang's speed was extremely fast. After a few flashes, he plowed 4 or 5 death rectangles on the ground. The people of the source of destruction were terrified. There was no hope at all. Their mentality began to waver and collapse. Yang's speed in killing the enemy was really too fast. The blood flowed into the Dareville River, dyeing the wide river surface bright red. At this time, 2 streams of light came from the city. It was the Mecca of the Shou sisters. Take Qianqian away. Don't stay here. Go and clean up the missile vehicles and the ships, providing long-range support at sea. Yang handed Liu Qianqian to the Shou sisters. His Liang 3 is completely different from the previous models. The 2 mechas on the Shou sisters have less than 1/5 of his combat power, and joining the battlefield will not change anything. Got it. The Shou sisters also saw the horror of Liang 3 just now, and they all understood Yi Yang's idea. At this time, they did not hesitate and all flew away. First update. Yi Yang held up the energy shield and took a look at the remaining energy. The fierce battle just now had consumed a lot of energy. After all, whether it was the gravity field energy, the 100-meter light blade, or the energy shield holding up the bombardment of so many bombs, it was extremely energy-consuming. At this moment, his energy had dropped to 95%. Although it was still recovering at 1% per minute. But it was estimated that it would not last for a few days if it continued like this. It seems that we have to fight quickly, he said lightly. Although he knew that within an hour, the local support of the United States and the military force of Hurricane would be able to break in from the outer blockade. But it was more fulfilling to solve his own troubles by himself. Boom. He shook the mecha, and a pulse of energy spread out from him too. The surroundings, directly sweeping away everything within a kilometer around him. The land was scorched by the shock wave. No creature within the range could survive. This is the most lethal attack trick of Liang 3, which is also the ultimate trick of Liang 3. No creature within a radius of 1 kilometer can escape this pulse shock. There are not many missiles that can reach this killing range, let alone guarantee that all enemy units within a kilometer can be completely wiped out. Overclocking shock directly paralyzes electronic equipment. Shock energy makes steel twist and scrap. Buildings collapsed, and people were torn into pieces. Everything seemed to be gone. Within a kilometer, the ground collapsed directly. Human missiles. The people outside were so scared that their courage broke. This is too terrifying. If the bombing continues like this, although they have a lot of people, how many times can they withstand such bombing? Yi Yang raised his head and looked around. Wherever he looked, everyone was retreating frantically. They wanted to keep a distance from him. After all, the 1 kilometer around him was almost a restricted area. Whoever approaches will die. Yi Yang sneered. This kind of big move consumes a lot of energy, and he can't use it all the time. Precise positioning, deploy. Micro missiles. Yi Yang spread his arms and rose into the air. The micro-bomb launch holes in the Liang No. 3 mecha were all stretched out. Swish, 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 swish. The 108 micro-missiles on board rushed out of the launch holes of the Liang No. 3 mecha within a dozen seconds. The explosion range of each micro-missile is extremely large. They dispersed and automatically avoided other targets on the path, heading towards the missile vehicles. Bombers, rocket vehicles, base guns, and large-caliber surface ships that posed the greatest threat to the energy shield. The firelight illuminated the entire city again. When the firelight dissipated, more than 100 top targets were all flattened. The enemy's firepower was instantly weakened. Yi Yang stood up calmly and removed the energy shield. The top firepower was not so dense, so he could rely on the super mobility of the mecha to move between the firepower nets. Some minor attacks on the Kanyang alloy did not cause any damage. Ordinary bullets hitting his mecha were no more harmful than the wind blowing on steel. Swish, swish, swish. He was like lightning, winding, flexible and swift in the firepower net. Every time he arrived at a place, blood and explosions rose. Photon blade, gravity field, magnetic field. Super electromagnetic cannon. Various attack combinations. He was like a demon walking on the battlefield. Wherever he walked, countless people died. centered on him at the beginning of the war. The entire battlefield was cleared to form a charred area of several kilometers in radius. There was no breath of living people here. All were cleared. Why hasn't the support from Tongji society come yet? The members of the Source of Destruction all took the stage in person. This is a life and death battle. It's either you or me. There is no way to hold back. Here they come. Someone shouted. Damn it. Finally here. This demon Yi is too terrifying. If we don't get support, we will die here today. The counselors finally breathed a sigh of relief. More than 10 streams of light shot from the horizon. Boom. A sharp sonic boom sounded. Yi Yang also noticed these dozen figures. They were obviously Tongji's mechas. Most of them were the 3 purple mechas that he had seen at the Sotheby's auction that night. There were only 2 dark green mechas, which looked very different and were obviously more maneuverable than the purple mechas next to them. These 2 dark green mechas, together, should be able to suppress Liang number 2. Yi Yang evaluated. The purple mechas were the eliminated first-generation mechas, which were much worse than the second-generation ones. Even if 5 of them were put together, they could not withstand a Liang number 2. Yi Yang's eyes darkened. These 2 were obviously advanced mechas. If there were 3 such mechas that night, he would not have won so easily. But seeing this moment of imminent confrontation, the opponent could only send out 2 of these dark green mechas. This dark green mecha is probably very rare, and the restrictions on its deployment are also very large. At that time, they simply couldn't use them. The headquarters has taken out all the mecha combat power that can be activated and repaired now. We also have mechas. Some of the lower level members of the Source of Destruction didn't even know that they also had mechas, and their confidence was instantly swelled countless times. How could they tell the difference between mechas? Yi Yang only had 1, and they had more than 10. Directly crushed. There was no suspense at all. Yi Yang would definitely be killed instantly. This Yi Yang is finally going to die. His death is coming. Everyone watched eagerly, hoping that the Tongji Association's mecha could kill Yi Yang instantly. They even imagined countless scenes in their minds. Come on. Yi Yang took off again. I was afraid that you wouldn't come. Only he could be calm and fearless with these mechas. If these mechas were used as a military deterrent and wandered around the world, few countries would be able to withstand it. Even the purple mecha that corresponds to the first generation of Liang mecha can only be sunk by sacrificing at least an aircraft carrier fleet. This price, except for the 3 superpowers, almost no country can afford. Now that they all come to kill him, it makes him feel relieved. Today, I will kill you all here. Yi Yang rushed towards the dozen mechas. The ground attacks also decreased significantly. Most of the battles between mechas have to be fought in close combat. Guns and cannons have no eyes, and it is not worth it to hurt your own mecha. The next moment, Yi Yang and a dozen Tongji mechas that dived in, rushed in mid-air, and fought hand to hand. Second update.